All right, we are now streaming on YouTube, and at 7:33 p.m., I'm going to call to order this regular meeting of the Easton, Reading, and Region 9 Boards of Education for Tuesday, May 25th, 2021, convened remotely pursuant to Executive Order 7B. I will also call to education at this time. I note for the record that all 7 members are present, and I will ask my colleagues, Mr. Stinson and Mr. Johnson, to call their boards to order also.
Thank you, Chris. Call to order this meeting of the Easton Board of Education. And I'm sorry, I'm just going to need to look quickly. So I have Jeff Parker, Randy Hicks. I have Devin Weibel. I see Jenny Cheetah. And I am also here. I know Gretchen Goldstein will not be able to make it tonight.
Thank you, Todd.
All right, and I will call the Region 9 Board of Education to order at 7:34 under Executive Order 7B. And just for roll call, because I don't see all of my members, Cheryl Graziano, Mike D'Agostino, Juliet Berry. Is Gwen on? I did not see Gwen.
Yeah, oh, I don't know. I don't see her.
Okay, Karen, Mary Lee, Maureen, and Todd. So 7 of our 8 are present. So we have quorum.
All right. Thank you, Todd. And before we begin the meeting, we have about 140 folks on. Just want to give a little bit of context and framing, particularly for folks who are new to this process, both the platform upon which we're meeting and Board of Education meetings generally. We are 3 separate boards of education meeting jointly this evening, as is our practice at least 3 times a year. We are public agencies meeting in public, but that does not make this a public meeting or a public hearing. Tonight, we have a lengthy agenda and require cooperation and patience from all involved to get through it. We have a number of topics to work through, and you will note that the agenda identifies the source of the topic being brought to the 3 boards for consideration. For each item, when we approach it, I will invite the chair of the respective committee or the responsible administrator to introduce the topic and the recommended board action, if any. I will then invite board members to ask clarifying questions regarding the recommended action to the proponent. At this point, I will invite the boards to offer motions to adopt the recommendations and open the floor for discussion, if any. Discussion will begin by giving each board member the opportunity to make an initial comment on a board-by-board basis, followed by an open discussion. When no board members wish to be heard, or upon an earlier motion, the question will be called. Members of the public wishing to comment may do so during the designated public comment periods. Public comment should be limited to topics which are germane to the educational programs of Easton and Reading and should be limited to 2 minutes in duration. Public comment concerning any staff member below the rank of superintendent should be addressed to the individual supervisor and will not be permitted at this meeting per board policy. Likewise, personal attacks on other public commenters will not be permitted. Commenters are encouraged to adopt the comments of others with which they agree, rather than repeating the same arguments or this will allow for a much more efficient process for receiving comment. Public comment will continue until all members of the public wishing to be heard have been heard, or a motion to table alone indefinitely is made and passed. No member of the public shall be recognized twice until all members wishing to be heard have had the opportunity to address the boards. Members of the public wishing to be recognized should use the raise hand feature in the Zoom platform. This button is found in the reactions menu or for older versions of Zoom in the participants window. Members of the public will be recognized in the order in which the virtual hands are raised, and only after such members have been recognized will the boards endeavor to identify other members of the public wishing to be heard. When recognized, commenters should start by clearly stating their name, street, and town of residence. With that, we will move on to agenda item 2, which is public comment. Pursuant to those instructions, I will start with Michael Keaton. I apologize in advance for butchering any pronunciations tonight. Michael.
That was right on. So Michael Caden, 150 Morehouse Road, Easton, Connecticut. I have 3 things I'd like to say. One is, since the survey is optional and questions can be skipped, I'd ask the board to please allow families and individuals to use their discretion and don't deny others the opportunity to respond to the survey. So please vote yes. The second thing I'd like to say is that anti-bullying and anti-discrimination policies appear to be inadequate based on the testimony we've heard from young people who have moved through the school district here. So we appear to need more education and awareness beyond the stated policies. And lastly, we need to listen to the voices and stories of those who have been discriminated against in our town and at our schools. I'd like to add to that, that men cannot declare the absence of sexism, whites cannot declare the absence of racism, and straights cannot declare the absence of homophobia and gender identity bias. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Next, I see Representative Van Hughes.
Thank you. Thank you to the tri-boards and the public. Ann Hughes, North Street of Easton, proud representative of the District 135. I'd just like to affirm real quickly the work of the DEI task force that has worked so hard to develop a really evidence-based survey questions and to do the work of moving forward and getting some good data points. Sorry, I got to vote, but I affirm the work very much. I think it's really, really important that we have this option, like my predecessor just spoke, and to vote to move forward with the work on this very momentous day of reckoning a year after the murder of George Floyd. So I applaud the work and the struggle that we are doing together and in our reckoning. So thank you.
Thank you. And next I see Julianne.
Hi, Julianne, 18 Wells Hill Road, Julianne Licamelli in Easton. Just wanted to come on here, voice my support for the survey. Wanted to remind the boards of the 500 people who signed a petition sent to you just under a year ago. A lot of them were current students, parents, many of them were alumni, telling you that this is important work. And this survey is a culmination of that call to action, in my opinion. And I think we should remember all of those many voices. Secondly, over 90 people commented with personal experiences that have been shared many times in board meetings and with you all. And I just want to make sure that we're respecting and acknowledging and doing something about those very harmful personal experiences that have been shared. This survey, people will tell you who have marginalized identities in this community that this survey is going to help them and would have helped them. And I think it's important that we listen to them and acknowledge that. We hired Dr. Harrison for a reason. Part of it was to do this work, and this is the first step. And I'm really happy that the boards have come together to continue and start doing this work. Thank you.
Thank you, Julianne. Next, I see Agnes.
Hi, Agnes Bebon, 939 Black Rock Turnpike, Easton. I urge the board to vote yes on the survey. As many of you heard in the May 11th meeting, my brother had some very intense experiences with homophobia while attending Easton schools and Barlow. He did not report this to friends, family, or faculty members, and that is a reality for many marginalized students. The survey is important so we can identify without singling out people individually if Easton students are having negative experiences at our schools. The terms used, particularly regarding gender identity, are not inappropriate in the middle school survey. The list of choices makes sure that all students are included and can see their identify in this survey, which reaffirms that the board and the school support them and aren't using this to try to harm them. Yeah, I urge the board to vote yes on the survey. Thank you.
Thank you, Agnes. Next, I see Elizabeth.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Heyman, Fire Hill Road in Reading, and I also wanted to voice my support for the survey. As an alumni of Barlow, I saw so many instances of discrimination and also instances where people told staff members, told people in the administration, and nothing ever happened, nothing was done, and their voice was diminished. And I think that's a huge problem. And I think what we've also seen in the last year or so has been a lot of people denying the existence of racism, of discrimination in our schools, saying, well, not in our community, we're different. But the reality is we aren't. And I think that this survey is such an important step to make sure that we can all understand as a community that our school system, while it has so many wonderful things about it and strengths, we also have weaknesses and challenges that we need to work towards fixing. And I think this survey is a really important first step, and I urge all the board members to make sure that it happens. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Next, I see Jack.
Hi, Jack Bebon, 939 Black Rock Turnpike, Easton. I just wanted to, I am a non-binary gay man, and I really do wish that this survey was around when I was a student, because I was discriminated against for my gender presentation and my sexuality a lot. I even at some point, like my sister went up to teachers and administration, tried to help me. I did it as well. At some point, I just gave up. I wish I didn't, looking back on it now, but in the moment, it was really hard to try and deal with it, especially because I would go up to teachers and other students and try to do things to like help, and it just wouldn't work. I've also had people come up to me like in like middle school and high school, and they're like, hey, like I think I might be like gay, I think I might be bi. And then later on, they decided to go back into the closet because it was easier to pretend to be straight because they passed than to be a part of this sort of marginalized community that is very discriminated against at Barlow by both peers and faculty. So I just wanted to speak about that, and the fact that this is being implemented in 6th grade, I think is very good because of the fact that we are taught about heterosexual sex and things of that nature at that young age. And by excluding people from these marginalized genders and sexualities, in a way, we are saying that it is not as important to learn about because everybody's just assumed to be straight, which should not be the case. Everybody should feel represented in their schools and in their curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. And before we move on, just for the records and for the secretary's keeping notes, Gwen Denny arrived at 7:44 during Jack's comments for Region 9. Mari?
Hello, my name is Mari Rooney. I live on Deer Hill Road in Reading, and my pronouns are they, them. As a biracial trans person and a former Barlow student, I want to say I support this survey. The survey and the support it can help the school provide can be life-saving for students of color and LGBTQ+ students like me. Nearly every day, LGBTQ+ people and people of color die by suicide or murder motivated by transphobic and/or racist violence. DEI work like this survey can offer support to students who are members of these communities and teach all students how to best support and protect one another. I hope that the members of the ER9 community value Black lives, Asian lives, Latina lives, Indigenous lives, queer lives, disabled lives, and trans lives. I hope you value my life. Please tell us that you do by supporting this survey. Thank you.
Thank you, Maury. Next, I see Liv.
Hi, Liv Caden, 150 Morehouse Road. So first I wanted to say that I received a tolerance-only colorblind education, and I want to say that was insufficient in addressing my own internalized racism, but I'm mostly going to speak to the LGBTQ related questions because that's the identity from which I'm speaking. I want to caution the board against waiting for a time that there's not a significant amount of pushback in order to take queer affirming actions. The reality is taking steps to normalize queer identities as much as we normalize cis and straight identities, it's always going to receive a lot of pushback, and that's the nature of our social structure right now, right? We largely see heterosexual as the default and the normal. We largely see cisgender as that default and normal. And at a certain point, we need to start recognizing that social organization and pushback against disrupting that social organization as homophobia. And the other critique that I've heard is that this is a private discussion for a private space. And I do have to bring your attention to the unfortunate reality that private spaces are not always the safest for queer kids. I have heard in these meetings a sentiment from many parents that discussion about queer gender and sexual identities isn't appropriate. And if these happen to be the parents of queer kids, which we have no way of knowing, those kids are not going to be in an emotionally safe environment, and we have the power to create that emotionally safe environment in our schools. And if we're not going to take that first step with this survey, then when are we going to take that step? So please vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I see Jeff.
Jeff Ligelman, Pocahontas Road, Reading. My son attends Joel Barlow High School. Prior to that, he attended Reading Elementary School and John Reed Middle School. I applaud the work and leadership of our DEI committee, and I would like to briefly discuss the idea of leadership. Effective leaders lead from the front. They lead by example. They lead from a moral foundation. They make individuals and teams more effective, and they provide a vision for the future. Crucially, effective leaders also define reality. But our leaders are not on a field of battle or a field of dreams. They are collaboratively leading our community. And by way of a thoughtfully constructed survey, they are looking to us, our community, to gather facts, to define our reality. This work is right and good. We cannot all be leaders, but we need not be bystanders. we can show our support. And so I asked you to join me and raise your hand in support of our leaders and in support of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Next, I see Emma.
Thank you. Appreciate the time and opportunity and the work of DEI. My name is Emma Montoya on April Drive in Easton. After a recent town meeting, someone mentioned that they wanted their child to be prepared to get jobs and earn money instead of learning about diversity, equity, and inclusion. I decided to dig in to do some research, and here's what I found. The following is an excerpt from American University School of Education entitled The Benefits of Inclusion, Diversity in the Classroom. Number 1, diversity improves cognitive skills and critical thinking. The presence of diversity in the classroom allows students to consider perspectives and opinions beyond those they've already formed or were shaped in early life by family and friends. By presenting students with viewpoints far different from their own, it gives them opportunity to think critically about their own benefits and examine the world in fresh ways. Number 2, exposure to diversity helps students enter adulthood. When students enter the professional world, they join a vast and diverse workforce. Interacting with people of all different backgrounds and mindsets can present a challenge without prior exposure to diversity, especially at a young age. Companies are taking note of their employees' ability to handle diversity with grace and maturity. 96% of major employers, according to the Century Foundation, say it is vital that employees are able to work with people from diverse backgrounds. Number 3, diversity prepares students for citizenship. Willingness to interact and improve their local community, a concept known as civic engagement. DEI also matters in the workplace. The following insights are from a McKinsey & Company study called Why Diversity Matters. Organizations with more gender and racial diversity bring increased revenue, more customers, and higher profits, and provide increased job satisfaction, increased levels of trust, higher engagement levels, and a multitude of benefits that can be seen across an organization.
That's past 2 minutes. Emma, if you could please wrap up.
Really looking forward to seeing our Easton community embrace the challenges ahead, prepare our children for life outside of Easton, and I support the survey. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Thomas?
Good evening. My name is Tom Kilborn, and I reside on Peaceful Street in Reading. I urge approval of the ER9 equity statement and the DEI survey. I'm going to do so by taking some key words from 2 essential documents. That is Joe Barlow High School's mission statement and its guiding principle. Committed to an open and active exchange of ideas, promote values, knowledge, foster integrity, intellectual curiosity, civic responsibility, vital exchange between educators and students, tenets of that exchange, stimulation of the intellect, cultivation of inquiry, quest for truth. Adherence to the letter and spirit of these words should translate into unfettered critical examination to ward off all attempts to block inquiry. Adherence to these words should enable students to distinguish between education and indoctrination. These words call for the inclusion, the gathering of all information needed to engage the issues of racial and gender justice. To do otherwise, knowledge will be the victim and its opposite will be the winner. And the loser in the long run would be our own humanity in all of its multiplicity and diversity. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. And before we move on, for the many folks who have joined us since we began public comment, if the public would wish to be heard, you can do so by raising your hand with the reactions button at the bottom of the screen, or on older versions of Zoom through the participants window, and we're recognizing folks in the order in which their digital hands have been raised, and asking that comments be limited to 2 minutes. Next, I see Cheryl.
Hi, Chris. just full
Oh, I'm sorry,
disclosure.
Cheryl Graziano, Cheryl Cowherd.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, there aren't usually more than one of us running around, Cheryl. I would like to add my support to that already spoken very eloquently by some of our former students, and I applaud them. One of the things that we've talked about is our overall school environment, curiosity, empathy, those things are very important. We're also looking at the health and wellness of LGBTQ kids. A school that is a welcoming environment is statistically shown to reduce the negative outcomes, and those are very serious negative outcomes for LGBTQ kids. And GSAs, or Gay Straight Alliance, clubs have been shown to benefit both the LGBTQ kids and the straight ally kids with community leadership opportunities and gateways to supportive adults, because it gives a sort of a direct line where the adults in the building know to whom they can speak to make sure that other kids know exactly who are the safe people that they can dodge into a door if needed. So I thank the committee for their work, and I urge you to accept. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. Julie? Julie Hardridge?
Yes, hello. Sorry. Am I on video now?
Yep.
Sorry. I vote to table this decision for the time being until more people can be made aware of this survey. I think it should be an issue that is brought to the table at an in-person board meeting rather than by Zoom meeting. It's my opinion that this DEI survey goes too far. It's too far reaching. And I feel that this community has become so intoxicated with the illusion of social justice that practical thinking no longer seems to matter. So I vote to table the decision.
Thank you, Julie. Next, I see Beatrix.
Chris, can you just remind people to say their address?
Yes, thank you. Did Beatrix put her hand down?
Yeah, no, I didn't. Sorry.
Oh, there you are. Okay, go ahead, Beatrix. You moved on my screen.
Sorry, because I put my hand down when I meant to unmute. Sorry. Beatrix Erickson, 27 Sidcut Road in Reading. So I am a member of the DEI committee. And the thing that I want to say is that this is an opportunity for those in marginalized communities, whether it's LGBTQ plus or racial or ethnic communities, to be heard. For them to be heard. This these surveys are an opportunity and they and a potential safe place to voice their concerns and any challenges that they're facing in the various communities. But what I was very surprised to hear about as I was doing this, I thought everyone, what people were excited about this opportunity, but at the same time, there was this sense of a little bit of a concern of retaliation against their responses, against their whether it's for them directly or for their kids. And in speaking to a couple of people, one of the things they said is, what I got out of that is sort of like whether it's a dissatisfaction or a concern that they are being heard by the administration in the schools. So in the work that the committee that we've done as a committee, and I'm not speaking for the committee, I'm speaking for myself as a parent with children vested in the school, our focus was to create a survey that would be a safe space for people to of all backgrounds to voice their experiences, and for us to ultimately be able to identify what are the opportunities for improvement, and where are we really in all of this. So from one of the things that's been near and dear to my heart is the opportunity to ensure that as people are providing us with their opinions and their experiences, that it's a safe environment from the top, from data entry to output. And that is very critical to this process. You know,
Thank you. Beatrix, you're over 2 minutes. If you can wrap up, please.
no, so I just wanted to, for those who are concerned about that, I just wanted to say that.
Way over 2 minutes.
I'm sorry. Sorry, I just want to say that that is a concern for a lot of people in our community. And, you know, the background of the analysis will be through SurveyMonkey, and we will be able to just capture the data as it's inputted. And it is a safe place for people to come and speak their truth. Thank you.
Thank you, Beatrix. Next, I see Gail.
Hi, I hope everyone's having a great day. Gail Bellis, 22 Crescent Drive, Easton, Connecticut, also Fairfield University. So as an educator, and no offense against anybody because you're all.
Gail, you're muted.
I unmuted it, okay.
There you go.
What part, okay. So Crescent Drive, Easton, also Fairfield University. So as an educator, I'm just so thrilled to hear from students tonight. I feel like this conversation has just been usurped by adults in town. No offense to anybody. And I think it should just be much more student oriented and brought down to the level of where students in high school could be involved in formulating the questions for this survey. They could be involved and let us listen to them and what they want and discuss the survey. I mean, honestly, I'm just kind of tired of hearing about the adults going back and forth and bickering about this. And I know that's needed, but I think it's gotten to the point where, again, it needs to be much more student oriented. So if we could move this conversation to include a group of students and form a board where they can, you know, high school students, obviously, and let's listen to them. It's their life, it's their choice, I feel. And, you know, we just need to do that. That's it.
Thank you, Gail. Next, I see Dana.
Yeah, hi, Dana Benson, 34 Pond Road, Easton, 34 Pond Road, Easton. So first thing I want to point out is I read the charge of the DEI task force. I don't see surveying in that. Now, that doesn't mean they can't take that on, which they obviously have done, but I just wanted to make that point. I want to, I've sent you all, at least the boards of member education, an open letter signed by 76 people voicing real questions about the structure of this survey. I'd like that read into the record. So it's Dana Benson, 34 Pond Road, Easton. Please add to the record that letter. The voices of 76 people who are not here today, and they're all opposed to this in this form. I want to say that again, in this form. And the form of this is quite remarkable. We had major revisions to this survey. I showed up at DEI task force meetings for months and voiced concerns about questions. And the people who came along with me, our concerns were ignored until we went public and brought some fire and attention to this and informed the public of what you were doing, okay, and the form in which you were doing that. And then all of a sudden, we've gotten some change, some adjustments. So thank you, DI committee, for finally hearing us, okay? What I would ask is this. They just put out a new version of this thing today. I haven't even had time to look at it, and I spend a lot of time looking at this stuff. I don't think it's appropriate for the boards of ed to adopt this tonight. I think that should be put off, and I know that's not convenient. I understand that that's not convenient, but it's not proper to adopt this with a draft that was put out today that I have not had time to look at, and the other people. So I would suggest that. I do agree that
you're beyond your 2 minutes, Dana. If you could please conclude.
Okay, so please read into the record the open letter I sent, and I do want to thank the board. I don't want to always be Mr. Negative. I appreciate the service and the work that was done. I just think that it would have been, yeah, thank you for waving at me. I'll wave at you too, buddy. I just think that this is not the way to do it. You don't put out a draft today and adopt it with people not having time to read it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'll ask again and caution folks not to engage in interaction with respect to public comment, whether it's waving at each other or crosstalk during public comment. And I'd also note for the record that it's not the practice of the boards of education to adopt into their minutes correspondence that's been sent to the boards. We'll acknowledge Mr. Benson's comments for what they were on their face, and they'll be noted in the minutes accordingly. Next, I see Cheryl Graziano, I believe on behalf of Sarah Oda, our recording secretary.
Yes, thank you. I'm reading this letter on behalf of Sarah Oda, who is diligently taking the minutes for this meeting, to the ER9 Tri-Boards of Education. With this letter, I'm voicing my full support of the ER9 Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Task Force, the equity statement, the student and faculty surveys, and all the work with which the task force has engaged. As the mother of multi-ethnic children in a predominantly white community, I feel this work and this statement are long overdue. I urge the communities of Reading and Easton to take a moment to really read through the equity statement. You'll find that at its heart is the care and well-being of all our students. Sarah Oda, Great Meadow Road in Reading.
Thank you, Cheryl. Thank you, Sarah. Next, I see Tulula.
Hi, I'm Tallulah Whaley. I am from Reading. I live on Windy Hill Road. I attend Joel Barlow High School, and I went to RES and JRMS as well. And I just want to say that I fully support the work being done by the DEI and the survey. The terms in the survey are not inappropriate, and the issues in it should not be ignored or pretended to be non-existent for fear that children are too innocent or young to begin to question the inequalities in their communities. I work at Extended Day, the after-school program at RES, and I can tell you that these children are willing to learn and willing to talk about the issues going on in their communities. And if there's someone that thinks that racism, sexism, or homophobia isn't present in our schools, should not be afraid or hesitant towards a survey. Again, I went to RES, JRMS, and I go to Barlow currently, and these surveys are overdue and 100% necessary. And it's honestly heartbreaking that this is even a debate just to have a survey. So thank you. I fully support the DEI and the survey.
Thank you, Tulula. Next, I see Phyllis. Phyllis, you're muted. I think you tried to unmute and then remuted.
Sorry about that.
There we
Phyllis Rhodes, 116 Gallows Hill Road in Reading, Connecticut. First, I would just like to thank the DEI task force for all the hard work that they've done. And I would also like to urge the board to adopt the DEI statement and to approve the survey. I have 3 children who went through the Reading schools, K through 12, who are now adults, and they were all signatories to the petition. And they've all expressed to me that they wished that something like this had existed while they were at Barlow. And they're very much in support of this, as am I. Thank you.
Thank you, Phyllis. Next, I see Catherine.
Me, Chris, Catherine Beckerelli. Sorry, thank you.
Yes.
Catherine Great Meadow Road, Reading, Connecticut. I fully support this action. I think it's imperative that we move forward with a survey and a statement of equality. I'm a bit surprised that parents would think that this isn't already on children's radar. So I think a couple of things. Not every child has felt safe in the school. In case you aren't aware, there are kids who have left the school district and sought private areas to go because they did not feel safe and comfortable here. Perhaps if we educated ourselves on this and the parents got out of the way and let the children speak, then we would create more of a culture where they would stay, feel comfortable and supported within this environment. Second, I want my child to be in an environment that completely supports this type of open dialogue and conversation. In today's day and age, I think that also sets a tone and strength of leadership. So to do that, then we would be a cowardly community to not facilitate those conversations among our children. Lastly, if we think that our kids do not already know and have awareness of this, then we aren't listening to them. And I'm going to say this from the perspective of as of today, 12-year-old child, where when I listen to her speak, anytime I use the term girlfriend, she specifically says, friend's mom. And the reason for that is because she has awareness of this. This isn't new. And if you are a parent of a child that you are sending to summer camp and don't think whether this is in the school system or not, they're going to be presented with this, whether within school or not. I'd prefer that we work with educators and people who have put time, effort with people who are smarter than I am, have probably more appropriate words. We are not shy from these topics within my household, but that doesn't mean that I am using the right language. I do fully expect that our education system would put forth things that are appropriate to the age bracket, and probably better suited than I am to have some of these conversations in an intellectual way. So thank you. I know my time's up.
Thank you, Catherine. Next, I see Kay Keaton.
Hi, yes, am I unmuted? Yeah. I just want to say that
Can you state your name, street, and town,
Kristen,
please?
yes, Kristen Caden, 150 Morehouse Road, Easton. I understand that there's worry that taking this survey might confuse or distress some of our students. Mike, as parents, our instinct, as parents, I know our instinct is to protect. I really understand that. And if you're feeling this way, I just have to ask this question. Why does your child need protection against thinking about their own gender identity or talking about queer gender, race, or sexual orientation? If you feel the instinct to protect, you've likely raised your child in a straight heteronormative culture and you're assuming your child is straight or cisgendered. Your kids have already learned what a straight boy and a straight girl is. They've learned it in TV, their households, and in school. And I know they've learned about heterosexuality and social norms in school because as a teacher in the school system, I've taught that. I've mostly read books that feature moms and dads and books with conventional families and issues. And I ask boys and girls to line up, and I inadvertently use language that doesn't leave room for everyone. So I'm beginning to see that there's some irony in touting the importance of treating everyone equally when we aren't even really at a point where in our schools we freely acknowledge the existence of genders outside of the boy-girl binary. So if you're trying to protect your child's innocence, you might simultaneously be preserving this narrative of heteronormativity and simultaneously teaching them who the outsider or other is. Queer people will say time and time again that they wish they had information about their identity earlier. For example, learning what a non-binary person or a lesbian person was at the same time they learned what a boy or a girl was, or learning about two moms at the same time they learned about a mom and a dad. So if you're really looking to protect your kid, ask yourself, what if this is my kid? What if my kid is the genderqueer kid? Because you really don't know. I didn't know. I always assumed my children were straight. And as it turns out, as adults, 2 of them identify as queer. I would hate to think that I might have, in the interest of keeping them blissfully uninformed, discounted the importance of a survey that might have been the first steps in giving my children the opportunity to think about and understand themselves and others around them. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. Next, I see Julia. Julia
There we go.
Pemberton.
Thank you. Yes, sorry, I had difficulty unmuting myself. Julia Pemberton, 159 Umpqua Road in Reading. I have 3 girls who went K through 12 in the Reading schools, and each of them shared with me the struggles of their friends who were either LGBTQ or of color or of a religious background and experienced anti-Semitism. So what I'd like to say here is that until our children, all children, can learn, grow, and thrive in an environment where they feel safe to be themselves and speak their truth, there's work to be done. I'd like to commend the boards of education for establishing the DEI task force and the task force members, students, parents, and alumni who have helped to shape the discussion and direction of this important work. Surveys of students are almost always controversial. My own experience as a Region 9 Board of Education member, I recall a survey on bullying, and even that was controversial. There will always be points of disagreement. Students can opt out of the survey, so no child will be forced to take the survey. I urge the board to approve this survey. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Julia. Next, I see Beth.
Hey, good evening. Beth Knapp, Maple Road in Easton, Connecticut. First, as a Joe Barlow alumni myself, a huge shout out to all of the alumni and students who called in tonight to voice their opinion. I just love as a pediatrician seeing young folk active, and it's just wonderful. So keep doing what you're doing. Second, as a pediatrician, I urge the board to say yes to the survey. This has, as we all know, been a particularly difficult year for our children because of COVID. Psychiatric illness, admissions, and suicide attempts are higher than they've ever been in Connecticut for our teens. And in fact, both children's hospitals, Connecticut Children's and Yale, are working together with the governor to actually work on this issue because it's so significant right now. Why is this important? It's important because kids who are marginalized and bullied have effects on their mental health. They have long-lasting effects, and they have increased risks of suicide, which affects their ability to do well both educationally and emotionally. Please vote yes to allow our district the ability to gather this data. It's only going to allow us to support our children's needs, both educationally and emotionally, for their long-term success. To our board, your job is to lead and to do the right thing for our kids. The survey does not impact those who are straight, white, and heteronormative, but you may change the life for those who are not.
Thank you, Beth. Next, I see Brenda.
Hello, Brenda Phelps, 2 Indian Hill Road. My husband and I would like to voice our support for the DEI survey being provided to ER9 students. Students should be able to speak their concerns without influence. As parents of 2 ER9 students and as adults with memories of being horribly taunted and bullied in middle school, we read the survey and wish that our schools had attempted to in any way take the temperature of our school climate, support marginalized students, better understand their school population, or had given us a way to be heard. Personally, as a college professor, I've seen firsthand the results of ignoring students in need. I see these students after they've been completely unsupported through their K through 12 program. I've referred students to counseling, to suicide hotlines, watched as their relationship to gender and sexuality evolved, listened as they've described the breakdown of relationships with homophobic, racist, or otherwise unyielding family, only to see their mental stability and health improve with their commitment to receive help and guidance. My Black, Latino, Asian, and other students share struggles, often raising concerns that my privilege had kept me from recognizing or understanding. I'm thankful to learn from these students. I'm thankful there's a space where such discussions are free from judgment. Reading and Easton should be willing to learn from these students as well. I also asked my 11-year-old about the survey the other night in a small conversation, and he had one concern. He understood the questions, he understood what was being asked of him, and he understood the response. And his only worry was, would the bullies be able to read the surveys? He was worried that the students that bully other students would be able to see the responses. I assured him that the responses would be private. His biggest concern was that students being bullied wouldn't be safe, which means that my 11-year-old recognizes that there are problems within our school. So I urge you to support this survey. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brenda. Next, I see Lou. Lou, you're muted.
Okay. Can you hear me?
There we go.
Oh. I'm Lou Andrews, 37 High Ridge Road in Reading. And I did some reading about the history of public education leading up to this meeting. And one of the universal ideas behind public education and the purpose of public education is to express and teach the common values of the community. One thing that's very clear to me is that this survey is a very divisive effort, has become a very divisive effort. Not all surveys are, but this is. Dana mentioned earlier the fact that the 76 people had signed a petition, and that's not even a vote. In Reading, the schools are supported by property taxes that every household pays. 2/3 of it goes to the schools. If you go ahead with the survey, as I understand it, you're going to split this community. And that's not only politically very upsetting to me, but it goes against the whole idea of public education. Thank you.
Thank you, Lou. Next, I see Stephanie.
Hi, can you hear me? Yeah, okay. So I I think that you're doing the right thing. I wonder about the cadence. Can you do high school first and then refine the survey after you test it with high school? Can you implement curriculum first and then try to do the survey with the middle school after you've already put in some curriculum that shows some inclusiveness? I'm not clear on why it has to go in this order. Um, Personally, I have a 10th grader and a 6th grader, and I have some experience with the school climate survey, which really wasn't well utilized when you did it. So one of my questions to Devin over the last week was, can you give an example of how you used your last survey and implemented changes in order to improve the environment at the school? And she couldn't. And I didn't have any evidence of that either. So I think that I'd like you to think about that. Like, do you have to do the middle school students at the same time as the high school? Can you do the high school first and refine it? Because it's really where I think that most people start to communicate the most discomfort. Number two, I also have a 6th grader, and I don't really think that he's going to be clear on his sexual preferences or, you know, his gender preferences yet. So I'm not sure about 6th grade. But I think you need to let yourself have some more time and also give the community more time to get their head around this. And all of those wonderful voices that spoke tonight, maybe use them as a communication tool to get the rest of the community behind this. Because we didn't use climate change or the school climate survey very well, and we're not communicating out to the community what the results of that were, no one understands the background of this unless they're getting on these calls or communicating with one of you. So I wouldn't be firm on the timing on this. I would think more flexibly about that. That's all.
Stephanie, what's your address?
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, 11 Austin Drive Extension.
Thank you.
Chris, when I come up in line, I have one to read from the public whenever it's convenient.
Okay.
It's
If you
Jenny.
can raise your hand, Jenny, it'll add you to the queue. I see 8 folks.
I don't have that
in the
feature.
queue.
I don't have that feature anywhere on my computer. If someone can show me where to find it, I've looked in reactions and elsewhere. That's why I'm chiming in. Sorry about
It's
that.
at the bottom of reactions.
If it was, I'd be using it. Thank you. I don't have that option.
We can just track after Gail Bellis.
And I think actually that's Gail
Excuse me if I may be of
Bellis'
assistance.
second time around, so it'll be for that.
If I may be of assistance, click on participants and there will be an option to raise your hand. If that'll help. Thank you.
Different
I don't
versions
want to
of
make
Zoom
this about my
Zoom are
computer,
different.
but I
I know
have a
Jenny's had this
button and a
problem
video
before,
and that's
so.
it.
All right. Well, Jenny, we'll note where you are in the queue. It'll be after Sarah Odell. So that was Stephanie. That brings us to Emily, please.
Hi, I believe I just spoke. Anyway, I'm Emily Allward. I am a former Joel Barlow High School student and a former student of John Reed Middle School and Reading Elementary School. And some of you may know me by a different name. And that is part of why I'm speaking here today in full support of this survey. I am transgender, openly transgender, and I did not feel safe coming out about that at high school. I believe someone mentioned previously that there were people who switched schools because they didn't feel safe coming out there. I was one of those people who switched schools. I have gone instead to a school called Cedarhurst in Hamden, but I don't believe that's relevant right now. What I'm trying to say is that if this helps people feel more safe in school, feel more safe being themselves instead of feeling miserable, pretending to be someone they're not, then I am in full support of it. I wish all trans students in the ER9 district the best, and I wish everyone here a good evening. That's about all I have to say. Thank you.
Emily, your address?
Oh, my address? I live on Cross Highway in Reading.
Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Next, I see John.
Yes, good evening. John Belfato, Portland Avenue in Reading. I first read the survey either yesterday or this morning, and on its face, I was very, very opposed to it. I just simply don't think it's the school's position or place to engage this, especially to the younger age kids. But being open-minded and a diverse and equitable and inclusive person myself, I have no problem discussing it, but therein lies the problem. I only learned about it this morning. And like much of the other participants have said, I think it would be a better idea, especially in a forum other than a Zoom meeting, because I think that these are poor forums for this, to discuss it further. And maybe I will be in support of it, but as of right now, I just can't be because I don't know enough about it. And hearing from the few people that I do over the course of the last hour this evening just doesn't sway me enough. I implore you to try and extend this out a little bit more and hear from the community a little bit more. I'd also look forward to the time, and maybe the board can reply to me at some point as to when they may be conducting these meetings back in person. And that's it.
Thank you, John. Next, I see Anne.
Before I apologize, I have one final thing to say. I forgot about it.
Emily, I've got to put you back in the queue.
That's
and
okay.
let everybody
Thank
else
you.
have their first shot first.
Thank you.
Anne?
Hello. Did you say
Anne?
Ann or did you
Not
say
Ben?
Ben?
Anne?
Oh.
Anne Minuski.
Ann Minuski. Good evening.
Yes.
I'm a 20-year resident, former school counselor, elementary school counselor, Connecticut coordinator for child abuse in the classroom, which had to do with family rights to privacy. And I'm currently the Connecticut Republican Assembly president. Point of order, I'm concerned about the agenda that went out tonight because it did not follow the standard practice of the typical outline of the agenda. It's not discussion and possible action, and I don't know where that is. That needs to be dealt with.
The point of order is out of order. You may continue.
Good. It was already sent. So I am against the DEI survey because we don't know what it actually is comprised of. They were working on it this afternoon. I'm against surveys of children due to the fact that we don't know what's in the surveys. They aren't providing good information, and it is a part of the Hegelian dialectic dropped on the town of Easton after the George Floyd passed away exactly 1 year today. This, the DEI goes against the Fourth Amendment, search and seizure of the public. So if there are individuals, and again, being a counselor, former counselor, I did counseling on children. I did surveys with children individually. So if children need help, that's where it should be. And I'm sure every parent would agree with that. CRT also, the critical race theory, that goes against the 1965 Civil Rights Act. This is humanity. As Dr. Avita King has printed, we are the human race. There's nobody that should be any, as an animal farm, more special than another. The collecting of children's data, what we know is from being on the student data privacy task, one of the parents involved with student data privacy, the third parties are buying the data and de-anonymizing it. So parents should be concerned about any type of data. If this would go through, know that the school has to put through a survey. The parents do not have to have the child take the survey. And lastly, we need to unmask our children. It is dangerous.
And your 2 minutes are up if you
and
can
we
wrap up.
need to open up our state and our town.
Please.
Thank you.
Thank you. And next I see Allison.
Yes, good evening. Allison Bonoff, 19 Gregory Farm Road, Easton, Connecticut. First, I'd really like to thank everybody and commend the board for allowing everybody to speak, because I do think that's important, and they're allowing this before they take any further action. So I really am quite impressed with that, and I thank you very much. I might take a different tactic than others here. I feel that the survey is going to move forward. I just want to make sure that it's moving forward for the right reasons tonight. I know we have two open positions, two principal positions open. So if anybody might view it, they're on here looking for those open positions. They might view that any board member or administrators that don't agree, it may show us all in a poor light. So I just hope we're all doing the right thing tonight for the right reasons. Some other items that I just want to point out, assuming that this is going to go through, what is statistically significant? How many do you have to have? Who is actually, maybe I missed this, combining all this information? Who's mining it all? Are we giving it to a third party? Are we paying them? How much is it happening at the central office? How much time are we going to take on, compiling everything, and what are we hopefully going to get out of this? I'm also worried about personal protection of any student's name that's on the surveys. Are you locking them up at night if this is like in central office? Are people bound to not talking about this personally with other people? You go to the restroom or lunch, you leave the paper on your desk, somebody comes by. This is all very important student information. So I just hope that we're also thinking about this. We've heard a lot of students that
If you can wrap up, please, Allison, you're over 2 minutes at this point.
Terrible stories. I just want to make a point to say that I want to make sure that whatever wasn't right before in the schools, to help all of these kids and everybody else that had an issue, that they didn't feel comfortable, etc., or they did come forward and nothing was done. I just want to make sure that we address that before we get all this data to really make all of this worth it, all of this power and hours that everybody's going toward. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison. Next, I see Ben.
Thank you. Ben Fligelman, 72 Pocahontas Road, Reading. I'd just like to keep my remarks brief. I am in full support of the work of the Committee on Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. And while I only speak for myself, I bring my perspective as the president of the Barlow class of 2022 and as someone who attended Reading Elementary School, John Reed Middle School, and Joel Barlow High School. Thank you, and please support the survey.
Thank you, Ben. Next, I see Sarah Odell.
Sorry, always a struggle to unmute. Sarah Odell, Black Rock Turnpike in Reading. So I just wanted to start by thanking the DEI task force for all the work that they've been doing, and all of our Board of Ed members for thoughtfully discussing this. I've been, finding time in my schedule of jobs and kids and Girl Scouts and lacrosse to get to these DEI meetings. And I can tell you, if you have not attended, they're very interesting and inspiring. And I know somebody had said that we should make room for kids to be a part of this discussion. And I think if you attend these meetings, they have had a lot of great comments, both from the public, from students, current students, previous students, as well as there are student members of the committee. So they were very involved. As I understand, I'm not a member of the committee, but just listening in, that they were a vital part of making this what it is. And so I just wanted to thank them for that. I wanted to speak primarily because I have younger children, and I haven't heard a lot of folks who have mentioned having younger kids. I have a 6-year-old in kindergarten this year.
And maybe you just can't handle it, you filthy.
And I have a 10-year-old who will be entering John Reed next year. And although he won't be, as I understand it, receiving the survey, I can tell you that I think it's a great idea to give it to the kids in middle school. As a middle school parent, I can, especially one who's been sitting at home with their kids for a lot of this year, I can tell you that these kids know this stuff already. They're already talking about it in 4th grade at RES. There's already conversations about sexuality. There are conversations about race. There are conversations about ethnic backgrounds. There are conversations about religion. And they are wonderful conversations for the most part at this age. And I think that we have a great opportunity to serve all the children in our district by continuing to have these good conversations and support all the students. It's for the benefit of every single student in the district to have these conversations. It prepares them for a future beyond Reading and Easton. I worked in HR for a lot of years, and you need to bring—
Thank you, Sarah. You're over 2 minutes. If you could wrap up, please.
Yep. If you want to work in a corporate environment, you need to be ready to be professional to all the people in your world. So I just want to encourage you to go ahead and move forward with the survey. Thanks.
Thank you, Sarah. If I'm not mistaken, Gail has spoken once, so I'm going to pass Gail to Caitlin Colangelo.
Sorry, it wouldn't let me unmute myself. I'm Caitlin Colangelo at Wildwood Road in Easton, and I just want to say that I fully support the work of the DEI task force and the passing of the survey. Thank you.
Thank you, Caitlin. I next see Daisy. Daisy, are you there?
Hi, yeah, good evening. My name is Daisy Procopia over at Portland Avenue. I just wanted to say that at my and elementary school children, we come from Stanford. It's very diverse. I am Mexican myself, first generation here in the United States. I was bullied. I have lesbian sisters, transgender family members, gay friends. I just don't think it's appropriate for middle schoolers. I like to see it done at high school level. And I want to see mask choice for the fall. I just want to see happier children and have their facial expressions back in the classrooms. Thank you.
Thank you, Daisy. Next, I see Vanessa. And just so the folks are aware, due to an issue with folks sort of breaking into the room and unmuting themselves, we've locked the muting circumstance, so we're going to be asking folks to unmute. You won't be able to unmute yourself for the duration of the public comment. Vanessa, you should be okay though.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. I support the DEI survey. I actually was I guess a participant in the meeting where they went through the questions, and I was so impressed by the range of questions that were put together, and a lot of them were put in there by middle school students. And I think that it was things that people may not always think of, especially adults, like, do you feel that you're singled out because of your hair? Do you feel singled out because of what you eat? Do you feel singled out because of the clothes you wear? Do you feel singled out because of the color of your skin? Do you feel all these ways because of your gender identity? There wasn't just like one thing that stood out. It was just that it was so broad and all-encompassing. And I thought it was wonderful that they included so many people that could feel marginalized for so many ways. I have 3 children. My oldest is trans on the autism spectrum, and the other 2, as far as I am aware, are cis and straight, but we don't know yet. And by incorporating these surveys to the kids, we're putting this out there for them to answer anonymously, to say how they feel about themselves. And we're making sure that things like being of a different race, of a different religion, of a different gender identity or sexual identity is not considered weird or not normal. And by everybody wanting to table this or not putting it on, we're sort of saying we're we're saying this language is not right and that we shouldn't incorporate it. But if we educate early, then we can stop the bullying later and we can have a more peaceful society where people feel welcome and safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa. I'm going to pass Emily as she has spoken once already and move to Victoria, and note that at this point we are over 1 hour of public comment and there are 13 folks in the queue. And remind folks, if you're agreeing with somebody else, you can incorporate and just simply say that you're agreeing with that. We have an 18 item agenda and this is number 2. Victoria, go ahead.
Sorry, it wasn't letting me unmute. My name is Victoria Biafor. I live on High Ridge Road in Easton. I'm here to voice my enthusiastic support for these surveys. I see many parents here speaking on behalf of their students and on behalf of the community. I appreciate their valuable inputs. I'm loving what most people have said. I'm grateful for the opportunity to share my point of view as a 2018 graduate of Joel Barlow. I want to clarify that I'm speaking only about my experience as a queer person at Barlow and how this survey will benefit kids like me. When I was a student, I regularly experienced bullying and homophobia due to my sexual orientation. I consider myself lucky that I didn't question or realize my gender non-binary identity until college, as I was able to avoid the transphobia and lack of understanding that was highly present at Barlow. When I did feel comfortable enough to report homophobic incidents to faculty or administration, there seemed to be gaps in the policy on how to handle those situations, and things were either made worse or no changes were made whatsoever. This survey seems as if it will directly address those gaps and make the ER9 schools a safer place for students with differences that are treated in a way that negatively affects their learning experiences. As a queer student, I wish something like this had existed when I was a student, and I believe it will do nothing but benefit the marginalized groups in our community. Thank you to the Board of Ed and the DEI Task Force, and I beg you to move forward with the survey. Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria. Next, I see June, who will be followed by Drew, who is the next person who has not yet spoken. June, go ahead.
Rock House Road, Easton. A couple of comments. One, I thank the board and DEI for this work. However, I do not believe that this survey is going to resolve a bunch of issues. I think that at what we've heard from a lot of the young folks from this is that bullying is going on at the school. You have a school climate survey, you have a safety survey, you have all these surveys, but what do we do with the survey and the information that's mined out of this? Where does it go? Who does it? And then what's the reaction or the remedy from these surveys? Because I have been hearing many of these meetings, these poor kids have been bullied, have been tortured through school, and nothing's changed. So I'm not really sure how another survey is going to help this. We need to really take a look at the bullying part of this whole situation first before we can move on to going into a survey. And my concern is this data mining. Where's this going? Who's going to be doing this survey, actually combing the information? And what do you hope to gain from the information that you comb out of this? And I think if you really explain that to parents, you're going to alleviate some fears as to what, because this is really personal information, that it's sacred information about your child. And no one said where this is going, why you're doing this specifically, and how this is going to be handled, and why you're doing this. What's the direction, what's the goal, and what's the end game of this? Thank you.
Thank you, June. We're going to go to Drew next, and then I realized that I forgot to come back to Jenny, so Jenny will come after Drew.
Hi there. So Andrew Luca, I live on Fire Hill Road in Reading. So first of all, I wanted to say that I agree with the statement around there needs to be more done around bullying, right? Students that are known to bully kids. We have a 7th grader and a 9th grader. We see it all the time. That's something that probably needs more attention here than this piece. I would also encourage the board to either table this now or vote no on the survey. Irrespective or regardless of what you decide, our children will not participate in the survey. We've had a long conversation with them. We have an open culture in our family. We discuss just about everything. As people who know us know that we talk about just about everything. And our belief is to help others to speak out and to be heard. one of the concerns that I would have here as well is how this is truly anonymous for for the children here, how the data is being treated, where you're storing it, what you're doing. Someone earlier said SurveyMonkey. I would hazard a guess that it's probably being done through a Google form, neither of which are anonymous. And that data sitting out there, there are clearly rules in other parts of the world and in other states in the country around how that data gets treated and stored. We don't have that here in Connecticut. I think you need to think through that. Our belief and our feeling is, as I think was said earlier, is the teachers' jobs are to educate our children, not to narrow down their views and espouse whatever their own beliefs are. It's to teach them critical thinking and to teach them how to make it through the world. The other piece that I'm going to throw in here too at the end is having a difference of opinion does not make me or others narrow-minded or racist or privileged or not inclusive. It's my belief, it's our belief that this is not something that the school should be doing and should be putting forward. It certainly should not be mandatory.
Thank you, Andrew. Jenny, are you around?
I'm here. Thanks, Chris.
There you go.
This is from Kristen, and I apologize for the pronunciation if it's incorrect. Carollo. It's Queirollo on Beers Road in Easton. I want to first start by saying that although our community may have different opinions, I believe one thing we can all unanimously agree on is that all parents and members of our community love our children and want the best for them. I support the LGBTQ community and want everyone to feel safe in who they are. However, I cannot support the questions in these survey regarding gender or sexual orientation. These are very personal questions, which I think are inappropriate and quite frankly, no one's business, especially when asking our children in middle or high school. I don't know how anyone can think it is okay for a school district to question the sexual orientation of a child as young as 11 years old. My child will be in middle school in a year, and I would not let them take this survey. Each child develops and figures out themselves in their own time. I have heard people say, who cares if you don't like the survey, you can opt out. Well, if most families decide to opt out because of these extremely personal questions, then what is the point of this survey? I heard in a previous BOE meeting where one student and a couple of parents said their children were bullied. If the board members already know this and believe any type of bullying is continuing, then why haven't you done something about it? And why are you not doing anything about it now? If parents opt out and the surveys are anonymous, then it does not serve any purpose or provide any solutions. Thank you. And Chris, thank you. Is it possible to, I know there's a lot of us, but for the board member, I know you don't want people to intrude from outside or hacking in, but for us to be co-hosts so that we can.
I think once we transition out of public comment, we'll make some adjustments. I know John is helping in the background manage this, and I appreciate that.
All right, thank you.
The next person who has not spoken yet, I believe in the queue is Alexander Erickson.
Hello?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Alex Erickson of Sidecut Road in Reading. I have two kids in Reading Elementary and middle school. I fully support this survey and I urge the board to vote yes, for the majority of the board to speak up and do the right thing for the minority of the community and provide them a safe space to finally speak out. That is much needed in this day and age. Communication and knowledge can only be obtained through listening and understanding. That is the purpose of the survey at its heart. And fear of a result of a survey or an unwillingness to confront an issue caused by a survey by some should not be a showstopper for what people are trying to do here. We're not doing this for the adults. We're doing this for the children. We are allowing them a safe space to speak up, and hopefully something good will come out of this. I'm supporting this 100%, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Alex. Next, I see Stephanie Benton.
Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, Stephanie from Reading, Connecticut. I have two children in the one at RES and one at JRMS. I'm sorry, at Barlow. And I support the efforts of the DEI committee, and I support the survey with the changes that were made. You removed the definitions, but I was still wondering, are the terms still used and your version of the definition remains? Primarily, I disagreed with the use of the term power and the definition of inclusion. In the definitions that I have read, I didn't see that, so I was surprised to see that is how you would define inclusion. And at an earlier meeting, I did voice my concerns to why I think inclusion is more of a primary concern than diversity in this town. I disagree also with the timing and availability of the materials. They were very hard for me to find. My concern is that whether the survey passes or not, are you, the board, prepared to put safeguards in place to ensure the policies or processes that support the survey are updated to include references to it or the mission of the committee? Are you prepared to implement disciplinary actions if you find that there are things that come out of the survey that students have violated or reprimanded? Are you prepared to hold people accountable? And are you prepared to be transparent? My hope is that the school committee at large will be the first responders and will report this information, and that the board receives regular reports that are made public at the meetings and not directed parents to the website to review. I would also hope that these reports, or how to obtain them, are made available to prospective families and current families. And lastly, I would hope that there are safeguards in place to protect the confidential nature of these results and that they are tabulated by an independent third party. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Next, I see Alexander and then Sarah, and that concludes all of the first-time commenters. At this time, if anybody else who is in the meeting wishes to speak for the first time, please raise your hand. Otherwise, we'll close that queue after Sarah. But first, I will introduce Alexander, please.
Yep. Hello, this is Alex Illy from 42 Rosa Drive in Easton, Connecticut. I'm currently attending Joe Barlow, and I'm in strong opposition to the survey. I just have some questions regarding the parameters of the survey and its contents. And I also think that before any changes or votes are taken, it is of extreme importance that Easton and Reading residents have substantially more time to formulate their opinion, considering the survey was sent out this morning. Furthermore, I would also like to question the morality of displaying these survey questions to young, extremely impressionable students who do not have the maturity or the know-how to flesh out their own opinions. Lastly, me and others question the position of the school to engage in such polarizing and frankly political discussion, as the job of the school is to educate the student body and not narrow down the students' opinions by calling differing opinions as racist, bigoted, or privileged. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Sarah? Sarah Hunsucker?
Can you hear me?
There you go.
Hi, Sarah Hunsucker, Elm Drive, Easton. I just want to voice my support for the survey and the work that the DEI or DIE is doing. I also want to just make a point that the face of Easton is changing, and Reading, I'm sure, as well, as more families move into the area with a more diverse background. I believe that their voices should be represented. With respect to people who do not have kids in the school system and do still pay taxes, I understand where you're coming from. However, the face of the kids in the school is changing, and they need to be represented fairly. There is no sense in trying to quiet representation. I think it's really important. The average age of kids becoming aware that they are not straight, cisgendered is between the ages of 10 to 13. So I do support it being in the junior high. There's nothing that's indicated that their data will be mined. I fully trust ER9 when they say that data will be kept private. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sarah. I see Marianne, followed by David.
Thank you. Marianne Carmen, 164 Umpqua Road in Reading. My husband and I, Andrew and I, want to express our support and appreciation for the important work being done by the Region 9 DEI Task Force. We've been impressed with the thoughtful, deliberative, and transparent work. The meetings are all accessible to be viewed online, as well as the minutes. The DEI framework guiding the effort and the time and space given to community members at the task force meetings. We're very impressed with this. So we've been, we really urge the Reading and Easton school boards to adopt the ER9 equity statement, which will ensure that all members of the community feel supported. While we also encourage the school boards to adopt the DEI task force survey and for all families and students to fully engage with the questions, we also appreciate that parents can have their children opt out of the survey. This tells us that all perspectives are indeed being heard, respected, and supported by the committee, since anyone can choose not to participate. But we strongly feel that the students' voices are what is important. The survey in particular gives those who feel marginalized an extraordinary opportunity to have their worth and dignity upheld. Thank you.
Thank you, Marianne. David?
Yeah, David Antonez, 575 Judd Road in Easton. Many people have spoken before about it, but I am against the work of the DEI task force, and I'm against the survey. I believe the role of the Board of Education in our schools is to educate our children and teach them how to think independently. It's not to teach them what to think. I think there's a big difference in that. And I think the board has lost its primary focus, which is to educate our children. And last I checked, and it's been going on for some time, we're not even the top school in District A. So you're not doing your job as well as you should be, because we're not even competitive with the schools that we are measured against. Instead, we're spending a lot of time and effort focusing on DEI, which others have, rightfully pointed out. You have other surveys that you've conducted over the past years, and apparently nothing has been done with them. No actions have been taken to correct, measures that are inappropriate in the schools. And unless you're going to take action, then this is all just a complete waste of time. I'm also want to point out to everyone that Easton recently had a townwide election to approve the school budgets, and there was a question that evolved out of the critical race theory. The school budgets passed by a 2-to-1 margin. The town question that was related to critical race theory lost by a 2-to-1 margin, which means that more than half the people who voted for the school budgets also voted against critical race theory coming into the town of Easton. So I think the board needs to focus its efforts on its primary responsibility, which is to educate our children how to think. I have no problem with you, teaching a wider range of topics within the school, to give a wider perspective of things that maybe have been taught in the past, but that's your primary role, and I think you're advocating.
Thank you, David. At this point, I believe, has Susan Falzone spoken once? I've lost track. No? I'm seeing head shaking.
Hi.
Susan, if this is your first time, you're recognized.
It is my first time. Thanks, Chris. Susan Falzoni, 87 Flat Rock Road. I'd like to voice my support for the survey as well. As a mother to a non-binary child, it's disheartening to hear the pushback on a survey that's goal is to help our students who may not feel safe or accepted in our schools. Children know their gender, cis or trans, as young as 3 to 4 years old. Cisgender people are privileged to have their gender listed out on forms and surveys. It's something that we don't even give thought to. But to a person that identifies as a gender other than cis, it means everything. It means that they are seen and that their voice matters. LGBTQ plus students are in our elementary, middle, and high schools, and they deserve to be seen and heard for their whole selves and given the same opportunities to thrive in our schools. They need our support. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. The last first time around speaker I see is Daryl Bradford. Daryl, go ahead.
Thanks, Chris. Good evening, everybody. And I have to say, I just learned about this survey about 4 or 5 days ago. And I did not learn about it from any of the boards that are represented here tonight. I didn't learn about it from the superintendent or from the administration. I learned about it from a mailer that was sent around by an organization called Save Our Towns, Save Our Schools. And I just, while at this point, I haven't read the survey, and I acknowledge I haven't had time to look at it. I have not attended every single Board of Ed meeting this year, although I consider myself a parent who is very, very active in the schools. I have 2 children in the middle schools. I stay close to the school. I read every single email that is sent out by the administration, every email that is sent out by the superintendent's office. And yet, as a parent, I've heard nothing about this until just a few days ago. So as others have said this evening, I would urge the board to table any action on the survey tonight and to at least hold some kind of a public meeting that gives all parents, and especially middle school parents, an opportunity to learn more about the objectives, about how the data will be used, what kind of policies or procedures will be adopted so that we can finally put an end to the bullying that has been described, the discrimination, the harassment. I don't doubt that these things exist in the schools. I'm sure that they do. Reading is not, unique in all of America, but I think that there are a lot of parents' voices who are simply not represented tonight, despite the fact that we still have 181 people on this Zoom meeting this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Daryl. I see Yosef followed by Pina. Yosef, go ahead. Pina, go ahead.
Thank you so much for having me, and thank you to all of the board members and administrators and teachers that I see are on the line. I'm Pina Jabari of Wood Road in Reading. I have 2 students at Reading Elementary School, but I also am a graduate of Joe Barlow High School myself from the class of 2000. When I was a student at Joe Barlow, we had an administrator who committed suicide, and because his sexual orientation was discovered. And I just want to acknowledge that this is not a new issue for us here in this town. We also had a fellow student who attempted suicide when I was a student at Joe Barlow. So I applaud the efforts of the DEI committee and the boards to ensure that we create the most safe and inclusive environment that we can for our children, for our teachers, our administrators in our town. Thank you.
Thank you, Pina. I'm going to ask at this time, as I see no first-time speakers in the queue, if John and Todd, if you can just help me scroll the tiles, if there's anybody else who's trying to get our attention to be introduced, to be heard for the first time.
I don't see anybody.
I don't see anybody either. Okay, in that case, I'm sorry?
No, I don't see anyone else.
Okay. All right. In that case, I see 3 hands seeking to be recognized for a second time. I would ask 4 hands for a second time. I would ask that those comments be kept brief, and if they are repetitive or something else, please reconsider making a second comment. Emily, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. I wanted to add on to what I said earlier about people concerned about, I'm sorry, let me restart. There were people who brought up concerns of people being too young to understand the terms on these surveys. And I just want you to know that I started questioning my gender and my sexuality when I was 13 years old in 8th grade. I was scared and didn't know what to do. I didn't have the resources available to me to know what to do about it. And there are people who can't seem to understand that there are students out there who need this help, and this survey may lead to some very important resources for them. So I ask you all to support this survey. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Jack, followed by Lou.
Hi, I'm just going to keep it really brief because I know we've all been here for a while. I just wanted to say that I have been called the F slur from a very young age, and yes, parents teach their kids to be kind to all, but the kids that called me these names, those parents said the same exact thing. And I'm not saying that all of your guys' kids are bad, homophobic people. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that you really never know how deep the problem goes, and this survey will hopefully get to the deeper parts of those problems. I was called the F slur in 4th grade and 5th grade, 6th grade, 7th grade, all throughout senior year of high school. And the reason why it's so important that this passes now and we don't table it for later is because people are dying. I was told to kill myself nearly every day of middle school because of the way that I talked, the way that I walked, all of these things that I can't really change about myself. So the reason why it's so important to pass is because that shouldn't be happening. As a 11-year-old, I should not be being told by my peers that I should kill myself because of who I am. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. Lou, followed by Gail, followed by Agnes, who will be the last comment. Go ahead, Lou.
Hi. Yeah, I wasn't going to speak again, but I heard a number of people talk about bullying. And there's all kinds of bullying. I mean, there's bullying of kids by kids. And I would agree with those people who said that needs to be addressed almost as a separate issue. But there's bullying by teachers of students. And I know this from personal experience. My kids are grown now, but both of them went through the Reading school system. And while I was involved in politics in the town, and I had to pull both of them from school because teachers would dress them down for their parents' belief in front of the other students. That happens. And I think everyone needs to think very carefully about the can of worms you're opening when you introduce concepts related to critical race theory and ideas, frankly, that are more associated with progressivism. I think that completely independent of whether you believe in it or don't believe in it, you are opening up the possibility of teachers directly or indirectly enforcing their own beliefs on students. And the best that can come out of a situation like that is that you have parents withdraw their kids from the schools, but then think about the support that the community is going to give the schools. It would be a lot weaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Lou. Gail, go ahead.
Hi, I just wanted to clarify that I am in support of the survey if that didn't come through before. However, I do feel that if you were to poll the high school students themselves, that I'm willing to put money on it that would go through, that the majority of them would vote in favor of such a survey. So with that said, I would propose that you run a survey, whether it's this one or if it's, revised after this meeting, run a survey through at high school level, give it to all students, but at the end of the survey, have an evaluation about the survey where they can make comments regarding to whether or not they felt comfortable, if they thought this was helpful, how would they revise it? Is there any rewording that they would suggest? So I just wanted to add that it's okay to hear from, it's wonderful to hear from 10 or 12 students, but I think all parents would be very surprised to hear from the majority of the students. And I'm sure they would be in favor of such a survey, maybe modified to a degree. Thank you.
Thank you. Agnes, go ahead.
Hi, Agnes Yvonne, Black Rock Turnpike, East Connecticut. I heard the argument that parents want their kids to be focusing on traditional academic courses, Students who are being bullied and harassed cannot perform well in these courses. DEI work and SEL work do not take away from other courses. The point of the survey isn't to punish students, it's to see how students are being impacted based on their identities. Nowhere in the survey does it say you are racist if you answer a certain way. Again, that's not the point of the survey. If you care about the lives of students and alumni who have spoken about how they've been treated negatively in our schools, you should support this survey. Acknowledging the existence of people is not a political view or opinion. Again, I urge the board to vote yes tonight to all surveys as written.
Thank you, Agnes. Since I recognize Agnes as the last speaker, 2 more hands came up. Those will absolutely be the last 2. Beatrix, followed by Christy, please.
Hi, I guess it's me. Okay, sorry. I just want to say there were a few, very quickly, there were a few people who mentioned what is being done with the data and how we're handling it. I just want you to know, I do want to say that towards the end of this meeting, those of us who are on the DEI committee will be addressing those concerns. One of the things we heard about was, the fear of retaliation if people really spoke out and spoke their truths. And so that was really a driving factor for us. For anyone who is concerned about that, please stick around to the end where those questions will be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Beatrix, Christy?
Hi, Christy Sadowski, Bayberry Lane in Easton, and I'm sorry to jump in so late, but I just wanted to make a comment. I have 2 kids in the schools. I'm also on the Board of Selectmen in Easton, and from a procedural standpoint, the updated survey was released this morning, was put out to the board members and to the community today. And I'm sure many people didn't have a chance to review or go through the 88-page PDF and closely look at it. And I know that if I was handed something on the morning that I was expected to vote on it, I would have serious concerns. And obviously there's nearly 200 people logged in tonight. There's definite interest and strong feelings on both sides on all of this. And I would encourage the board to kind of delay a vote tonight, just based on the fact that updated information was put out today. And I don't think it's necessarily even fair to the board members to expect to vote on something that was just handed to them that obviously carries such an important strength in our town, in our towns and our school districts. But that's all I wanted to add. And I thank you all for your time, and I'll be done.
Thank you, Christy. And at 9:10 p.m., that concludes item number 2 on the agenda. Thank you, everybody, for doing your best to stay within 2 minutes and also remaining civil throughout that lengthy public comment period. It brings us to board member comment, and we will go around the horn starting in Easton. And I will ask John and Todd for help making all the board members co-hosts so that we don't have an issue with muting and unmuting. But in the meantime, if Easton board members wish to comment, you can raise your digital hand while we're looking for you.
So Chris, we actually won't be able to make others co-hosts. Only the actual host can make others co-hosts.
Oh,
yep.
Okay.
So
you're giving me work.
But I can certainly unmute. I can certainly unmute people.
Okay.
Any members of the Easton board who would like to make board member comment at this time? Yes, Jenny.
Actually, my first comment is more of a procedural one as far as Zoom is concerned. It is really challenging to have a meeting over Zoom with the number of us that there are. But like when I look at my screen, I can see Chris, myself, and you. And then and Todd, some members of the public who are on video, and then the majority of everybody is on page 2. So I guess I'm looking for some guidance or help as how can we get, is it possible? I mean, I certainly mean absolutely no disrespect or unwelcome to the members of the public. But if we ask folks that are not administrators or board members to turn off their video, would that consolidate all of us to at least be able to see each other on the screen?
It would. And especially Jenny, if you select hide non-video participants.
Where would one do that? I apologize.
If you can right click, I'm not sure if you're on a Mac or a PC.
Yeah, it's not letting me do that.
Okay. So there should be a setting somewhere there that's hide non-video participants.
Okay.
And that would help to bubble up all of us. And depending on, if you have the latest version, you can also drag video windows around and Okay. So you should be able to drag the video tiles around, but that's only if you have the sort of more recent version of Zoom.
I'm getting some notice about recording.
Yeah, no, I think maybe one of the co-hosts wanted to have a local recording of it or something like that, and they clicked
Okay.
record and then they stopped.
All right, I just clicked continue. Anyway, I do. Oh my goodness. I do have a comment to read. I didn't want to jump ahead of anybody else. I was mostly wanting to ask about the video aspect.
Okay. Any other members of the Easton board who would like to make comment before Jenny's? Yes, Jeff.
Thank you, John, and Chris. Thank you for navigating us through that very long and yet very informative public comment. First, I want to thank the many. It's well over 100 people who sent board members emails expressing their either their support for the survey or okay, well, I guess the recording stopped. But at any rate, whether it was yes or whether it was no, I certainly got the message that this is a highly sensitive topic for a great number of people. So I will finish it up by saying that it is very difficult when you get something, a final document at 3 o'clock, even though I had certainly looked over the questions in some of the earlier iterations. It's very difficult to think that can be a serious consideration about voting either for or against this at this time. There's just not enough information, not a chance to digest what has already been sent. I was going through trying to figure out which questions were changed, which questions weren't, what order, and certainly that makes it, I think, if it was difficult for me, and I've obviously spent a fair amount of time with this, I would imagine that it would be difficult for a lot of people. Thank you.
All right. Any other members of the Easton board who would like to make comment? Okay, Jenny.
All right. We are going to talk about some issues tonight that feel very big and important, and not least among them are the DEI surveys and statement. I recently joined the DEI committee and was pleased to be a part of my first meeting with them last Wednesday night. In an ironic development in our house, my 8-year-old son began fervently asking where babies come from the very next day. He is clearly no longer satisfied with the fluffy version that makes it sound like the doctor at the hospital waves a magic wand and presto, the baby joins the outside world. I tried to respond with a slightly more specific explanation, but that obviously wasn't enough. No, Mom, where does the baby come out of? I was stricken mute, and I've been a biology teacher for over 20 years. So in a stellar parenting move, I stalled. I told him I had to make dinner and we would look it up together later. But later I thought, is he old enough to know the anatomy? Should I show him pictures? How much should I tell him? I know my husband and I will figure out the right answer for our son at this time in his life. But in thinking about that moment, I am grateful for the autonomy to make that choice for us in our own time, in our own way. Since he's my oldest, every new stage is a first, and it goes by so fast sometimes I feel like I'm barely tethered to the spacecraft. Right or wrong, I'm clinging to every moment of their childhood with white knuckles. We never know when the last time our kids do something is going to be the last time, and the first times for things can be terrifying. As a board member right now, I'm trying to be sensitive to where every member of our school families are on their journeys of firsts and lasts. While clumsily dodging my son's baby questions, I've also been talking to a friend about her non-binary transgender son. She is the person I turn to try to understand and learn. Her experience informs what I do as a board member, a mom, a friend, and a teacher. For her son, DEI feels like a matter of life and death. While I'm worried about talking about where babies come from, she is praying like mad that her kid doesn't end his life before he gets a chance to start. And that's where this all starts to feel so big and impossible and consequential. We've received dozens of emails about the surveys. I've now had conversations about them with people in Carline, at soccer, at baseball, in my yard, over text, messenger, email, and phone. I struggle with what to say to those who are completely against DEI in our schools. To me, it's a natural extension of personalized, student-centered learning. Or who think there's no room for improvement and assessment of our practices. A healthy system always engages in self-reflection and evaluation and gathers input from stakeholders. But I am also trying to take any outright rejection as a sign that we must do better to inform the public of our intentions and be very specific about the kinds of changes we hope to see. Beyond that, what I hear are people who are advocating for broader acceptance and normalization of their children's differences, and others who want to keep some aspects of their lives and their children's lives private. In my view, there is nothing wrong with either. It will be the work of the three boards to take into account all points of view and arrive at the best decision, not a perfect one. To the families of children of LGBTQ+ youth and to those whose religious or cultural beliefs recognize a different path, I hear and see all of you. What I ask of the public is to give the boards the space and grace to work the problem, for you not to equate thinking of the bigger picture with a lack of understanding or good intention. Engaging in these discussions is what will ensure the long-term success of our goals. I promise you that none of us would be here if we were not interested in the education of safe, happy, productive children who will leave us with the skills to choose their own futures with their hearts wide open. I'll end with a quote from, yes, Grey's Anatomy. It's easy to stand outside a complicated situation and judge the people involved. These are complicated issues that deserve thoughtful, objective consideration of every member of our community. I look forward to a productive evening with all of my fellow hardworking, student-centered board members. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. Other comment in Easton? Right. At this point, all board members should be co-hosts, so you should be able to unmute yourselves. If you're not a co-host, raise your digital hand and we'll help you. Any board member comment from Reading this evening? Heather?
Yeah, I'm gonna save my comments on the survey until that part of the agenda. We've got a lot of stuff to get to before that, but I'm just wondering, we keep getting bombed in here, and is there any way we can turn off people's cameras unless they're board members until it's time for public comment? I mean, I'm having to like.
Yes, we can disable. Yes, we can disable participants being able to turn on their videos. That is a capability.
Thanks.
Yep.
I think also I would note that now that all the board members are co-hosts, board members, please don't press record accidentally, and also please don't admit anybody from the waiting room. Let the chairs handle that, as we have been watching the folks who have been coming in with wrong intent.
Yes, and if board members could turn on cameras as well, that'll help us get tiles together on our screens.
Yep. Help us see you. Anybody else in Reading with comment? Region 9?
Yeah, and then I'll open it up. We're gonna have to raise hands. I'm trying to find everybody. So I see Mike's hand.
Yeah, did you just do Reading or not?
I did Reading. Go
sorry.
Go ahead, Mike. Sorry.
Yeah,
Mike is staying on hold.
Okay, you ready?
Yep.
Hey, so this is possibly the most controversial topic I've had to address as a board member, in 6 years on the board. So many emails, calls, and texts, both on my board email and on my work email. People that I know, people that I don't know. I've not even had the opportunity to read the emails that came in after 3 p.m. today, and I feel really badly about that because I want to read every one of them before I have a chance to, really weigh in on this subject. Members of the public, I'm sure, as you all know, my fellow board members know, have spoken out for and against, and some have just come and wanted to ask questions about, and express confusion as to the origin of this, the survey, why it would be given to 11-year-olds, what the results of the previous surveys were, et cetera. And I'm concerned that, if this is an opt-in survey, that we intend to either take action or not take action based upon the data, that we would be, taking action with incomplete data, without hearing everyone's voice. I also think we need to hear from our IT team here, our district IT team, about how we can keep the data safe. How we can assure everyone that their responses would be, protected and kept private. And, I have not had the chance to review the changes that were made a few hours ago. Maybe they weren't significant, but I just don't know. And I'm not sure if all board members have. And I feel like we would be better serving, the students and the residents of Reading and Easton if we talked about this tonight, but tabled the actual decision until, we've had a chance really to absorb this and all the input here, not only the input from members of the public, but, input from students and fellow board members. So thanks for listening. And I hope we can maybe put off the actual decision here until the next tri-board meeting. Thanks.
Heather, I see your hand
Yeah, I just wanted
up. I'm going to ask that if it's a response, that we hold it to the subject when it comes to the agenda.
It is not. I just want to say, because this meeting is going to be very long, and some people might jump off. I want to talk specifically to all the people who have spoken out at our meetings, at the DEI meetings tonight, and in other board meetings that I've watched, who are from marginalized communities, who are really they had a lot riding on this, and I just want to speak to them and say, this is a survey. This has created a lot of controversy, but it's not actually controversial. It's a survey. It's an opt-in survey. But because of what's been happening and the sort of political climate, I want to speak to those kids and those families to say that the DEI work goes on. With survey or not, it is a metric for us to collect data. It'll be harder for us to collect that data and to use that to measure our progress. And it's going to be harder for us to see what we're doing really well if we can't do a survey. We have heard from you what we're doing wrong. And like if people say, we don't want to do this survey, we don't want to know these answers, we don't want kids talking about this stuff in school, that's not going to mean that those kids, that you are not in our schools and that we don't see you and we don't respect you and we're going to do better by you. It's just going to sort of inhibit our ability to measure our strengths and weaknesses. So there is no effort that is going to happen that is going to get rid of the mission to make our schools more equitable and inclusive. So I just want to say that.
Thank you, Heather. Any other comment from Reading? All right, back to Region 9.
All right, Region 9 board member comment. I think, Mike, you had your hand up first and started and we cut you off. So go ahead.
That's fine. So first, I feel it's important for all of us to take a moment and appreciate and acknowledge the wonderful communities that we're fortunate to be able to call home. My hope is that we can cast aside the divisive rhetoric and work to unite in support of our common values to provide our children with an exceptional education. During my tenure on the Region 9 board, we've worked hard to foster a learning environment in which every student can succeed. And we truly value the support of the entire school community, especially the parents who entrust us with their children 180 days a year. I really appreciate the outpouring of comments and emotions that I've received over the past several weeks. I've read them all, and I regret being unable to respond to everyone. There's just too many. I have great confidence in the abilities of Dr. Harrison, our superintendent. I know him to be a thoughtful leader who strives for continued social, emotional, and academic growth and breadth of offerings in our schools. And I'm confident in his abilities to preserve the confidentiality and safeguard the data that will be collected from students, staff, and parents who choose to participate in the optional surveys under consideration tonight. My understanding is that no underage student will receive the survey without parental consent. So we're not usurping the parents. We are, again, continuing that collaborative effort, working with parents and the schools, for the best interests of our students. The work of the boards does not occur in a vacuum. Any proposed modifications or additions to our curriculum are driven and presented by our professional educators at a public meeting. And I just want to remind everyone that the boards continue to welcome parents and members of the community to become better informed and gain a greater awareness of the exceptional education that our schools provide by attending our meetings. And we look forward to seeing you there. So thank you.
Thank you. Cheryl?
Thanks, Todd. I hope everyone will stay on, the public and others, to listen in on the dialogue. I look forward with my colleagues on the board, as opposed to fellow board members, using the word colleagues, to have a thorough and robust dialogue and to hear all views. That said, I want to thank everyone for sharing all their views. I have read every single comment emailed to my ER9.org email address, those shared with me in person, by phone, via text, and listened to more in the task force meetings and public meetings since July 2020. This reminds me when this all first started, of over the 500 plus Easton and Reading students and parents who asked the boards to look at this almost 1 year ago. Setting my individual view aside, all of this seems to demonstrate that I don't know if there will ever be a right time for this work, and tabling will only delay the same dialogue that is happening now to some future date. It's important for us to have peaceful discourse, but I think it's very also important to start it by collecting as much objective data as we can. But for those who are counting, I did count those who participated since last year and those who shared both pro and con views in the survey. If one were to rely on counting those numbers, those comments as a vote, if you will, there are still more pros than con. But for me, all of this effort is more than that. This effort is for all the students and families who have bravely shared their stories and asked for more knowledge, education, and support. Some of them have waited for years, and I'm happy to answer detailed questions later on during the survey as a member of the task force. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. Maureen?
Thanks, Todd. I wanted to thank all members of the public who wrote in, many of whom took the time to send along scholarly articles about gender and human development, as well as religion and its place in our school system, as well as the importance of parental choice and discretion over matters to some which are highly personal and private in nature. I've been thinking about the framework that needs to guide a discussion here and our decisions, and how my decision on this would be focused on what is being voted on at this time and in this place. What we are voting on is a survey which asks questions of students and faculty about their own lived experience. This survey is optional. There is parental control over the student's ability to take the survey, and the results are largely anonymous. I too trust the district to safeguard the privacy of the students, absent someone showing me some compelling way that they cannot. I also thought about the message that we would send to our students if we don't ask the questions posed by this survey. And I concluded that we can't send the message that we are unwilling to question. I also thought about the need for all of our actions from this point forward to go forward based on facts. We cannot assess the actions we would take if we don't have these issues assessed in front of us first. That would not be right. It would not be thoughtful, even assuming that any actions would come from what is simply a survey. I must say finally that information is always the foundation of truth, and truth is always needed. And so my decision on the basis of this survey, which hasn't been made yet, and would not be made until everyone's comments are thoughtfully and completely presented, is grounded on the idea that information is power, information leads to the truth, and we always want more information if we can get it. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Anyone else for Region 9? Karen, go ahead.
I would just like to say I really wrestled with my decision in regard to this survey. In light of all the commentary on both sides, I have read every email. I've kept a tally of those both for and against. I have agonized over the thoughtful reason letters from parents and students on both sides. I've given the most weight to the letters from students, either currently or recently in our schools, and especially to the parents of our most vulnerable students. I think that the hyperbole and fear-mongering that has been spread by certain groups in both towns has created a huge division and has been a disservice to the students. Many of the people who have been the most vocal don't even have children in the schools. Some of them have never had children in the schools. Although they are taxpayers, there is no skin in the game for them other than pushing their own narrative. Things are changing, and I realize this creates a lot of fear. I think that most parents don't know really how much their kids already know. Mostly, I struggled with implementing the survey for 6th graders, and that I'm in Region 9, so I don't have to vote on that. But a lot of the letters and commentary was with regard to the younger age group. I said, not because I don't think that they're unaware of the terms of the survey, but because I don't think the parents are ready for the survey at this age. Unfortunately, I think that the worst of the bullying actually starts in middle school. And that isn't just for LGBTQ kids or kids of different races. It affects so many kids for a multitude of reasons. It's brutal and soul crushing. And that I know from personal experience. And it can affect people for years. Just because people say that bullying has always happened and there's not much we can do about it doesn't mean that we can't do better now. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from Region 9?
To Gwen.
Gwen.
Sorry, I can't get my video done. I can't get my video done, but I just wanted to second what both Maureen and Karen said. Thank you.
Thank you, Gwen. All right, anyone else from Region 9?
All right. If there's no other board member comment, thank you. We'll move on to joint committee reports. Any joint committees wish to report this evening? All right.
Assuming that the task force will be later in the agenda.
Right. Any independent reports outside of items already on the agenda? It appears the answer is no. We'll move on to administrative reports. And 2 hours of the meeting, we'll say hello to Dr. Harrison.
Good evening, board members, all of you, and all of the members of the public who are still on. I'm happy to report that I have no report at this time. Thank you.
Other administrators, I believe, does Mr. Zachary have a brief report?
I do, Mr. Chair. I was asked to share an update on a project that I had discussed with the board back when I joined the district. So I will give you a brief, hopefully less than 2 minutes. Mr. Chair, do I have the ability to share my screen?
You should.
Okay, let's see. All right, I do. Okay. So as the board may recall, I discussed, can you see that? Can you all see my screen?
We can.
All right.
Yes.
As you're aware, we instituted a new financial and HR platform in January. It's a very robust platform, but not exactly user-friendly. So I shared with the board that I was going to try to add another product on top of it to make it a little more user-friendly for our staff. Also to make it available to board members and in a final phase, make it available to the public for transparency reasons. So we've been busy with other things, but we've made some progress. I want to give you some screenshots of what it sort of looks like. So we're a unique district in that we have 3 separate districts. So the platform isn't designed for that. So what you're looking at is sort of the home page, what you would see when we log in, and you see what it says all accounts. Right there will be a drop down. We drop down to the individual Easton, Reading, or Region 9 accounts. But this gives you a snapshot of monthly spending. We had some historical information. It'll compare each month spending from 1 month to the previous year's month. So as you see, I've got February highlighted. It would show you the amount from February of last year to what we spent this year. You can make that comparison. Scroll down a little bit. It gives you a current spending on the budget, amount spent, and current remaining. Once again, this is a combined number, so this is not what you'd see in reality. But so scrolling down, now I'm going to show just Reading, so what it looks like for Reading. So I drop down the menu, you see the Reading overview there, the monthly spending bar chart, the subtotals. There's a here for about spent in the last 7 days. Once again, it's a very user-friendly interface. I use the expression, if you shop on Amazon, you can navigate through this. Another screenshot, if you move the mouse over the monthly spending, it'll give you the detail for that particular month. We don't have any historical information because it's a new platform, so it's only drawing data from the new platform. Scrolling down some more, you see this history about money spent in the last 7 days. And this little segment here about spending by segment, you see this drop down that says funds. The funds is repeating the information just above it. You'll see the same 22 million or so. But if you drop that down to a different option, we can go location. So now you see it broken out by locations, John Reed versus Reading Elementary. You further drop it down, you could choose by function codes. So it breaks out the function codes. Once again, how much you budgeted utilizes a combination of encumbered and spent, remaining, which is what remaining available at that particular point in time. Going on further, you could drop it down further into object codes. In this case, salaries, benefits, whatever the case may be. You hover above a particular thing, this is benefits, it'll give you that breakdown individually there also. If you drill down to the individual accounts, it gives you a nice summary. In this case, this would be Reading District. You see the upper left here, Reading Board of Education. This shows you the fund, which is a general fund. We only have one fund. Location, the function, the object. Programs you don't really need. We'll probably take that out because it's just a control thing. The district in question, the current budget, the encumbered, spent, and available. And these rows here are represented by these bar charts up above. So right now, I've got highlighted on this bar chart, which is the second, which corresponds to the second line. All this is all based on the internet. The color coding up here shows the current budget, encumbered, spent, and if a particular account is overdrawn, you can drill down that detail. So it's much more user-friendly for you, those who've seen the finance platform. Though it is robust, it is not user-friendly, and we get a lot of questions from the buildings asking us how much money I have left over. This will allow them to avoid calling us with that question. They can even set up bookmarks for the information they want to go to regularly. The end goal will be for us to have this available to the buildings, and then there'll be a public portal so members of the public who are interested in some of this information will be able to access it. So probably over my 2 minutes, but that's wanted to just give that update that it's active. We're using, my finance team is using it. I've introduced it to Dr. Harrison and Dr. Stephanie Pearson-Ugo. We'll roll out to more members of central office, then we'll get to the buildings probably in June, early July.
And the intent would be that board members would have access to this as well, to some extent. So if Randy or Jeff or Jenny or any of us wanted to, Devin wanted to jump in and sort of drill down to a view and understand, I mean, pretty close to real time, we'd be able to understand that information. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Stinson. Basically, if you have an ER9 email address, you'd have access. It'd be limited based on your role in the district. For instance, I have access to all 3 districts.
Right.
The principal, John Reed, will have access to John Reed. Board members will have access to whatever schools are in their district. So we limit access based on your role within the district. So to your point, yes, board members would have access.
That's great. Thank you.
That's
So this function is part of the e-finance system?
I'm sorry, Mike?
This function is part of the e-finance system that we previously purchased?
No, sir.
Because I don't know, maybe I missed the meeting. I have no recollection of hearing of any additional purchase of platforms or anything to my knowledge that I'm aware of. So
I spoke about this previously. It must have been December at board meetings, tri-board. I even spoke about it during my interview process. So I've been very upfront about the desire to acquire this.
What was the cost of this?
This was covered by central office.
I asked what the cost of it was.
I can't give you exact, I can look it up for you, sir, but I don't have the quote in front of me.
Thank you.
And so this will be able to have us compare budget projections and actuals next budget season against prior fiscal years also.
Correct.
Yes, I appreciate what its abilities are. I think that's great.
I was asking a clarifying question of Clarence. But.
Yes, Mr. Chair, that is correct. There's also a budget component which we'll use roll out in the fall and early winter in regards to doing budget scenarios based on allocation models, which I'll be asking each board to determine what type of models, Is it per pupil or classroom sizes? And that way you can do scenario analysis based on what your parameters are. Like in Easton, there's a certain class size limit. So we know if we reach that limit, it'll automatically add another teacher based on the enrollment.
Thank you, Clarence. Any other administrative reports? If there are not, we'll move on to item 6, the healthy food certification and exemption for food and beverage items on recommendation from the Food Services Committee, chaired by Mr. Parker. Jeff, if you can summarize the request to the board and we can move forward.
Okay, thank you, Chris. The Easton, Reading, and Region 9 Food Service Committee met tonight, and we have 4 recommendations that we'd like to bring up for your consideration. The first is the healthy food certification. This is something that we do every year. The basis of this is that we will certify to the Connecticut State Department of Education that all food items offered for sale to students separately from the reimbursable lunch will meet the Connecticut nutrition standards. And then the second motion, as it relates to the healthy food certification, is the exemption for food and beverage items. And again, the Reader's Digest version of this is that the boards of education will allow the sale to students for food items that do not meet Connecticut nutrition standards and beverages that do not meet that state requirement as well, provided that the sale is connected with an event occurring after the end of the regular school day or on a weekend, and that the location where this event will also be the same area where the food and beverage will be sold. So
these are the standard motions that we can. These are the standard requests we consider every May at this meeting.
Yes, that is true.
I believe, yeah.
So
are there any clarifying questions from any board members for Mr. Parker and the recommendation of the committee? If there are not, I'm sharing my screen to demonstrate the motions. This is the Reading version. They're all the same, and with the exception of the district name. They were circulated to board members, and I believe that Jeff just read. So at this time, I would look for the first motion, the healthy food certification motion, and we can start with somebody in Easton willing to make that motion.
So moved in Easton, Devin.
Thank you, Devin. Do I have a second in Easton?
Devin, thank you.
Second.
Thought I heard Randy. Same question in Reading.
Who moved, Mike?
I'll second
Thank you,
that.
Mike. Is there a second? John, thank you. Region 9.
And the same in Region 9.
So moved, Karen.
Karen, thank you. In the second.
Carol, second.
Thank you.
Any further discussion from any board members on any board
In Easton,
words with respect to this motion?
in Easton, it was Devin and Randy.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. If there's no further discussion, we'll call the question starting in Easton.
In Easton, Devin?
Yes.
Thank you, Jenny.
Yes.
Thank you, Jeff.
Yes.
Thank you, Jeff. Randy?
Yes.
I vote yes. Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, John in Reading. Heather?
Yes.
Colleen?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
I think we lost Stephanie. Steph, did you make it back in?
Yeah, but she may not be a co-host again. I saw her just come in, but I don't know if she's.
Steph for a second. Chris Hawker?
Yes.
Give Steph a second. Stephanie Olton? Can you
Nope,
unmute?
there we go. There we go.
There we go.
I wasn't allowed to unmute myself, so it made it a little tough for me to vote. So that's a yes.
That's a yes. I vote yes. The motion carries 7-0. Region 9?
Region 9, Cheryl,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Juliet,
Yes.
thank you. Gwen,
Yes.
Karen,
Yes.
Mary Lee,
Yes.
Maureen,
Yes.
and myself, yes, carries 8-0, Region 9.
Thank you. Now we'll look for the second motion on recommendation of the Food Service Committee with respect to the exemption for food and beverage items.
Yes,
our
Chris,
motion,
can you put that up on the screen?
It is on the screen.
Contract.
We're not on the contract.
Oh,
We're on
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
We're on the
Yeah,
food and
right on.
beverage exemption.
Yep.
The second motion on the first item.
Yep.
Motion in Easton.
Do I hear?
Second.
Thank you, Randy. And I hear Jeff second.
Randy and Jeff.
So move for Reading, Mike.
Second.
So
Heather.
Colleen, I had Randy and Jeff, Mike and Heather. Region 9.
Yep, Region 9.
Yes.
Karen,
Karen.
and second. Mary Lee.
Karen and Mary
second.
Lee. So, any further discussion? Hearing none. Call the question in Easton, please.
Devin?
Yes.
Thank you, Jenny.
Yes.
Thank you, Randy.
Yes.
Thank you, Jeff.
Yes.
I vote yes. Motion passes unanimously, 5-0.
Thank you. Calling the question in Reading. Heather?
Yes.
Colleen?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Steph?
Yes.
Chris?
Yes.
I vote yes. Motion carries 7-0.
And
Region
in Region
9.
9. Yep, Region 9, call the question. Cheryl,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Juliet,
Yes.
Gwen,
Yes.
Karen,
Yes.
Mary Lee,
Yes.
Maureen,
Yes.
and Todd, yes, carries 8-0, Region 9.
Thank you. That brings us to item 7 on the agenda, Chartwell's contract extension. Jeff, if you could introduce that topic, I'll share the motion on the screen.
Yes, by the directive of the Families First Coronavirus Response Act, this is a renewal amendment that we can enter into Easton, Reading, and Region 9 Boards of Education and the Compass Group by and through Chartwell Division, which constitutes an amendment number 5. You may remember that in 2016 we began we signed a 1-year contract that had 4 1-year renewals. That came to an end comes to an end at the end of this year. The state is allowing, actually through the federal government, is allowing us the courtesy of not having to go back out to bid, which we would have had to have done this past spring, but obviously due to the coronavirus situation, it didn't make much sense to try to do that. So we have an opportunity to continue with the Chartwell, but with the understanding that next winter we will be in a position to go back out to bid, and but we certainly hope that Chartwell will join us in that bid process in the winter. So
Thank you, Jeff. Are there any clarifying questions with respect to Jeff's summary of the report out of the committee? For no clarifying questions, we'll look for a motion starting with Easton as on the board.
Do I have a motion in Easton?
So moved.
Thank you, Devin. Do I have a second?
I heard Devin.
Second.
Thank you. Jenny is our second.
Jenny. Motion in Reading.
So moved.
I'll second.
Chris, thank you. Second. Heather, Region 9.
And Region 9, same motion.
So moved, Karen.
Karen, and second.
Second, Cheryl.
Cheryl for the second.
Thank you. Motion on the floor for all 3 boards. Any discussion? No discussion. We'll call the question starting
Mike's
East.
raising his hand. I think.
I'm sorry. I can't see Mike.
Yep.
I'm sorry, I don't want to just keep chiming in. I thought that maybe there was some decorum. I can use my electronic hand if that's easier. So I just wanted to ask one question, which is, obviously, yeah, this is something we need to do because we can't, go out to bid this year. But the extension, is it for, are the terms of the extension, in other words, have fees gone up? Are there any administrative fees or other fees that have increased from last year to, or from this year to what next year will be? If so, can we just have a brief, it went up 1%, 2%, whatever they are, just so that we're all aware of what we're voting on so that we better understand. Is it the same deal? All the fees, everything stays the same?
No. No, the fees went up based on the consumer price index. That was 4.5% as of March of 2021. The net effect of that is that between the management fee and the administrative fee, the cost per meal, which was 26.72 cents, goes up to 0.2792. So basically, it's going up a little over a penny a meal.
So our cost is going up about a penny a meal, and that won't have any effect on the price students pay at this time. There's no recommendation to increase the costs.
No, not at all.
Well, students won't pay anything next year.
Okay.
I don't know.
From what I understand, that the federal reimbursement rate is also going up.
Right.
Yes, but we all should be aware that we received reimbursement this year as well, but it still costs money. So there are administrative fees and things associated with the program that will cost us money. So, but thank you for that information.
You bet.
Any other discussion or on the motion? We can call the question starting in Easton.
Thank you. Devin?
Yes.
Thank you, Jenny. We'll give Jenny a minute. Randy?
Yes.
Thank you. Jeff?
Yes.
I vote yes. Jenny?
Yes, sorry, I wasn't
That's all
unmuted.
right. No worries. The motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. In Reading, Heather?
Yes.
Colleen?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Steph?
Yes.
Chris Hocker?
Yes.
I vote yes. Motion carries 7-0 in Reading, Region 9.
Thank you. Region 9, Cheryl.
Yes.
Mike.
Yes.
Juliet.
Yes.
Gwen.
Yes.
Karen.
Yes.
Mary Lee.
Yes.
Maureen.
Yes.
And I'll vote yes. It carries 8-0.
Thank you, Todd. That concludes item number 7 on the agenda, brings us to item 8, food service account deficit. Again, on recommendation of the Food Service Committee. Again, Jeff.
Okay. And this is a projection in terms of what the deficit will be for the end of the year. But where we currently sit at the end of April is we are $66,000 and a couple of pennies in arrears, and due to state statute, we're going to have to make up that difference by at or about the end of June. So the sheet that you see in front of you, I recognize that it has a ton of numbers on it, but if you look in the lower right-hand corner, you'll see a negative $66,037. In talking with the folks at Chartwell as well as Clarence, there is some optimism that we'll be able to whittle that down a little bit and maybe perhaps be as low as $60,000. But I think for our peace of mind, we're probably better just to work it and consider it a $66,000 problem. In terms of, so we need to come up with the money from our budgets from this year to be able to pay that off, 22,000 and change each. But then there's also the issue of how many dollars do we want to add additionally to that number, so that we start off with some money in the bank. These funds are not part of our object summary. You don't see them on any reports during the year unless you ask. The purpose of these dollars is to repair and replace equipment, whether it be at any one of our 5 schools. So we certainly need to have some kind of working balance in that account come the 1st of July. But as far as the state is concerned, so long as we end up with a zero balance, we're fine. So we made a recommendation, discussed it with Karen O'Brien and Todd Johnston and Heather Whaley, and have a motion to share with the tri-board, and that is that we move that the ER9 Board of Education approve and transfer of $37,000 to each food service account from the unspent funds on or before June 30th of 2021.
Right, so that is the recommendation of the Food Service Committee. Are there any questions with respect to the recommendation to clarify at this point? Mike and then Cheryl. And to be clear, I'm looking for questions clarifying the request, not discussion on the proposed action.
So do we want to do motions to have discussion, or do clarifying questions first?
I want to get clarifying questions out of the way to the extent there are any, and then we can take the motions.
Sure.
So the question is, last year we had $7,600 in arrears. Did we allocate monies to cover that shortfall?
The answer to that would have to be yes. I will admit that I did not know that we had a shortfall of $7,600. That was not brought to my attention, but those dollars would have been paid out of our collective accounts. 7,600 divided by 3 is, a couple of $1,000s each from each board.
Okay, but the state says we have to have 0, so we're confident it was paid last year as well.
Yes, yeah, we would have been informed.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Cheryl.
Just a clarifying question, just with respect to the reimbursement funds from the various funds from the government, COVID funds, is this, how would we have gotten to a negative position if we've had reimbursements with respect to some of the free meals? And we can table this to the, if we.
No. Clarence, you want to take a swing at that one, or you want me to do it?
No, I can do it. So Cheryl, the government, the government was subsidizing meals, but if students aren't in the building to get the meals, we don't get a subsidy. So with our in and out of student enrollment, it affects our actual, how many meals we serve, and we only get reimbursements based on the number of meals we serve. So since you and most districts went out last March, and you've had sort of this up and down enrollments from last March through basically this March, that's why you saw the slight deficit last year, which continued over until this year. And if you look at the numbers, once we had more students in the building, the numbers went up. When the students weren't in the building, the numbers went down, even though you were getting reimbursements. And the numbers would have been worse, but for we were doing this sort of meals over the weekend. That helped bring, reduce the deficit itself. And so all that stuff played in, but you still ended up with this net deficit. So as the numbers of students in the buildings increase and them partaking in the dining program, revenues went up. So basically, you weren't providing enough meals to take full advantage of the reimbursement from the government.
Any other clarifying questions on the request, Chris Honker?
Yeah, my recollection, so in other words, that these deficits are basically pandemic related.
Yes.
Unequivocally.
All right, because my recollection is that in previous years, I think pretty consistently, we've run a surplus that has allowed us to fund improvements in the kitchens and the serving areas without a capital expenditure from the district.
Correct.
That is true. In fact, Chartwell, I believe for the last up until last year, I think we had 7 consecutive years of excess dollars in that account, which we turned around and bought compressors and refrigerators and cookers and things like that.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to make it clear that in fact, were it not for the pandemic, we could probably buy a bunch of more stuff.
Mr. Hawker, just so you know, the year before, not last year, year before, we finished the year at 92,000.
Yeah, right.
Pandemic comes, we finished at -7,000. That was basically March through May, we weren't in the building.
Yep.
This year, we had more kids out of the building. We're showing -66. So it's all pandemic related.
Yep.
And as a point of clarification, the request at 37K per district would project the account to be sitting at a net positive position of about $50,000 at the start of the fiscal year to hedge against any losses.
Right. Mike, you got another question?
Yeah, so, and again, I don't know whether this is applicable after the motion or not, but so basically the reason we're in arrears this year is personnel. The money that we received from the federal government to compensate for the meals that we gave away basically was a wash, but it's the personnel that we had from Chartwell's that, again, wasn't covered by the additional meals that we normally would do when we do the volume. Because if you look at the number of meals that we served and the amount we made and you figure it all out, it's basically it's personnel. So it is pandemic related that we didn't sell enough meals to be able to cover the overhead
right.
of Chartwell's. So I just wanted to state that. And again, we can talk about this later, but I do have concerns about funding the food service, which is done by an outside vendor for us, the way, looking at it like it's kind of the health reserve where we're going to fund it so that we have monies in there. I think I would not be in favor of covering more than the shortfall because it seems like just by looking at the numbers, once we start serving lunches again, we're going to go back into the black, and that money just can't come out, and we're going to end up buying a freezer with it. And I don't know that it's appropriate to buy a freezer with the unspent funds at this point. I would feel more comfortable waiting and seeing, because I'm confident that the fund will go up before a freezer blows. That's just my opinion.
Well, Mike, the difficult part of that strategy is you never know when it's going to blow, and I think we would be better off rather than just saying to Clarence, well, if something goes wrong, just go ahead and take it out of the maintenance object summary line, and because obviously when something goes, you have to fix it or replace it. This way, we have some money that is going to carry us through, especially over the summer when there's not, we're not going to be selling a lot of meals in the summer. That'll be able to get us to September, October, November. I think we need a break.
We've moved past clarifying questions and into discussion at this point. So I would look for somebody to place a motion on the floor. The proposed motion from the Food Services Committee is
$37,000. 22,000 of that will go to the shortfall, and 15 will give us a buffer going into next year.
Right. That is the recommendation of the committee. We'll look, starting in Easton, to put that motion on the floor to start discussion.
Moved.
Thank you, Randy.
Randy, thank you.
Second.
Thank you, Devin.
Reading?
I'll make that motion.
I'll
Thank you,
second.
John. Thank you, Heather. Region 9?
And Region 9,
So moved.
Karen, and second,
Second, Maureen.
Maureen, thank you.
I'm going to take the screen down so that everybody understands the substance of this one. Discussion, starting with sort of first round of comments. Anybody in Easton? First round of comments. Anybody in Reading?
Well, I've got a quick one.
Sorry, go ahead, Randy.
Jeff, or what was our balance going into the 2019-2020 school year? Do you recall?
92,000.
And we spent it down to a negative 8,000. And again, Clarence mentioned because we were out of school from mid-March all the way through to June.
Basically, yes. We were, the 92 was tracking down. I think Clarence will confirm this. We were tracking down to looking like we're going to end up with a plus 60, and it ended up obviously schools closed on March 13th or whatever date it was, and of course it, that was the end of food service.
Yeah,
And
I wasn't
how
here,
much
but my
we
understanding from Chartwell's, that's true. We were tracking, we generally range between 50 to 90 some odd thousand. It was tracking down towards the 60, but then when the bottom fell out to the pandemic, it went to the negative 7,000.
And any idea how much we spent on equipment that year or no?
I don't have it at my hand, Randy. I have to go back and look at that.
Okay.
I think Dave said in our meeting, he had to replace like a $6,000 compressor on a freezer or refrigerator, something like that.
And Randy, also, it's not
That's right, Karen. Yep.
When we have a storm and we lose power, we also have to replace the supplies, the food, because believe it or not, we have generators at some of the schools that aren't hooked up to the essential equipment in the kitchen. So we lose the food supply. So you have to go. So you know how many storms we've had in the last couple of years. So every time that happens, everything that's in the refrigerator goes bad. So you have to replace that. So some of that money went towards that also.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Randy. Any other first round comments in Easton? If there aren't any, Reading, Chris Hucker?
Yeah. Number one, just to make it clear that the motion is $37,000 per district.
Correct.
Correct.
Okay. Secondly, are we aware of any looming potential equipment problems?
We asked that question in the meeting, and the answer was no. Everything is running fine and doesn't seem to be at any current risk.
Okay, and then and I really don't want to quibble over 15,000. I really don't. But just out of curiosity, if we end up with a $45,000 all-in kind of cushion moving forward, and let's say we had a normal year and we're up another $90,000.
Sure.
Okay. Then what? I mean, can we ever claw that money back, or does it stay in the food service accounting forever?
Clarence, you might have a more current answer there, but I believe that we can pull that out.
We'd have to confirm that, but here's the thing: at some point in time, you're going to need it because the equipment is going to go. So it's like in Region 9, we have a capital reserve account. This is essentially the capital reserve account.
Yeah, no, I get that. It's just a question of how much, and I'm sorry to belabor it. I just want to understand it because I was sympathetic to Mike D'Agostino's concern, but for 15,000, I'm not that sympathetic. But I mean, I get it. I get it. I think it helps. It helps us understand, what this all means, because we haven't faced.
Chris, it's a fair question, and I think that it's one that we can certainly get an answer to.
Right.
So that January or February or whenever we look in the account and we see that we're in a safe zone, that there would be no reason for us to go and try to recover those dollars.
This fundamentally strikes me as about priorities for any remaining unspent funds from the 3 districts and how they get allocated, and the extent to which once they're committed to something, they're committed to. And that's why, Chris, I sort of share your concern about what the right threshold is to make sure that we're protected and have flexibility we need for those unspent funds in other places too.
Yeah.
Other comments from Reading board members? If there
Justin,
aren't,
Justin,
Colleen?
I'm sorry, it's a comment. Just in general, if there is unspent funds that are available for us to move into an account where we will need them for the future, I understand. But in general, if we can move money when we need it, and not have contingencies in multiple buckets, I think that it is more prudent, more fiscally responsible in the end to just, move the money when you need it. That's my opinion.
Thank you, Colleen. Anyone else in Reading? All right, Region 9?
Thank you, Cheryl.
I have a similar comment question to Mike and Chris and Colleen with respect to the amount. So apologies if I missed it. So the 15,000, was that just an estimate, or what was that derived from, the additional cushion that we'd like to have for each district?
Yes, it was based on the fact that we run between $50,000 and $90,000. And so we picked a number that was at the low end so that we made sure that we had something to carry us through the summer until we got to the fall and could start collecting money from the sale of food.
And the committee also has concerns that if you look at the number of meals served, even now, when substantially all of the students are back in the building, it's running at about a 30% reduction over the pre-COVID meal sale run. And there's a question as to when it will bounce back to 100%.
I'd say the committee also, that was a concern in the fall too, right? And we don't know when we'll get back up to the 80, 90% level of meals being purchased.
Are there any further questions or comments?
I just have one more, Chris. I don't know if we're out of order here, but
Go ahead, Randy.
Federal money, there's no federal money. This doesn't sort of qualify under the different buckets.
I tried that too.
Yeah, Chris was trying to get the feds to pay for it, but
Randy, you're a dollar short and day late.
The federal government is already paying for the free meals, so I think that's probably all we're going to get from them.
If there's no further discussion and there's no motions to amend the main motion at this point, and hearing none, we can call the question starting in Easton.
Thank you. Jeff?
Yes.
Thank you, Randy.
Yes.
Devin?
Yes.
And Jenny?
Yes.
I vote yes. The motion passes 5-0 in Easton.
Thank you, John. In Reading, Heather?
Yes.
Colleen?
Sorry, yes.
Mike?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Steph?
Yes.
Chris Hocker?
Yes.
I will also vote yes. The motion carries 7-0. Region 9?
And in Region 9, same motion. Cheryl?
Yes.
Mike?
Abstain.
All right. Juliet?
Yes.
Gwen?
Yes.
Karen?
Yes.
Mary Lee?
Yes.
Maureen?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes as well. So carries 7 with 1 abstain.
Thank you, Todd. That brings us to item 9 on the agenda, the transportation contract amendment on the recommendation of the administration. And you should all have received this document in your board packet, which is a consent that relates to the fact that First Student Inc. has been sold, and pursuant to our agreement with them, we need to consent to the sale and the assignment of the contract. Mr. Zachary, would you like to make any other comments with respect to this request for action?
Just that through your prior negotiations, you have this right. It's a multi-billion-dollar transaction that's going to go forward, but per your terms, you have to consent. So what I'd be looking for is your approval of this, and then get signatures from the 3 chairs so we can make sure it's our I's are dotted and T's are crossed.
All right. Any questions with respect to this request?
I'll throw a quick one out there. Normally, and I have no idea where a school district falls in the normal category, but normally when you're consenting to a change in control, you get to see what the new entity is going to look like. You don't consent to it before you've seen what the credit that you're, EQT is an enormous, private equity fund based in Europe. There was a public announcement, but we don't know what First Student will look like from a credit perspective. But that's just FYI. I would still vote for this or move forward with this, but that's just my 2 cents.
Randy, can you repeat what you just said? What would you get to see under normal circumstances? You'd consent to what?
You would consent to the credit quality of the buyer. So EQT is going to set up a new co, and that new co is going to be funded by debt and equity, and they're going to buy First Student's U.S. operations essentially. And we don't right now. First Student, the obligation that we have is, I assume, supported by the British parent, which is an investment grade entity. This is going to be an LBO, for lack of a better term. We have no idea what First Student's credit is going to look like post-close. Normally, you get to look at that. You get a glimpse of that before you have to consent.
Randy, can I amend to your comment?
Sure, absolutely.
When Randy said LBO, it's a leverage buyout. So the concept is this British firm is going to use debt to buy First Student. And the reason why First Student is attractive is they have strong positive cash flows. So they're basically buying the cash flow and they're using debt to do it. So what Randy is saying is the credit quality is affected by how much debt they put on the new co or new company. So what Randy's saying is you want to know what that credit quality is before you consent. Now, given we're 3 school districts in a global enterprise, we're not going to hold up the deal, but it may get you out of the deal. But then the question is, who are you going to get to run the buses come August? So,
yeah, no, absolutely, Clarence, and that's why I would still say yay tonight. It's just, in full disclosure, everybody, should be aware, I guess. So,
What's the worst case scenario if we said, yeah, good, go ahead? What blows up?
First Student goes bankrupt in a year because they're over levered.
Yep.
And even then, our contract, in theory, it's an executory contract. It could get canceled in bankruptcy, but I mean, you're just going down a rabbit hole this one. But that's the worst thing that happens. Your partner is in bankruptcy, but they'll still operate.
Yeah, John, think about this. First Student is probably the largest transportation provider of students in the country. Think about if that company goes under, the government has to step in because all these kids across the country have to get to school. So it's one of these things where it's like
they're too big to fail.
All over, and it's too big to fail, so to speak, because they transport.
That's reassuring, John.
I think Enron said the same thing.
Yeah, right. How much longer is our contract run with First Student?
Chris, I'd have to go look at it. I'm not.
2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. 2 or 3 years.
I think we're now in year 2 of 5.
I think so.
Yeah.
We're in year 3, but I think it's 2.
And they're generally 5 to 7 year contracts, so they have to amortize the buses over a certain time period. So they want to make sure they have time to get the buses paid for that they generally will supply in a new contract.
And option B, is there a viable option B? Another provider?
You'd have another provider in the next 2 months? No, because they have to go find buses to supply our runs, and our runs aren't very simplistic, given we've got 3 different districts and 3 tiers and
a lot of windy roads. Yeah.
And Cheryl, do you have a question?
Yeah, going back to what Randy and Clarence were saying earlier, to the extent that it's purchased by a British company, wouldn't that parent have a guarantee on First Student because they own it? Or is that, would presume that if there were a bankruptcy situation, there would be a parent guarantee for First Student if we enter into that circumstance?
That would depend on the lenders and what kind of collateral the lenders would be looking for from the equity firm, and depending on their assets, they may not. That's particular to the deal that Randy was talking about.
Yeah, the equity firm wouldn't guarantee it. They just set up a shell company. They put some dollars in, debt puts dollars in, and that's what buys First Student. So I don't think anything's going to dramatically change, but we might have a different conversation in 3 years, but I don't think, I mean, I would still move forward with it.
So, at the risk of cutting off this exciting discussion about LBOs at 10:30, I'm going to look for a motion starting in Easton to, as on the screen, to approve the recommendation of the administration.
Thank you, Randy. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you, Jeff.
Same question in Reading. Is there a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Thank you, John. Second, Mike, Region 9.
Region 9, same motion.
So moved, Maureen.
Maureen, thank you. Second.
Carol, second.
Cheryl, thank you.
Take it down off the screen. Any further discussion with respect to the motion? If there's no further discussion, we'll call the question starting in Easton.
Devin,
Yes.
Jenny,
Yes.
Randy,
Yes.
Jeff.
Yes.
I vote yes. The motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Calling the question in Reading. Heather,
Yes.
Colleen,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
John,
Yes.
Steph,
Yes.
Chris Hocker.
Yes.
I vote yes. The motion carries 7-0. Region 9.
Thank you. In Region 9, Cheryl.
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Juliet,
Yes.
Gwen,
Yes.
Karen,
Yes.
Mary Lee,
Yes.
Maureen,
Yes.
and Todd. Yes. Carries 8-0 in Region 9.
Thank you. And that closes out item 9 on the agenda. Brings us to item 10 on the agenda, calendars for the 2021-2022 through 2023-2024 school years, which is hard to say quickly. The calendar committee met yesterday morning, and as you might recall, next year's calendar, the year ending 2022, was approved by the boards last year, so it is settled and is not subject to revision at this point. The calendar committee recommended the calendar for the year ending 2023 and has deferred action with respect to the year ending 2024. And so what I'm going to put on the screen is what has been distributed to members previously, which is the draft calendar as recommended by the calendar committee for the 2022-2023 school year. And first would ask if there are any clarifying questions with respect to the report out from the calendar committee. And I'd ask Mike D'Agostino as a longtime member of that committee also if he has anything to add to my summary of that meeting.
No, other than we were comfortable moving forward with this calendar. We're trying to do a closer look at aligning vacations with neighboring districts to help to accommodate teachers, staff who work in other towns, work here but live in other towns. And we also gave a closer look at the child care challenges of our parents as far as when minimum days occur before holidays and those kind of things. But we felt that it was better to wait until some of the other districts released their calendars to be able to give a deeper dive to make sure that everything aligns. Vicky's done a nice job having draft calendars that align with what we've done in the past. So we just thought it was thoughtful to wait until we had more information before moving on the last 2 years.
Thank you. Mike, any other clarifying questions on the calendar or the request? The request being to adopt these calendars. If there aren't any, I'm going to swap. Sorry, go ahead.
Which years? Chris, are we looking
one
to
year,
just 1 year? Just to be clear.
23.
Yeah, Jenny, you had a question, I think.
I just couldn't see the whole calendar. Like the top was cut off. I don't know if it's possible to get it all on the screen.
I can pop it back up. I make it big enough to see, and also this is what was circulated by Vicky to board members, I believe, yesterday afternoon. And so the request is going to be for a motion, move that the Easton Reading Region 9 as appropriate Board of Education on the recommendation of the Joint Calendar Committee adopts the proposed calendar for 2022, 2023.
Do I
Can we
have
have
the
that motion in Easton, please?
So moved.
Thank you, Randy.
Second.
And seconded by Devin.
And in Reading?
I'll make
So
a
moved.
second.
Moved by Heather, second by Mike. Close enough. Region 9.
Region 9,
So moved.
Mary Lee. And second,
Karen,
Karen, thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the motion? Is anybody still needed on the screen? Oh, I'm sorry, on the calendar on the screen?
No.
If not, I'll take it back down. Any further discussion with respect to the motion? There is no further discussion. Calling the question, starting in Easton, please.
Thank you, Devin.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jenny.
Abstain.
Okay. Randy.
Yep.
Thank you, Jeff.
Yes.
I vote yes. The motion passes with 4 yes votes and 1 abstention.
Thank you. And Reading, Heather?
Yes.
Colleen?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Is that a yes, Mike? Couldn't quite hear it.
Yes.
All right, thank you. John?
Yes.
Steph?
Yes.
Chris Hawker?
Yes.
I vote yes. Motion carries 7-0 in Reading, Region 9.
Region 9, Cheryl,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Juliet,
Yes.
Gwen,
Yes.
Karen,
yes.
Mary Lee,
Yes.
Maureen,
Yes.
and Todd, yes, carries 8-0 in Region 9.
Thank you. That gets us through item 10 on the agenda, which brings us to item 11 on the agenda, policy on non-resident student attendance and tuition on recommendation of the policy committee. John Stinson, please.
Thank you. In our recent meeting, we were made aware of the joint policy committee. We were made aware of certain sort of frustrations that people are facing. Residents of town, people who've had their kids in town, who were renting homes. Some of those rentals are now going up for sale or are otherwise being occupied, and so people who are renting are being asked to move suddenly by July, and they're scrambling to find homes, and there is such a demand for homes that it's become very difficult for them to do so. What we're looking for is the suspension of policy temporarily of 511C and 511D. It's one of the rare instances where all 3 policies are in the same areas in each of our policy books. We would be looking for this so that we can give the administration the latitude to make decisions about the payment plans in particular. As people are looking for other places to either rent or to buy, it can be particularly difficult if we're asking for them to take the tuition cost because they're not currently established as residents, and to pay half in September and then half later. We would want to give the discretion to the administrators temporarily to determine a payment plan that's more reasonable given the constraints that people might be facing. Now, I know Region 9 actually discussed this at their recent board meeting. And so, if Region 9 feels that they're adequately covered by their action at that meeting, then this can simply be a quick motion, as long as people are on board of the Reading and Easton boards. But the policy committee believed that because this is enshrined in policy, that the sort of best process, so that we do not require a first reading and a second reading of a different policy, would be the temporary suspension of the policy.
Any clarifying questions for John?
I'll just state for Region 9, at our regular meeting, we did pass a similar motion. We did not suspend the policy, but we did provide the administration the latitude to make operational procedures, process changes to accomplish the same thing. So we can sit this one out unless anybody wants to suspend the policy, but we're covered on Region 9 to do the same thing already.
It sounds like you effectively suspended the policy without saying the exact word suspend the policy, like giving them the...
We arrived at the same endpoint, yes.
Good. Okay. Good.
Any other clarifying questions?
John,
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, do we have like a rule of thumb as far as how long people may not be living in district and how long we afford this privilege?
Yeah, it's actually pretty well spelled out inside of the policy. It's sort of, in 5111 A and B, there's specific details depending on various circumstances. If you're building a house or your sale is pending, it's 90 days, that you have. So there's really clear guidelines around that. And we are specifically not waiving those items at this point. It's simply the sort of C and D where we get into the specifics of your payment plan is going to be this. The policy is probably overly prescriptive. And long term, we probably want to adjust the policy to say something that gives us a little bit more discretion about what the payment plans could be.
Mr. Stinson, can I ask a question? Just based on having participated in the Region 9 conversation, part of their caveat was it only applied to existing ER9 students.
Yep.
So I don't know if you want to make that clear. So it's not someone who's not already living here can take advantage. It's only for students who are currently enrolled in Easton, Reading, or Region 9 can take advantage of this exception. That's what at least Region 9 did it. So I don't know if that's something you want to consider.
I think we'd be open to that. And I'd look for sort of general agreement. It looks like we see a lot
before we do that, I think Mike had a clarifying question or comment.
And then Jenny does as well, I think.
Yeah, my question was, this is just related to the payment plan, not the policy of tuition payment in general.
That's correct.
Is there a way that we could say that in the motion?
I mean, that's what it says in the, by saying 5111C and 5111D, that's in effect what we're doing by limiting.
C and D are the parts that deal with payment.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
Be nice if we could, go ahead.
Go ahead, finish my.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it'd be nice if we could add the, the suspension applies to current students only and shall expire. Maybe in that last sentence.
Tuition issues with the suspension shall expire, blah, blah. I'm going to look for anyone who.
You could say relating to students who are enrolled in Easton, Reading, Region 9 as of today's date or whatever.
Non-resident tuition issues related to currently enrolled.
Students currently enrolled in Easton, Reading, or Region 9.
That's important because we've got a lot of folks who are trying to come to town from outside of town, which is great, but they should have opportunity to, I'd love to take the money, but I think we want to make sure we take care of our existing residents first.
So just
confused. I'm sorry, got it right on.
So just a clarifying question. So given that we're talking about the suspension expiring on October 31st, part of what we would be suspending would be the way that the tuition funds are collected. Some of the discussion that we had with the Region 9 board was that we would temporarily shift to maybe a monthly payment process rather than collecting large payments at specific times during the year. But if the suspension expires on the 31st, that's with sort of in the middle of the payment collection. And so at the end of that suspension, I'm just not sure sort of if that would cause any confusion related to.
I think part of the reason of creating a 5-month window here is to give the policy committee the opportunity to talk about whether or not we formally recommend changing it at the October tri-board meeting, which is why the October time period was chosen. And secondly, the boards would have discretion to extend the suspension to the extent there was cause to do that.
That's right.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Very, very cautiously suspending this policy. Okay.
John,
yes, Jenny, please.
Okay. 2 questions. Could you help me understand who is paying non-resident tuition in these circumstances? And what do we mean by COVID related, like the situations that are unique to the COVID-19 pandemic? I'm having a hard time understanding how that
I think it's roughly the demand for housing in our towns. The demand for
Sorry, say
housing.
that again.
The demand for housing in our towns.
Can I
think
jump in
that's-
on this because I have some personal knowledge to confirm that these situations are in fact happening, and if they really are pandemic related, where the housing market has gone nuts.
Yep.
And so people who have held rental properties for years with the same tenants for years suddenly said, oh my gosh, I got $200,000 in this thing that I thought was worth nothing. I better sell. And then they sell in about 2 minutes.
Mhm.
So there really are these situations that have arisen. I'm aware of one, I won't go into it. And so I mean, I find this highly appropriate in a very unusual set of circumstances.
And to be
back
clear,
it up,
this is-
I've been dealing with about 8 or 9 families in the 2 towns in the 3 districts, and it's gotten convoluted. I've got people staying in RVs. I've got renters who've been told they got to be out by July 1, and they've been trying to find a place. They've been outbid 8 times. It's crazy out there. The reason why we brought this up is the administration is limited in what we can do beyond 90 days and beyond this school year. So the question comes, when these people are forced to be out by July 1, we're in a new fiscal year. I can't just say, yes, you can come back. And it came up because the staff at the high school was telling people, oh, yeah, if you're going to your senior year, you can just come back. And we're like, no, pause. You can't just tell someone they can just come back, even though they're in their senior year. So we have that issue. Then we have issues where families have multiple kids in different schools. Like one family was in one town, had a child at high school and a middle school, couldn't find a place. Now they've moved to our other town. They're asking if they can stay. It's very convoluted, and we have to be empathetic. But we're just finding some latitude to try to work with the parents to try to find some solutions. And I think buying the time for the policy committee to sort of deal with these issues would be very beneficial.
I still don't understand the non-resident tuition part. Like if these are people who are just trying to stay in town, like how does that come into play?
Jenny, as an example, if you're renting in Easton right now and your landlord says you got to be out July 1st, there's a reasonable chance that by August you're in a short-term rental in Milford, let's say, while still trying to find a home in Easton and with your intent to stay in Easton. And so you would be eligible to pay tuition to stay in the Easton school district. But right now the policy says you have to pay 50% of it up front in September, which then hamstrings your ability to put a down payment on a house or to secure a rental back in Easton, and it creates a circular problem for that family. So this is trying to create flexibility and be empathetic to those families in those situations.
It also creates a problem if you find housing in October and you've already paid 50% up front, and then come October, you're a resident.
Right. So, the idea here is to just do something humane. There's no sort of financial risk to us here. This is just a way for us to allow this to occur.
I wasn't questioning the intent or, the humane nature of it at all. I really was just trying to understand the circumstances a little bit better.
Of course.
Any other clarifying questions for John? If there aren't any clarifying questions, we'll look for somebody to make a motion similar to or equal to what John has on the screen at this point. And we can start in Easton again.
Thank you, Devin.
Second.
Thank you, Jenny. Second. Thank you.
Somebody in Reading want to make the same motion that's currently on the screen?
I'll make that motion.
Heather, thank you. Second, Chris. And Todd, I'll leave it to your discretion whether Region 9 wants to join this party or sit it out.
Unless anybody wants to change our motion, I think we'll sit out.
Okay.
I don't see any hands, so we'll sit it out. Thank you.
All right.
Any additional?
Any additional discussion from Easton or Reading with respect to the Easton Reading motion on the floor? If there is not, we'll ask John if you can call the question.
Thank you. Devin?
Yes.
Thank you, Jenny.
Yes.
Thank you, Randy.
Yes.
Thank you, Jeff.
Yes.
I vote yes. The motion passes Easton 5-0.
Thank you. Calling the same question in Reading. Heather?
I said your line for you. Yes.
Colleen?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes. Yes.
John?
Yes.
Steph?
Yes.
Chris?
Yes.
Tucker? I
Yes.
vote yes, motion carries 7-0 in Reading, which resolves item 11 on the agenda and brings us to item 12 on the agenda, which brings us back to Mr. Stinson and framework for joint board governance.
I'm going to keep this brief. We've done a lot of work. We've had a couple of sessions with the sort of inviting the board in to participate and give us feedback. But given the late hour and the number of things on the agenda, I don't think we're have any hope of diving deep into this question. We've done the work. We have maybe 1 or 2 more questions to get through, and we will hold some special meetings in the next few weeks to get feedback again, and we'll make sure that we're ready to move this forward in our next tri-board meeting.
I second that.
Thank you. Thank you, John. Does anybody want to ask John any questions at this point?
I have a quick question. I promise it's quick.
Cheryl?
So John, the timing that the policy committee wasn't going to suggest anything for the 3 boards until October, would that delay some of the timing in terms of what the policy committees would want to move forward on?
I missed the last part of your question. I'm sorry.
I think you said we'd have some special meetings to ask the board's questions,
Right.
but would those include future actions? And are you going to just table those to the next tri-board meeting? And then at that point,
I think
if that happens, will it be delayed? Like,
Yeah,
will we
I
have slow
think-
down the progress?
I think if we have an urgent need to meet on any of those items, then the intent would be that we can call a special meeting of the 3 boards, and and I think that's a reasonable way for us to get together to talk about these issues as well. But we would hope to reserve the space in the next tri-board meeting to discuss these issues because they are of great import.
And it does
we anticipate
involve
that
a
there will-
slightly lengthier conversation than I think we can afford anyone this evening.
Yeah.
I think there will be cause for a special tri-board meeting, whether to discuss central office contracts or the
That's correct.
appointment of a director of digital learning technology over the next 5-6 weeks in any event. So I think that's sort of where we can kind of align the timelines if we can. All right, thank you for that update, John. That brings us on to item number 13 on the agenda, which is the ER9 equity statement on recommendation of the DEI task force. So I'll turn it over to Heather.
I just wanted to preface, because I heard a lot of sort of comments about people from the public who haven't been following along this process over the past year. And I wanted to make some just sort of clarifying things up front about what this work is and what it isn't. And for some people, this is going to be repetitive because I say this all the time. But this work of this committee is not about calling people racist, and this work is not about making people feel guilty or bad about being themselves. This work is not about indoctrination. The real focus and goal of this committee is to make sure that all of our students and our families and our staff feel safe, supported, and respected. And that's really it. So along those lines, one of the things, I'm going to share my screen. I always get nervous when I'm sharing my screen. Like, what if my sister texts me something like, here's our charge. We have to conduct an annual assessment on the state of equity, diversity, and inclusion, and hold regularly scheduled meetings, which we do. And one of the things that was discussed was that it would be helpful for us to have, in the same way that we have a mission statement, vision, mission, and purpose for our boards. Where's that? Here it is. That we have an equity and inclusion statement. So I'm going to actually hand this over to Cheryl, because Cheryl was on the working group. The task force had a working group to look at other equity statements from other districts. And I'm going to let Cheryl talk a little bit about the process, and you can read the statement that they have come up with.
Sure, thanks, Heather. And the timeline, excuse me, the timeline that Heather briefly flashed, which I think she'll flash again, talks about the progression of the committee's work and reminds folks of who's comprised of it, when the tri-boards put the committee together, et cetera. So one of the things that this happened, the construction of the inclusion statement from a sequencing standpoint happened in probably around the February timeframe. By then, the committee had been in place since July. And so during the discussion of our, I think, end of March meeting, one of the things that the task force decided is to come up with essentially a vision statement, as Heather said, to really guide what we're doing. So, and what we learned through the process is that, you know, from the task force and all the public commenters that were with us since July, said that give voices to those who, a safe way to express how they feel and what they've experienced in our schools and what they might be needing from an educational perspective. And we had comments that came across the board, but the process itself focused on, we looked at statements. I think it was about half a dozen different equity inclusion statements for school districts that adopted this in Connecticut, and also one that was outside of Connecticut. And so the committee, the task force, looked at it in detail, talked about what wording made sense, what didn't make sense, what might be most inclusive to all groups, whatever the, you know, whether that be marginalized or not, or just looking for knowledge. And then they decided to create a separate working group that really took the examples, the guidance of the committee, and then broke off and said, okay, let's construct something. It was a very, I think, eye-opening session for those involved. And just to be clear, the working group were members from the boards, the administration, our teaching staff, and we really worked, and members of the community. And we worked through what we thought was the best, what would best represent what we're hearing from what our districts were telling us. And so we then came out of that working group and then presented the statement to the task force and to the public. And just so people can understand that we solicited comments throughout construction of the statement. So in other words, we flashed a draft statement, which was not this statement, and said, okay, task force members, what do you think? And people gave us back and forth comments. We edited on the fly. We were editing it during a live meeting, and made changes throughout. And then one of the task force members had the great idea of say, wait a minute, let's get comments from the public who are listening and again have been with us since July. And we had comments that were, nope, that's not good, or yes, that's great. And we edited that during that meeting. We edited again, went through a couple iterations of this and came up with this. And then had other meetings in terms of sharing with the individual boards. I think task force reps shared this in some form with the respective boards and then got further comments. So this is the synthesis of that very thorough process. And I'm not going to read it, but I just wanted the board members to understand that we were very deliberate. I think I probably have a story. If you want to call me offline, I probably have a story for every single word that's constructed in the statement. And I could probably tell you that it's coming from different people that had different views and different experiences. So we were very careful for it to mean something. So I think one of the things that questions we got from board members and the community and parents and students is, what's the point? Why are we doing this? The why is really twofold. Really just provide that guiding light. So if you think it from a theoretical perspective, that's what we're doing. And then also, again, for those who feel like they need, actually writing it down and signals that we're going to do something about it. And it's different than some of the other statements that we've had with all the districts. And we actually did compare it to those statements as well to make sure that, you know, we were duplicating efforts, it wasn't confusing. And so really the point is you get it down on a piece of paper, you might actually accomplish something. And so that's pretty much, and you know, we made sure that every single word here, we addressed any particular instance where someone may feel marginalized, political views, sexual identity, gender identity, et cetera. So, and again, got feedback from different constituents representing different groups. And as Heather said, the point of this is to make everybody feel inclusive and feel like they have a forum. And at the end of the day, really to hold all of us as public servants accountable to our public and all the individuals who share their cases and their concerns that, this is something that we're all responsible to report to our students and our faculty and our community on. That's pretty much it.
Thank you, Cheryl and Heather. Are there any, and so the request out of the committee, the recommendation is that Easton, Reading, and Region 9 adopt the draft equity and inclusion statement as the ER9 equity and inclusion statement. Are there any clarifying questions from any board members to Cheryl and Heather with respect to the request? I see Dr. Harrison, and then we can go Easton, Reading, Region 9. Dr. Harrison?
Thank you, Chris. So I didn't necessarily want to ask a clarifying question, but I just wanted to weigh in just in this discussion on behalf of administration, and just talk about the importance of aspirational statements. So for administration, whether that's central office administrators or building level administrators, district level aspirational statements really give us, serve as a North Star or a guiding light that really helps us to shape the work that we're doing on a daily basis as we're working with our students, as we're working with our teachers, as we're looking at curriculum, all of those pieces. And it is, to me, while the boards of education do tremendous work on so many levels, one of the best gifts that a board can give to administration is a real clear direction. And so you have heard me in meetings, regardless of what the topic is, talk about our ABCs, those aspirational goals, looking at our focus on academic excellence, looking at building a caring community. Today, as in an administrative council meeting with all of our administrators with the district, we were able to look at the kind of focus work that we're thinking about and goal setting for next year and connecting them back to these ABC goals. And we see this being a way to tie that work together as well, having an equity and inclusion statement. So, we focus on we're educators, so we're focused on academic excellence, whether or not the statement tells us to. But it is a way for us to signal a level of cohesion across all three districts, to share a sense of kind of the purpose for doing what we do and how we are taking our daily work and connecting it to this bigger purpose. And I think that is really, really important. And ultimately, when you're doing this work correctly, and I mean the work of teaching students across the district, you'll start to see that the guiding focus statements for a district start to really translate into the classroom, and so teachers are able to make really intentional decisions about future focused learning and cultivating that, because that's one of our guiding statements. And so teachers, it's a nice reminder, I think, to our staff that that equity and inclusion is a focus for our tri-district, and the fact that the boards unanimously voted to create the task force and said that this is important work. This statement then becomes a reminder that this is part of the work that we're doing, and it creates a nice connection. So I just wanted to throw that out from the perspective of the administration, because that was definitely a part of the why and a part of the discussion as we were developing this statement.
Thank you, Dr. Harrison. Any clarifying questions for Cheryl or Heather from Easton board members?
I should say also
Easton
Devin.
board members going once.
Devin was also in the working group who created this.
If there are no other questions from Easton board members, I'll look to Reading board members. Did I see Chris Hawker's hand up?
You did.
Chris?
I don't want to start anything. I don't consider this a fatal flaw, but I bring it up because Cheryl, you already brought it up. The inclusion, or in this case, not inclusion of political perspectives, and in the wording. And I say that because I've seen other DEI statements, some of which include the phrase political perspectives or something close to that, in the list of down toward the bottom, and some do not. And I just wondered if that was a matter of discussion in crafting this statement.
That's a good question because it's in the survey, so we ask many questions about that sensitivity around political diversity.
Right.
I would be open to making that small change here, and I don't know what the rules are, so I don't want to like derail things. Looking at Chris Parkin, he can't see me, but I don't. It was an unintentional omission on my part anyway, as part of the working group.
Okay. I mean, my preference would be to put it in there. Like I say, I don't see it as a fatal flaw, but I have seen it in other DEI statements, and in other DEI statements, it is not there. So.
Thank you, Chris. Any other questions or clarifying questions on the request from Reading board members? If there aren't, Region 9, I see Maureen has her hand up.
Yeah, my question
Oh, I'm sorry,
really
Colleen,
Oh,
you're trying
sorry.
to get.
I'm writing furiously over here, so everything's delayed. I wanted to just thank Cheryl for that history because I have not been following along with your meetings. And some of the emails that we received, I really appreciate everyone reaching out, but it was as if they were talking about different language than I was reading. And I think they were talking about different language than I was reading. They were talking about a different draft or iteration of the development of the statement. So I just really appreciate you going through that history to help me put into perspective why I was sensing such a disconnect with some of the opinions that had been shared with me via email.
Thank you, Colleen. On to Maureen.
Hi, my question really relates to the survey and the interplay between this statement and the survey. It seemed to me to be somewhat conflated in some of the comments that I got, that this equity inclusion statement was going out contemporaneous with the survey. And I just want to clarify that this is your North Star and the survey is sort of a separate item over there, and they don't go out as one piece of information to the students as like a preface to the survey, correct?
That's correct. The reason why people thought that is that they were included in one set of board documents because I found out how to merge PDFs and I merged them all.
Okay, so when the students, the survey that you're proposing is just the survey, it doesn't have this followed by the survey.
Correct.
Because there seemed to be the suggestion that somehow this statement would influence the survey. And I don't believe that to be true personally, but to the extent that someone could still support the survey, understanding that you start from a perspective that doesn't have this statement. I just wanted that clear. So.
That is correct. This would be a statement that would be found on the website, for example.
Right. That's what I thought. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Maureen. And Heather, any other clarifying questions from Region 9 board members?
Yeah, I have one for Barlow for Region 9. Have any of the people on our DEI committee, have they participated in the creation of this survey? Or sorry, not the survey, but the statement.
Are you referring to specifically the board members or the community
members? Not the board members.
Or...
We have a DEI committee within Barlow that has teachers, administrators.
Got it.
And so I was asking if they've been involved in creating this statement, so we don't end up with another statement coming out of Barlow from that group.
Todd, I could jump in and answer that. So there is no member of the DEI task force who's also on the school DEI kind of leadership group. That said, in order to not duplicate efforts, it was important for us in knowing that we were moving this forward as part of the broader work of the task force, that there was no plan to create a Barlow version of its own statement.
If there are no other clarifying questions or comments from any board members, at this time we'll entertain a motion on the recommendation of the task force to adopt the equity inclusion statement as the ER9 statement on equity and inclusion, and I would be open to any board members who wish to make an amendment to what is on the screen as part of that motion or not. There's no obligation either way. Saying that, we've been looking to Easton first all night, but I'd look to any member of any board who wishes to make the motion to start the conversation.
So can I make a motion to amend? Is that, which order? Make a
Well,
motion?
There's no motion on the floor, Devin.
Oh,
So if you wanted
so
to make a
called.
motion that was to adopt this with the addition of political opinion or whatever the other terms might be, you could certainly do that.
I would say.
I'll make a motion.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I want to hear what you said, the political.
Oh, I was going to suggest political perspective, and that we put that in between sexual orientation and cognitive ability.
That's how it's listed in the political perspective.
Yep. I'll make a motion
That sounds like
yep. To approve this with an amendment.
Said?
Yep. Yeah, it's what Chris said. Go team.
And so that's political perspective between sexual orientation and cognitive ability. Otherwise, it's the same.
Yeah.
Correct.
All right. Is there a second in Easton?
Just a point of question. We second just to get discussion going.
Yes.
Do you think I'd know that by now?
Yes.
Okay, then second.
Thank you, Jane.
Thank you, Jenny. Somebody want to make the same motion in Reading?
Oh, I'll do it. I correctly did it.
Chris Hawker, thank you. Is there a second in Reading?
I'll
John
second
looks
that.
like he's handing the hand that doesn't work. John, seconds. Region 9.
Someone like a motion in
Karen.
Region 9, Karen? And a second? Second, Maureen, thank you.
And Heather, if you take your screen down, I can share. I've just edited the document on my PDF to include what was changed so that everyone is aware of what it looks like.
I was trying to find the document that wasn't an index file.
I cheated and edited the PDF. All right, so now for the same motion on the floor from all three boards, I will look for, as Jenny kindly suggested I call it earlier today, effectively board member comment for a first round of comments around each board so that folks aren't interrupted and can say whatever opening remarks they'd like to say. And I will start in Easton to anybody who'd like to make those initial comments with respect to the motion.
Any comments in Easton?
So I'll make a quick comment. I was fortunate to work on the working group that helped, I guess, begin this draft because we had a lot of feedback from the public, from different DEI members and board members, and just want to reiterate the importance of setting, really a vision statement around this work so that we have, a place, as Dr. Harrison said, that we're really working toward. And I think this really encompasses the beauty of like our ABCs and our mission statement, and really also ties in that diversity, equity, and inclusion piece in such a, really robust way.
John, I think mine's more discussion than comment. So is that coming after this?
Yeah, this is an opportunity for a first sort of opening comment. And if you want to have more discussion, we can pass and you'll certainly have the opportunity.
I mean, I'll make a comment, I guess. I would propose a couple of edits to this, and we can do that now, or we can do that at another point.
That's what I have too, or just along those lines.
If you'd each want to identify what the edits is that you have in mind, that would be fine. I wouldn't entertain back and forth conversation quite yet, but.
Okay, as I'm looking at it, line 6, I would delete the word unconscious. And in line 9, I would delete equity will.
So you're here, Randy?
Yes,
And here?
right, correct. And I like Chris Hocker's addition.
John, can I back up then as a first pass? I
Yes.
would expand Randy's word removals and go from, just have it read, free from barriers that are the result of bias, prejudice, and discrimination, and lose unconscious or unconscious, systemic, and individual.
So lose what's highlighted, Jenny?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I think that.
Any other opening comments? Right, Easton?
No, okay.
If there aren't, look to anyone in Reading wishing to make an opening comment. Mike?
Yeah, Chris, thank you. Can you hear me all right? Yeah, you can hear me? Okay. I feel like if this is going to be our North Star where we're headed with the DEI work, I feel like we've jumped ahead and we haven't identified where we are right now. Is this, you know, if this is like a, you know, almost like an operating agreement for what's going to be done, I don't know. I feel like we started at the end instead of the beginning. You know, a report on where we are on all of these initiatives right now. I just remember hearing Dr. McMorrin a few years ago tell us everything that was already a part of the curriculum and a part of how ER9 operates that relates to diversity, equity, and inclusion. A couple of years ago at a meeting, I was very impressed. But I read this and it sounds like we have a lot of work to do, but I'm not sure if that's the case. So that's my opening.
Can I make a comment to that?
Why don't we hold off on responding for right now? Are there any opening comments, sort of first impressions for anybody in Reading? Anybody else?
I really appreciate what is written here. I perseverated on every single word listed here, and I think it very closely. I see an aspirational goal as very similar to our vision, mission, and purpose. And when I read our Reading Board of Ed vision, mission, and purpose, these are very complementary to each other. And you know, I don't think you need to have a full assessment of where we are to set an aspiration to have a goal. That said, so I've gone through every single word here. That said, I do not want to lose the intent of making a statement by you know, insisting that every single word that's there remains. And so if there are terms in there that you know, make it uncomfortable or difficult to support, you know, I'm ready to compromise on the wording as long as the intent remains in the statement. I think it's very important. The statement's very important.
Thank you, Colleen. Anybody else in Reading? If there's, I have a few comments with respect to this to start. First, I've been part of the DI meetings going back the full year to the committee from the beginning, and I appreciate the time and effort everybody's got put into this, the working group on through the insightful conversation and interaction with the public we've had over the past nearly year at this point. Over the course of time, we have heard question as to whether or not there is racism which is systemic, or whether it is individual, overt, covert, intentional, unintentional, and the same can be of bigotry and discrimination in all flavors, whether it exists in our communities and to what extent it exists in communities. But ultimately, that doesn't change an underlying truth, which is that our communities value inclusion. Indeed, if you look at the Easton Republican Town Committee platform, it proclaims that its members, quote, support a safe, diverse, and inclusive community. The Easton Democratic Town Committee has among its principles, we believe in a constitution that supports and guarantees equal rights for all, regardless of race, religion, gender, nation of birth, or orientation. Indeed, our State Board of Education agrees, and the State Department of Education and Connecticut Association of Boards of Education, endorsed by the State Board of Education in February, issued a joint statement that reads, we emphasize our mutual commitment to providing all students with school environments where they do not feel threatened, regardless of their race, gender identity or expression, religion, nationality, status of citizenship, or sexual orientation. It is our core responsibility as educators to do everything we can to foster environments that ensure equity, diversity, and inclusion. Moreover, the State Board of Education has called upon boards and districts specifically to be responsible for nurturing in students lifelong respect and compassion for themselves and others, regardless of race, ethnic origin, gender, social class, ability, religion, or sexual orientation, providing safe and effective learning environments to discuss cultural identities such as race, religion, and national origin at all grade levels, promoting efforts to improve school climate as a critical component for effective learning and school reform. This is directly from the State Board of Education's position statement on culturally responsive education adopted in February of 2021. The concept of asserting equity and inclusion as a priority is not radical, nor is it harmful. It signals an intent to value diversity, equity, and inclusion that these boards demonstrated when we formed the DEI task force itself. In my view, rejecting this statement would be measurably more destructive than adopting it. It would tell our students that maybe being included isn't that important. And that's why I stand behind adopting this statement. Are there any other opening comments from Reading? If not, look to Region 9.
Can I make one comment?
Oh, sorry, Heather.
That in Easton and Reading, policy 5145 reads, the Board of Education believes that a school culture that supports student achievement, respects and values all students, and fosters understanding of gender identity or expression within the school community. Connecticut law and district policy require that all programs, activities, and employment practices are free from discrimination based on sex, sexual orientation, and gender identity or gender expression. Therefore, in keeping with these mandates, the board is committed to creating a safe learning environment for all students and to ensure that every student has equal access to all school programs and activities. The board believes that fostering this understanding is a joint responsibility that requires cooperation and good communication between parents, guardians, school administration, school staff, and the school community. The superintendent shall ensure that students with gender identity or expression concerns and their parents, guardians shall be given the opportunity to discuss these issues and participate in the educational planning and programming for their student. That's in our policies that were adopted, I don't know when, 2 years ago? When was that?
2017. I think it was May of 2017.
That said, I agree with Mr. Hawker that the political perspective should be in here. Maybe I've read this so many times that I thought that it was. And that if we were going to discuss the edit suggested by Randy and Jenny, I prefer Jenny's edit because I think that I would rather, personally, I would rather have it say bias than leave out the idea of unconscious bias.
Are we in discussion mode yet?
Yeah, we're not quite in discussion yet.
Almost.
I don't think there are any more Reading members who wish to have their first comment. We'll look for Region 9 then to have opening remarks.
All right, anyone from Region 9? Mary Lee?
I like this statement a lot. I think that one thing that might be considered in here that I don't see in here is people with either, whether you want to call it emotional disorders or mental health issues. I think that there's definitely a segment of the population that are dealing with anxiety and depression and eating disorders that I'm not seeing defined in this. And I think that that's an important consideration.
Thank you, Mary Lee. Maureen?
All I was going to say was that this, to me, is an aspirational statement, and the quotes from the policy attempt to put this aspirational statement into practice. But in effect, what came before, the cart came before the horse, in that we had that policy before we had this. And so that's all the more reason why we need these kinds of aspirational statements that act as a North Star.
Any other opening comments, Region 9?
Sorry, just a
Todd,
clarifying question. Yeah, sorry, just a clarifying question. If we make edits to this, does it need to go back to the task force to consider our edits, since they put all the hard work and effort into crafting this fine statement?
I would not think so. I think the recommendation was the statement that was presented. It's been moved with a small modification. I don't think there would be any objection procedurally or otherwise to amendments to the main motion to further revise it.
Also,
So if we,
the voting members of the task
I
force.
mean, it could be moved to be sent back, but it need to be.
anyone else from Region 9?
Anybody else from Region 9?
No other opening comments?
Bless you. All right, if there are no other opening comments, we can move into more open discussion. I see Chris Hawker jumping at the bit to say something.
Yeah. Well, and what was I going to say? Oh, I was going to say, if there's anything worse than a statement worked up by a committee, wordsmithed by a committee, and how painful that is to then have another committee wordsmith that. I mean, you could wrap yourself around each word and phrase forever, and then I don't know what, maybe have a public referendum on it. I mean, so my feeling is that unless there's a particular word or phrase that is a non-starter for somebody, in which case I would probably be sympathetic to taking it out or tweaking it, that, you know, you get to a point where you either say, I'll take it because it's the best we can collectively do and it's pretty darn good, or we say, nah, go back to the drawing board. And I would hate to see us take plan B. So some of the suggestions that Randy and Jen made, I didn't have a great objection to it, but I hope we don't all come up and say, well, you know, this word's a showstopper for me and this phrase, just please don't go there, please.
One of the beauties, at least my understanding, one of the beauties of an aspirational statement of a vision, mission, and purpose is that it is not written in stone. And if there are words that are, concerning to some members of the group, sometimes the way to start is less is more, right? And remove the words that are causing the concern. And as we go through the iterative process of figuring out what it is we really want to do, words can be adjusted and added. And this is the start of a very long and dedicated process. So
if I don't want to jump the line if somebody else was ready. So I heard two things from Randy, and combining sort of Jenny's feedback. It was the sort of striking of the sort of after result of, so unconscious or conscious, systematic, and individual. So striking that, so it's the result of bias, prejudice, discrimination, which I think is still a very clear and powerful statement. And I think Randy also had a question about the sort of commitment to equity will. So removing equity will, commitment to ensure that all students, so it's our unwavering commitment right there. Yep. So striking equity will, just saying to ensure that all students. And then I heard Mary Lee say, hey, we're not including sort of mental health. I don't know the sort of sensitive way to sort of talk about that. So I'll look to anybody else who, is it mental health conditions? Is it mental health, diagnoses? Like if somebody else has a suggestion.
I think the word cognitive might have been put in there as a proxy for mental, but I understand thinking about it that it's not a fair proxy.
No, I think cognitive ability is more a sense of sort of processing capacity versus dealing with like severe anxiety or some other mental health diagnosis.
One way would be
mental health.
One thing that's on the survey that was taken from one of our sources was emotional behavioral disability or this gets real specific. There's also like neurodiversity, which is different than mental health.
Mm-hmm.
Or you could just say,
Mike, you had a suggestion? I was trying to introduce you, Mike.
Yeah, or you could just say all students, and that for sure gets it all, gets every one of them included.
Yeah,
I would suggest adding mental health concerns, or just regardless of mental health or mental health concerns.
Yeah.
I think if you remove part of this, the point of the statement is that you actually call out the different groups or different groups within our community, because when we don't call them out, we often leave people out. So the idea is to cover and explicitly state, which is, I think it's a really good idea to add mental health concerns.
And you could say mental health challenges.
Or challenges, that's good too.
Yeah. Randy, and Randy and Jenny, who I think from the Easton board had suggested that, did I sort of circle those appropriately?
I think so. Yeah. And I recognize Chris Hocker's comment too, and not interested in, rewriting this by any stretch.
Right.
Can I just ask though about, do we need both gender and gender identity?
Yeah, they're different. So gender is I'm a male or a female. Gender identity is how I express my gender. So,
right. But I'm saying, do you really need both of those?
Yeah. Yep.
Yes. So can I just ask a clarifying question in terms of the word equity? It is I'm just trying to better understand the concern, because it is an equity and inclusion statement. If there's something around that word that is troubling, or just trying to better understand kind of why we would want to take it out. If there's better, Randy, if you want to elaborate a little bit more.
Let's see. I guess to me, it's clear, our unwavering commitment to ensure that all students, regardless of actual perceived, it's clear. I mean, because equity is defined in another section of your original survey, I guess, and I found it to be very confusing, because it's talking about equity and equality and comparing the two and contrasting the two. To me, I'm just trying to clarify the statement.
Can I say that it doesn't actually read, it would then say our unwavering commitment to ensure that all students, regardless of, will grow into, it would say our unwavering commitment
Should
will
just be to
ensure.
all students. If as a group we support that removal, it would just be our unwavering commitment to all students.
Well, no.
Then our commitment is growing, not the students.
Oh, right.
No, Heather's point, it's an English point. You need a verb. So what you would want to say is our unwavering commitment is to ensure.
Right, but I want to say also that I get, Randy, what you're saying about and you weren't the only one to say that it was confusing, like, why is equality a bad thing, and what is equality and what is equity? This is an equity statement. And so I don't know that I don't know what's gained by getting rid of the words equity and will. I don't know that,
So I think it is a bit of a lightning rod, and I mean, I think we could sit here and we could talk about what we mean by it, but then tomorrow on the radio and on late night TV, people are using that term, using the word equity and defining it in a way that is, as a slur, as like it's a bad thing. And I think we could sit here with the best of intentions and say, no, here's what is meant by that. But it's turned into such a lightning rod because of the way that people are using that term. And
I hear people using it in two ways: equity of opportunity and equity of outcome, right?
Yep.
And this just says equity. So
yeah, Mike, and that's exactly, I in debates that I've had with people, I'm constantly, you want equity of outcome. I'm like, that is not what I'm trying for. I want everybody to have a fair shot, but that's the lightning rod, is that equity means that people who are trying to do this work are looking for equity of outcomes. And that's not the point of this. We're trying to give everybody a fair shot.
Do you think it's clarified at all, though, or just understood because we are a school system, that we are all about providing equity in opportunity? I mean, because education to me is equal to opportunity.
I wish that was the case.
There's absolutely no way for us to guarantee
outcome.
I mean, certainly we set goals for achievement, but sort of what happens, beyond that 5, 10, 15 years in the future.
Right.
I don't know. To me, education and
I wish that was the case, but I think we are and have been accused of not doing that. But I agree with Jenny.
I see Cheryl, Devin, and Rydell all with hands up. So Cheryl.
Yeah, I want to understand the proposal to remove the word unconscious and systemic. And the reason why I ask is because I'm thinking of all the people who commented. And from my understanding, from those who commented, that's why they're experiencing what they're experiencing, because in some cases it is unconscious and in some cases it is systemic. And just before someone says it's a lightning rod, I appreciate that some may have that view, but in and of itself, it's not. It's the reality of some of who have shared those marginalization stories, have shared with us. Even those who graduated from our schools and came back, and were not marginalized for whatever reason, came back and said the same thing and said, oh, I wish I would have learned about the historical events, no political view. I wish I would have known more about this instance or that instance in history, for example, or that there was a person of a particular category that was successful in science. There's nothing political about that. And I think going back to our educational focus, removal of that unconscious or systemic would almost be denying the existence of actually what happened in our country. And it's just history. And I think, it doesn't need to be a lightning rod. It's just recognizing that exists.
So as the person who said lightning rod and not wanting to say that's what, I am not against the idea of people unintentionally or intentionally sort of having that bias. But I think if what we're saying is unconscious or conscious and unintentional and intentional mean the same thing, if we can say that means the same thing, literally swapping out those words helps us to bring clarity to, yes, we believe that people unintentionally do things sometimes without malice that have a result of racist outcomes. And I think a lot more people will come to the table and say, okay, I'm ready to talk about how I might have unintentionally done that, than to say it's unconscious, because it just carries with it so much extra context. And I think this can't just be us sort of preaching to the choir. I think we have to figure out how to bridge the gaps that have started to form and started to tear apart the normal sort of reasonable discourse in our communities. So I'll shut up.
Can I comment, just because I'm one of the people that suggested removing that? I realize I'm kind of jumping ahead.
Go ahead.
Of other folks. I see the hand thing signal there. I mean, I only just recently joined the task force committee, so maybe, you know, if I had been in on earlier iterations of this, I would have said the same thing. When I drove by to pick up my kids today, you know, there are 2 red signs flanking the bottom of Center as it met Black Rock, you know, that said, well, I'm sure you've seen them, right? Educate, yes. Indoctrinate, no. And in black marker or Sharpie scrawled across those was written the word bigot. And I've taken the same approach to this as I have to suggesting edits to the survey, which thankfully, you know, I'm so grateful to the committee for receiving and working with those, is to think about the end game and the long-term goals that we have. And I think we're going to achieve those best if we hear, I don't know, well, lightning rod is kind of on the table right now, but if we can take out words that are causing angst, logically or not, right? Whether we agree with it or not, and we can produce something that is going to be broadly accepted, but still let us achieve our goals, I think we would be wise to do that. And that phrase in particular, unconscious or conscious systemic and individual bias, you know, if you read through the dozens and dozens of emails that we've received and comments and things that we're hearing and seeing in the public, I just don't want all of the good things that we want to come out of this to be derailed by a few words that we had the opportunity to adjust. So it's not about not supporting the statement. I think the statement is wonderful. And I think everything that Devin and Heather and others have spoken about the need for it and making this, so I wrote somebody mentioned it, this aspirational goal. I don't know. I think that the rest of that concern can be sort of teased out through the other work that we do. But setting something out as kind of our pillar statement, I think we need to be careful. You know, words really do make a difference, and word choice is critical to us being successful. That's just kind of.
I tend to think that a lot of people have read this and other documents to assume that it is an indictment that conscious or unconscious systemic and individual bias exists in our schools or in our communities. But I don't read this statement as saying that at all. I think this statement is saying that we're affirmatively saying that our learning environment should be free of those things. And so
I don't think it matters. I think if people see those words, it triggers things. Again, like I said, logical or not.
Right. And I think ultimately, if we're going to be leaders here and do the work of leadership and governance, we can't be super concerned about what people who are unwilling to actually read the text.
Oh, I totally disagree. I think if we're leaders and we're speaking for all kids, then we're going to make as many decisions as possible to make this successful moving forward. There were almost 200 people on this call tonight following every word and everything that we are doing, and several community members concerned about the rift that acceptance of these things will cause in the face of so much objection to these things. And I think our leadership needs to come along with making conscious decisions about making it more broadly accepted.
Can I just ask, like, in all honesty, do you think that the idea of unconscious or systemic bias is the only lightning rod in this? I think the people that are putting up those signs, I think the people that are writing on those signs, I don't think that this statement, these surveys, I don't think those are the lightning rod. And I think if we never even had those words in this statement to begin with, there would still be lightning rods in here. Because we have heard from some very vocal people, they don't want any of this work happening. They don't want us to talk about it. And in terms of the reason why I said, if we're going to take out any of these words, we got to take out all of them. We can't just leave in conscious bias, because that means something that was intentional. And I can give you a very clear example of something that was unconscious bias that was happening in Reading schools. And when it was pointed out to my board, we changed it. We saw it was the Immigration Day project at the middle school, that it had a grid on it where kids would say mother's family, father's family, country of origin, reason for immigration. And it was pointed out by a person of color that her daughter couldn't fill that out because she didn't immigrate, right? So that project was done as started as like a multicultural celebration. It wasn't an intentional thing to leave anybody out or not to include anybody. It wasn't intentionally biased or racist. But when we realized in the committee, somebody used the expression, when our cultures stumble into each other. And that's like these unconscious things that happen. And they happen all the time. And what this is saying is that when those things happen that we had no intention, I participated in immigration study. I stayed up all night making those little cookies with the jam thumbprints from Croatia, wherever. Like I participated in it fully willingly and never even thought about it. But when it was pointed out to me, every single member of our board and all of the administrators were like, whoa, okay, we gotta do better on that. So that's why I think that the obviously instances of conscious intentional bias would not be tolerated or abided by anybody. But the idea that we can grow and learn and say, hey, I had no idea that this is where this was coming from, or that I wasn't including other perspectives that I couldn't see because I don't have that perspective, that we can grow and change and amend ourselves. That's what the including the unconscious systemic bias, because the Immigration Day was a systemic thing. It was going on for years. So, and we changed it, and everybody's fine. You know, it wasn't, nobody was like, oh, you're a racist for doing this. It was something that we didn't realize and we corrected it. So I just want to say once more, if this is the lightning rod, then take out both. Please don't leave in only conscious. Don't.
Thank you.
So I would
Devin.
be open. Yeah. So I think a couple of things. One, in terms of mental health challenges, a good proxy for that is emotional and mental functionality, based on a social worker, somebody who works in this field. And then, so I definitely don't want this kind of statement to fail because there are certain words that are charged currently. I will say, as somebody who's worked in education for 20 years, unconscious and conscious bias and systemic bias have been something that we've talked about in the field for the 20 years I've been here. So these words do have a meaning in education, and they before the past couple of years, they haven't had this like very partisan lane, meaning to them that kind of pushes people away. So I liked the idea. I do think it's important to talk about different types of biases so that we recognize that it's not always overt. So I did, if there's such a feeling about the words unconscious or conscious, I think it is valuable to replace them with an idea of unintentional and intentional. I will say with equity, again, the idea of equity is meeting kids' needs, and different kids have different needs. We do this in education. We don't always do this for all of the groups that are listed here. So again, I'd be open, I think, to changing the word equity to meeting, students' needs or meeting students' unique needs. The equity is quite different from equality, right? If I'm 5'5" and my husband's 6'2", I need a step stool to get up to something in my cabinet. My husband doesn't. Equitable for me is giving me the step stool. Equal would be I don't get a step stool and he doesn't need it, but I can't reach anything. So this idea of equity, again, isn't meant to be a lightning rod. It's legitimately what we do in education. It's just expanding this to think about not only, meeting equitable needs when, in like typical places that we typically think about. So, but I do think these ideas, these concepts are important to keep into a statement that is one that sets our goals for where we want to be as an organization or as a community, and when it comes to equity and inclusion.
Thank you. Devin Rydell, Dr. Harrison.
Thank you. So actually, Devin made a couple of the points that I wanted to make. So the first, I would start with the unwavering commitment to equity. So it seems reasonable to me that the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Task Force in their equity and inclusion statement would double down on their commitment to equity. So that seems, I mean, I felt like that wording seems to make sense there. And I think that if the idea of an unwavering commitment to equity seems like it would be a challenge, then I think that it would signal then, will all of it then be a challenge? Because I think that the existence of the DEI task force, the fact that it's pushing 12 and we're still having this conversation, I think it is actual evidence of a commitment to equity by all three districts. And so I think that it would then from that standpoint make sense to name it. One of the terms that when we talked about that, we were putting together this statement, the term culturally competent community members, we had to really spend some time talking about, like, what does that mean? Because in education speak, cultural competence is already a thing. So it's not just a matter of taking our knowledge of those two words individually and trying to make sense of it, but it's really signaling specifically what cultural competence is. I think that it is the same case here, to Devin's point of unconscious and conscious and systemic and individual bias. That those are terms that we use in the field, and the extent to which this is an aspirational statement for the people who are working with our kids. These are people who are in the field of education. So using terms that are familiar to them, it seems to make sense. I do think that that part of the work is, part of the leadership work, and this is hard work, is being able to take the time and really educate folks on, when we say this is actually what we mean. And I think that that if this becomes the aspirational statement that is guiding the work, then a natural part of the next steps of that work would be really sort of laying out, so what, when we say this, what does that mean? The idea of future ready, like, that's a thing. So part of that being an aspirational goal is that we have to sort of lay out, when we say future ready, this is what we mean. When we talk about a caring community, this is what we mean by that. And so, those are just my comments based on some of the recommended changes.
Thank you, Dr. Harrison. Colleen?
So I really like Mary Lee's suggestion, and I know you said you didn't want to wordsmith, but I just want to point out that when we say, like, cognitive ability, physical ability, we're not like qualifying ability or disability. So just the word challenge there, mental health challenges, I understand the intent, and Devin's suggestion, emotional and mental functionality, is actually a mouthful, but I think it's actually a more appropriate term, because it's not qualifying the status of mental health. It's like the word challenge to me kind of implies something that's difficult or something. And, so I would want to not qualify what it is. I would not want to set upon a judgmental term, include a judgmental term when we're listing all of the ways, in which we're committed to equity.
I think Colleen's right on that.
Thanks, Chris.
Yeah. It'll be the only one cast is sort of the negative.
Yeah, exactly. So you got to cast it in a more neutral way. So, yeah.
On the equity side, our second sentence, we say our current and future students and staff deserve equitable and inclusive teaching and learning environments. Since we are in the business of education, doesn't that cover the quality and inclusiveness of the DEI? Why do we need the second equity down below? That's
because it's
highlighted.
our commitment to equity that is ensuring those things. At least that was the intent when we drafted the statement, was that we were making a commitment to meet the needs of all of our students in order to ensure that students basically became, unique, varied experiences, able to thrive in the global community. So that commitment to equity was intended to be like part of that, ensuring that students are successful. Because what we've heard from many of our community members is that we aren't, even though we are striving for that, right? That is our goal. That is something that we have fallen short on for some of our kids, not all of our kids, but for some of our kids.
I'm trying to move this along since it is almost midnight and we still have another 3 topics on the agenda. I'm in favor of removing the unconscious, everything that's in red, removing the equity will, and I'm good with the religion and mental health challenges addition to the statement.
Can we replace unconscious or conscious, systemic, and individual bias with what John suggested, unintentional or intentional?
I would be much more in favor of that.
And leave systemic? I'm not in favor of leaving systemic. That's a lightning rod word that we've been talking about.
Structural?
Is the unintentional intentional here, or is
where it says unconscious?
Replace
in front of
unconscious or
systemic and individual?
unconscious.
Unconscious becomes unintentional. Conscious becomes intentional. Systemic becomes.
No, I would not go to structural because that's the same connotation.
Well,
I gotta say,
well, I mean, it's all the same. It's all the same connotation, right? We're literally just using different words because these are the words that people are hearing on social media again and again. And again.
I don't know why I can't just simply say bias. I mean, it's all encompassing, includes everything we want to work towards, and just.
I agree. It gives us more latitude, right? If we say bias, it gives us more latitude.
It's kind of the way I've been thinking about the survey questions. Like there are changes you can make that still get you the data you're looking for, still get you to the goals.
Maureen has been patiently waiting and waving her hand.
Yeah, go ahead, Maureen.
I've been waiting because I've been hearing some of the things I would say verbalized by others, so I've been waiting. All I wanted to say is that a friend of mine who talked about corporate structural change made a point to me after the racism resolution in Easton was defeated. And what she said was, you need to remember that you have to organize people around aspirational statements before you get anywhere with policy or with regulation. So while I agree more clearly with Heather and Devin personally and in terms of advancing change quickly, I can see Jenny's point to say that you want to create language that everyone can rally around. And then you want to have the broader and deeper debate when you write policy. That's how I see this now. And I don't want it to fail because we can't agree on the depth of the aspirational statement. I want it to succeed. And I recognize that that may be a longer process. So that's all I wanted to put out there. There is a stepwise thing between aspirations and policy and regulation. In the policy committee, we were forever saying we need policy, not aspirational statement. Well, here we need the aspirational statement that we can all rally around, and then the policy. And my rant is over.
Yeah, so I agree with you on the language. I guess my concern about just saying bias is when people hear bias, they think it's something that's intentional, like, oh gosh, I'm so biased, I'm such a bad person. And that isn't true. Most of our biases are actually something that is unintentional. And so calling unintentional or intentional out, to me, it just seems like an important thing that we distinguish in this statement. I appreciate that there are certain words like unconscious or conscious that have become triggering, and if those need to be replaced, that's fine. I don't understand, I guess, why we wouldn't be more specific around those types of biases, knowing that often the unintentional part is what we actually really need to work on.
I'll make a quick comment. I equate unintentional with I made an accident.
Right.
And I don't think we're looking to punish people, so to speak, for making an accident.
Right.
So.
Nor would we
We're
be
looking to
wanting,
educate people when they make an
I
accident,
think this
though.
is about punishment. I think that is, and I agree with Maureen. That's what I said from the beginning. I would feel worse about leaving in conscious and not having conscious than I would about taking them both out. But this is not about punishment at all. And again, like that example of the Immigration Day, nobody got punished for that. Nobody, it was just like, oh gosh, we had not thought about that. That was problematic also for kids with two moms or two dads, or kids who were adopted, or if there was an indigenous kid, that project would have been hugely problematic for them. But it wasn't, nobody got punished. And this isn't even about punishment. So if it's late, and if this is something that's a huge stumbling block, if you're going to say there's no way I would support this with those words in there, then I think, as we also said, this is an evolving thing. In 2 years from now, when everybody is ready to talk about this stuff and it's no longer such a lightning rod, then it could be revisited and added in. But it's not about punishment.
Cheryl?
Sorry, I was wondering, while everybody was talking, I was listening, was looking at the difference between unintentional and unconscious. I'm okay with unintentional, although I do feel strongly about having that whether it be unconscious or unintentional, having those because it does exist. To Randy's point, it is an accident. It's mostly unintended, and it's different from bias, because bias, again, looking at Webster's dictionary, is different, where you're not aware that you may be doing something wrong. And to just I really was moved by Heather's example, and I will, publicly disclose my own unconscious bias with Immigration Day, where I thought it was great until some friends of mine said, wait a minute, I'm adopted. I have no idea what my background is. And that was my unconscious bias. And I'm okay to say that, but I didn't feel punished. I didn't feel bad. I felt glad that she told me. But that's what we're trying to get at, is just to just normalize different experiences without making people feel guilty. So I do feel very strongly about the unintentional. I'm fine with intentional, unintentional, but that's, again, this is education. This is not advocacy. But I do feel strongly about those words. But
yeah, and I think recently people talking about unconscious bias have used them in a way that isn't necessarily consistent with this idea that, hey, we're not punishing you for this. And there have been times where people have been publicly sort of flogged in the square because of their because of their unconscious bias. And so that's a part of why I think using the word unintentional, and I think Randy is spot on for saying that feels more like an accident. That's exactly right. That's what it should feel like. And I hope it is, oh, I did not mean to offend. And nobody's jumping down our throat going, you screwed up because you didn't know every sensitivity that you should have known. You're not there. You don't understand everything you should know. It should feel more like, I messed up. How do I fix this?
Jenny?
I can imagine that it must be very
Jenny and then Jeff. Oh, Jeff and then Jenny. Go ahead.
I can imagine that it must be extremely difficult to work as hard as people have worked on this statement, and then it starts to get picked at. And I mean, if I'm in their shoes, I'm being, I am fighting for every word. And I get that. And I'm trying to be respectful of that. But there are phrases in here that when I read them, I have a physical reaction, a negative physical reaction to them. And for that reason, I can't support this unless the changes that are being discussed are embraced. And I get that there are people that are sitting here going, my God, Jeff, you have no idea. I've spent 10 hours combing through this and praying about it and working on it and trying to make it something that we can all be very, very proud of. And so I realize that what I'm saying has got to be hard to hear. But if I'm going to be honest about it, I have to tell you that.
Jenny?
All I was going to say is that what I hear even in discussion about words is that we all have the same goal, right? I mean, I think we need to keep coming back to that and reminding ourselves that we are here for the kids. This is all about wanting the equity and inclusion efforts to be successful. And that all these things you're talking about as far as unconscious versus conscious and punishment and everything, like none of that even came into my mind. It's more along the lines of what Jeff said. As I'm reading through this and I'm reading through the surveys, I read it and I read it and I read it until like the switch goes off and like kind of the warning light, so to speak, and I know to kind of take a closer look and I think, is that going to work? Is it not going to work? Is it necessary? Can the goals still be met without this, or with changing a word, or changing something around? And to me, that's just the one. I don't have any issue with equity will. I love the inclusion of the emotional and mental functionality. I just think that one phrase in the middle there could go a long way to us getting where we want to be.
Devin is next, but before that, I just wanted to comment. There are 3 main motions on the floor, and there have been a number of sort of informal edits suggested. As we are now 75 minutes into this discussion, we'll look to either call the question shortly on the main motions that are pending, or look for a motion to amend in any variety of ways to bring this to a motion that will be called relatively quickly, because it sounds like everybody has mostly been heard on these issues, and I think we all more or less know where people stand on things. Devin?
So I would just one more suggestion in terms of the list. If this is also in the survey, but we unintentionally left it out. It's just immigration status. And I do want to state, I did work on this statement and I worked on it with a lot of really awesome people. The reason I am passionate about some of these words is because as I think somebody said this earlier, words do matter. And I think when we set aspirational goals, it's important that we're specific about what we're working on. So I think many of us have also been very open to trying to find the right words to make this statement work for our communities. So yes, there's a lot of time that goes into all of the work and all the committees that each of us are part of. And I think everyone here is trying to find a statement that works for our communities, but also we don't want to water it down so much that it no longer becomes aspirational and just becomes another thing on our website.
Thank you, Devin. Heather?
So can I ask Jeff, and I think Todd, Jenny, and Randy, specifically, if we amended it to read, teaching and learning environments that are emotionally, socially, and physically safe, free from intentional and unintentional barriers that are the result of bias, prejudice, and discrimination, would that work? That the barriers are unintentional? Would that?
So it goes here.
Yeah. That it's not,
That sounded nice, Heather.
That sounded really nice.
Then
Sorry, but you weren't
Because
asking.
it takes it away from the blame.
Yeah, it takes it. It was an unintentional barrier that came up, which is really what happens.
Right.
Would you all support that?
Well, then it applies, then it's nice because it spreads it out to the bias, prejudice, and the discrimination.
Right.
And then also, I would like to, can I make a motion?
Barriers that
Or what's your motion? I'm sorry, Jeff, are you talking?
Yeah,
No, I was-
Jeff's trying to
I'm-
digest.
I'm trying to read it with the some are bracket and some are not.
So that people can understand what I'm trying to do, bracket is added language, highlight is deleted language, or new, basically. So anything in a bracket would be added. Anything that's highlighted was subject to.
Okay, well, Chris, you've got intentional and unintentional in 2 places.
It would say, the sentence would read, our current and future students and staff deserve equitable and inclusive teaching and learning environments that are emotionally, socially, and physically safe, free from intentional or unintentional barriers that are the result of bias, prejudice, and discrimination.
Amen. I like that.
So Heather, is that a motion to amend the main motion to
But
state?
I also want to amend it to include emotional and mental functionality.
Let's.
Does the motion already include the political perspective?
Nope.
I would like to include.
The main motion has political perspective. That's already
And then
in here.
immigration status also.
Okay, so just to be clear, you're moving to amend the main motion so that the content of the statement reads free from intentional or unintentional barriers that are the results of bias, prejudice, and discrimination. Adds after language fluency, emotional and mental functionality. Adds, I just picked a place, immigration status here between physical appearance and religion. You can tell me if that's okay, if it needs to go somewhere else. And that's the substance of the amendment, is to make those 3 changes.
And equity will?
Yeah, what's happening with equity will?
I mean, I'm looking for a compromise here, guys.
Yeah, and so are we.
Yeah, I've made. I mean, there's been a lot of compromise.
I'm looking.
Equity in an equity statement is like.
I'm looking to understand Heather's motion. Heather's motion has 3 parts: the revisions to this sentence and the 2 additions to the list at the bottom. Is that correct? That's your motion to amend, Heather?
Yeah.
Right. Is there a second in writing to Heather's motion to amend?
I'll second.
That's John. Is there a similar motion in Easton to amend the main motion? Jenny, is there a second in Easton? I saw Jenny first. I'll give Devin the second, Region 9. Is there a motion to amend as proposed? Maureen, is there a second? Mary Lee. All right. Is there any objection to the amendment across any 3 boards? If there is no objection, it will be deemed approved by unanimous consent and will be part of the main motion. Is there any objection to the motion to amend?
Chris?
Yes.
I don't have, I asked about equity will, and I'm not sure that I got an answer.
The answer is it's not part of the motion to amend at this point. You can make your own motion to amend to address that if you'd like. The question at the moment right now is if there's any objection to the 3 revisions in the motion to amend. If there are no objections, they'll be deemed approved by unanimous consent and will be part of the main motion. Hearing no objection across any 3 boards, what I'm going to do is turn this into black text so that it is subject to the main motion. And if there are any further motions to amend the main motion, they would be germane at this time.
I have a question, I guess, as it relates to immigration status, because I'm not interested in, I guess, saying that, you know, we're a community that, you know,
It wouldn't do that. It wouldn't do that, Randy. It wouldn't do that. This is actual or perceived, right? Is a really important part of that statement, I think.
But are we actually opening up yet another can of worms here? And I'm an actual immigrant, just so you know. So yeah. I just feel like that is popping in another whole situation.
What this means is that we won't discriminate against kids regardless of their immigration status. I would hope that would be true for Easton, Reading, Region 9, and beyond, that we wouldn't discriminate against children for this. It doesn't mean
understand we have an obligation to educate students irrespective of their immigration status.
I know, but I'm just saying, does it have to be in here now, at this point in time?
I'm trying to remember, we did discuss that in the task force, and I thought we came up with a proxy word that one of the words would have incorporated that, but I'm looking to my colleagues to help me remember which one it was. Maybe it was.
Can I ask Randy, what, I missed the concern. I was looking down, I think.
I'm trying to come up with the term, and it's too late, unfortunately.
Sanctuary city.
Be a sanctuary city by introducing immigration status. Thank you, John.
Right. And commitment to equity of the immigration status, because we still have equity in there.
But we do have a commitment to educate the student irrespective of their immigration status, no matter what. So
no, sure, I get that. I get that. I just.
Yeah, no, I think I understood the concern, Randy, that this should not be construed as Easton is a sanctuary town. Like, that's not what this is doing.
Chris, can you make it bigger,
But it'll
please?
turn into that.
Hey, make it bigger, maybe.
I mean, I would just like to say again,
that?
because it's very late and we have not
Thank you.
scratched the surface. If this is going to be like a something that's going to hamstring the whole process, you know, again, this is something that can be amended. If this is going to force people to say, no, I can't support this, then let's take it out and let's get something that we can all agree on and move on, because we're not even done with the agenda.
Yeah.
Aren't we, and to Heather's point, which I think she's spot on. I don't know how good you guys are somewhere mentally between midnight and 2 in the morning, but I lose a little something off my fastball. I'm not ashamed to say that. Should we not table this until we could reconvene? I mean,
I don't think we're far from an agreement. I think we could, in the next 30 seconds.
Well, but we have a whole survey to discuss.
Right now we have 3 main motions on the floor. They have been duly amended, absent objection. So immigration status is currently in the main motion, just to be clear. And the question at this point is, are there any other amendments being brought forth by any board members or any other discussion with respect to the main motion, which is what is on the screen right now? And if there is,
sorry.
I'm sorry.
I didn't hear that, Cheryl.
Yeah, I had one. Sorry, Chris, I interrupted you.
Yep, go ahead, Cheryl.
Since we put unintentional barriers, those words in front of barriers, I'd like to reintroduce intentional, unintentional, and systemic barriers. It de-emphasizes the blame, but
that was the landmine.
Nope.
The word systemic.
Nope.
The barriers become the systemic, right? So the barriers can be the systemic thing. So I don't think that you need to add systemic in there.
Right. He's right, Cheryl.
That was the genius of Heather's statement.
I also want to remind people who might be watching this, who worked really hard on this and who participated, because it wasn't just the task force members that were working on this. We also opened it up to discussion from the community, and we had a lot of their input on this also. So I want to remind those people, if you're watching, that also we have to meet people where they are, and this is not etched in stone. And if we need to bring people along and get people comfortable with stuff first before we can show why saying that something is systemic isn't scary, or why you don't have to be afraid of the word equity, then, and we can do that in the future, then that's something that we can do in the future. But I do think we need to meet people where they are, and I do think that we need to move on. And I guess what I'm hearing is that so long as it says equity in there, this is a no-go for some people. So long as it says immigration status, this is a no-go for some people. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So I'm not, I don't want to be a barrier to moving the process forward. And I think that this is very much a statement of the board. I just feel like it's important to point out that for some people, not seeing systemic in there is scary. And so I think that looking, Jeff, it's not really funny if you're a person who that's been your life experience.
I'm not laughing, ha, Rydell.
Okay, I get that. I'm just saying, I think that it's important to just think about that from all perspectives. And again, I mean, I think that it is also important to meet people where they are. I just want to point out that could potentially be an unintentional outcome.
And Rydell, just a personal comment on behalf of someone who has experienced that. Thank you. And that's really the point I want to make. I understand I'm willing to concede to it if I'm not going to get a second motion, but I do want to make that point in public session. Thanks.
Yep, I agree with Cheryl. I guess can we just come back to equity? I would just like to talk through this a little more and better understand, I guess, the concern or the challenge. We say equity in other places in the statement, and it doesn't seem to be as much of something that is like I don't want to use the word barrier because we could use it like this is the most I've ever heard that word used in an evening. Is it if we went with something that like means equity, our unwavering commitment to something else? Like I'm just trying to better understand the concern.
You suggested something before. You actually had a suggestion that I don't think got captured.
So I said our unwavering commitment to meeting the unique needs of every student or something like that.
Yeah.
Like instead of will ensure or something.
Meeting the unique needs of every student.
Yeah.
Like, I really like that statement.
Yeah.
I mean, I like the clarity of that. Like, there's no confusion about what we mean there. I almost feel like that's as much of the sort of real mission statement as anything, right? Our unwavering commitment to meet the unique needs of every student.
And that's your definition of equity.
Yeah.
Correct.
And then jump over then and finish the sentence by saying, regardless of actual or perceived race, class, socioeconomic, etc.
Yes.
Yeah, so meet the unique needs of every student will ensure that all students, regardless of.
That removes the charge in the word equity, and it also removes the gloss that some people put on it, which is negative.
That's right.
And I don't put that gloss on it, but to the extent we can remove that gloss for the benefit of anyone who might, I think we advance the discussion.
Yeah, and that's exactly right. And I love those terms that you just used, Maureen. It really helps to sort of be able to hold on to why in this case, it's particularly charged.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yep. Chris, then can you take out will ensure that all students, because we won't need that.
No. That's an important part. Yeah, no, because we're meeting the unique needs of every student so that all students are thriving.
Our unwavering
commitment to meet the unique needs of every student, regardless of actual.
No, so we're not saying students twice.
Our commitment will do something.
Yeah, it's our unwavering commitment. That's the subject there, right? So our unwavering commitment to meet the unique needs of every student will ensure that all students, regardless.
Right.
Just delete the second word of the word students. Will ensure that all persons.
Yeah, you can say all, I guess.
Or just all.
I
mean, it's.
We'll ensure that all. I mean, I'm fine with students being there twice personally, but.
Yeah, me too.
I know I normally wouldn't be.
I mean, it's not offensive, right, to have students there twice, except to people who, want this to be a lyric, right? Like, right. It's not exactly poetic, but it's clear.
Do you want poetry
you could
from
also
us
move,
at this hour?
You can move students down to the bottom and which say that ensure that regardless of list, students will grow into. We go down here.
So
that makes sense. We'll ensure that.
Strike all too.
Yeah.
Yep.
We'll ensure that
Yes.
Yep.
Jeff, did that capture it? Now it's both.
All right. Now, so every student will ensure that regardless of or actual or perceived race, class. Yeah, that's fine.
Yep. So,
And then, so I think the other concern with immigration status, I do personally think this is important because again, this is about real or perceived immigration status, and this is something that that I think our teachers need to be aware of in terms of the ways kids could potentially be bullied or potential biases that may exist within our buildings or within individuals.
We've also heard personal stories from students who they are citizens, documented citizens, but who have been marginalized by using immigration status against them, a perceived immigration status.
yeah,
This would be important to those kids.
I've heard a number of stories in that respect, and they're really disturbing instances of bullying.
So at this point, I would look for a motion to further amend the main motion to reflect some or all of the changes on the screen by anybody so brave.
I'll make that motion.
Hold on, Heather, just a sec. English major this. Our unwavering commitment ensures with an S, right? Ensures.
Our unwavering commitment to
It will ensure.
Will. Okay, got it.
To meet
the unique needs of every student will ensure that regardless of actual or perceived race, class, socioeconomics.
Got it. Sorry. Thank you. Sorry.
Heather, you're trying to make a motion,
Chris? So I'll second it.
John, who's making the motion and what's the motion?
I make that motion.
I'll second.
It's not clear to me what the changes are with all the colors.
Right.
Like what's the actual statement?
That's what I'm trying to walk. That's what I'm trying to walk through now. Exactly what the request is. So, Heather's motion is to include the bracketed green language, strike equity, strike all students, add all students down here where it's purple. Is that correct, Heather?
Yes.
Does your motion include the inclusion of or systemic or not?
I'm frustrated with this. I got to say, because like to what Rydell said, this is so important to the people who need this. And I know that for some of you guys, this is the big lightning rod of lightning rods. But what if it says intentional systemic barriers? I mean, I feel like I'm looking for a little bit of compromise on this because and also that some acknowledgement that to the people who really need this, like I personally, my kids didn't need this. I don't, and when I went to school, I didn't have systemic barriers in my way. But to the people that do, this group of us, taking out systemic because it makes us feel uncomfortable or we're afraid we're going to get yelled at about it. I think that it's sort of doing a disservice, and I gotta say, I think it's a bit disrespectful to not have.
I take issue with the way it's being characterized. What did you just say? Uncomfortable, and what was the other part?
Well, I mean,
disrespectful because we think it's uncomfortable and because we think we're
gonna get yelled at. Yeah.
I don't think that's at all what I communicated as far as my concern. I think I've been extremely.
I wasn't speaking specifically to you, Jenny. I'm speaking.
Okay. Well, as the primary person who proposed removing it.
Terms, and that there's a lot of division in the community, and there's people putting up signs, and there's people calling each other this and calling each other that. And I get it. I hear it too. I got all the same emails as everybody else. And I just know that to the people that this really matters to, that is something that really matters. And to be perfectly honest, I think even if we took that out, I think we'd still hear about it. And I don't think any one of you believes any other. So
can we, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to ask for clarification as to what the motion was. We're in the process of speaking the motion. And I just want to understand what it is so that we can move in one direction or another.
I think we're trying to make that determination right now with regard to or systemic. I think Mike
we could take it in two motions also. Was Mike trying to say something?
Yeah.
I just wanted to wait. I don't want to interrupt, but so I have a couple thoughts on this. One, I'm concerned that as we're rewriting and wordsmithing this on the fly, I really want to make sure that we get this thing right. And I would really like for Dr. Harrison to weigh in that the statement that as we do go to vote on it, that it does represent, what we wanted to say. That's number one. Number two, I wonder now, I'm prepared to vote on it tonight. Okay. But I think we need to get through the night and get, I don't want to push off voting on the survey and that. So if we're going to hold other tri-board meetings in the coming weeks, the question would be, and it's a question because I'm not suggesting it. It's a question as to whether there is any sense in doing the survey, seeing whether the survey is approved and refining the language to get it right on the statements if they're not going out together. And again, I'm saying that because I'm perfectly fine with voting on this tonight, but it just seems like we're going down the rabbit hole. We're going round and around. It's like if we change this and we change that and then we change it and then we need something else.
We're
going back and
1 hour.
forth. Excuse me?
We're 1 hour and 48 minutes talking about the statement. I don't think we're going to do better on the survey.
Well,
I don't think tabling it to go to the survey is going to bring a vote.
Well,
Okay.
and I almost go a
Anything.
different route and say, let's table the survey because a lot of us haven't had time to read the changes that came in this morning, which, I'm sure are very good that may help us get that passed.
Colleen,
So
you have your
I'm
hand up?
okay
We need
pushing
to
forward
be
to
where
get
we
this
are.
done.
Right now,
Yeah.
we're in this debate. Let's finish where we are. Be where we are.
Colleen?
Fine, Jeff, you wouldn't make it at Region 9. We're just getting warmed up. Baby. But, it's fine. Let's do it. I got all night.
Well,
I like nights too.
Colleen?
I'm really, Maureen just said it. We are debating whether or not the word equity belongs in our equity statement. That survey is going to take us a long time. And so be where we are. Let's focus on what we're looking at and see if we can come to a resolution. There's a reason why we vote. I always prefer a unanimous vote so that at least we can get together and properly support something that we're putting out to the community. But there's also a reason why we vote, right? And so can we get to a place where we can just vote and see how things fall? Or, do you guys disagree? You really think this needs to be unanimous?
We are modeling consensus, aren't we? I don't think we necessarily need to be unanimous, but I think we all need to have a vote that we all can stand behind for sure.
I think we run the risk of having people look like they don't support making a statement. If they don't agree with, if they're concerns about some of the language, that we're going to appear divided over whether or not we should make a statement and the importance of the statement and the belief in setting, and I'm going to go back to my note here, the importance of setting aspirational goals, because I don't think anyone disagrees with that. But if we come down to a vote and some people don't vote yes because they want to see different language written differently, I don't know.
So why don't we try to take it in chunks
Not
for the
putting my-
purpose of trying to get a little bit closer to a final vote on this? And why don't I suggest to Heather that her motion be limited to everything from our wavering commitment down and not address the or systemic question for right now, because it sounds like we may be able to get that on consent.
Yeah, okay.
So you're
so that-
suggesting
actually,
systemic out?
Actually, I'm gonna amend my statement that I would like to take out systemic and leave everything else. And
It's not in there.
What?
Yep.
Yeah, it is.
Well, it's there as a proposed.
It's in.
Right.
It's in. I'm giving you what you want. I'm giving you what you want.
So
Okay.
for clarity, at 12:27 a.m., Heather has moved that the motion on the table be amended such that the green text in brackets, meet the unique needs of every student, be added. The word equity be removed. The words all students be removed and be moved to after religion and religion, all students. That is the motion to amend the main motion that Heather has made. Is there a second in writing?
But okay, but I think Heather's suggesting that we could even skip that step by taking the or systemic off the table.
It is off the table.
It was never on the table.
Okay, all right.
It's confusing about how
I keep reading it, but maybe, yeah, okay.
It's gone again. There.
No quarter.
It vanished. So that is the motion. And was there a second in writing?
Yeah.
Chris, thank you. Is the same motion being made in Easton?
So called.
Thank you, Devin. Do I have a second? I don't have a second.
Yes, sorry.
Thank you, Jenny.
Region 9, same motion. I see
Maureen.
Maureen.
So moved.
Second. Anybody?
Second.
Thank you, Mary Lee. Is there any objection by any board to the amendment that has been proposed? In the absence of an objection, the amendment will be deemed accepted by unanimous consent. Hearing no objection, the main motion is amended. I'm going to convert this to black text so that we're all on the same page as to what is in front of us. Are there any other amendments or discussion on the main motion?
So I think we just need a comma after religion, right? Just grammatically correct.
Any other questions, comments?
Socioeconomics, is that should be hyphenated? No?
No.
Okay.
Culturally competent is one word. You have it there.
No.
There should definitely be a space there between culturally and competent.
Yeah, this is just from the PDF
Yeah.
conversion.
OCR. Yep.
All right. Are there any other motions at this time to amend? I think to a previous comment about reaching consensus, a fair question is the extent to which anybody would object to this as written and what they would change to make it acceptable. Mike?
I still would like to hear from Dr. Harrison, whether he's comfortable with a statement that doesn't have systemic in it. I'm sorry, and just, you know.
He just gave the thumbs up.
He put his thumb up.
He just put his thumbs up.
Yeah, so yeah, Mike, I appreciate that. I gave a thumbs up. I mean, I was saying before, I think it could go forward. I just wanted us to be aware of how that could play out on both sides. But yeah, I mean, I think that the spirit and the focus of the work is still very much there and very much aspirational. I think that said, I think it was a very worthwhile conversation to have.
So barring any further motions or any further comment at this time, we can call the question, starting in Easton.
Devin?
Yes.
Jenny?
Yes.
Randy?
Yep.
Jeff?
Yes.
And I vote yes. The motion passes Easton 5-0.
Thank you. Calling the question in Reading, Heather?
Yes.
Colleen?
Yes.
Mike?
No.
John?
Yes.
Steph?
Yes.
Chris Hocker?
Yes.
I vote yes. Motion carries 6-1 in Reading, Region 9.
Region 9, Cheryl.
Yes.
Mike.
Yes.
Juliet. She may have dropped. Let's skip Julianne. Gwen,
Yes.
Karen,
Yes.
Marilee,
Yes.
Maureen,
Yes.
and I'll vote yes. So it's 7 with 1 no vote. So abstain, I guess, since they dropped off.
Is that the right way to do it? An abstain? That's right.
Or
If she's
just-
absent, it's just a
She's
7-0
absent, so no vote. Yeah, so 7, since we have a quorum of 7 now.
Okay.
So
thank you.
7-0, it passes.
It's not an intentional abstention. All
Okay.
right, that concludes item 13 on the agenda, which brings us to item 14 on the agenda, which is DEI surveys. And given the hour, I think my recommendation would be that we offer the floor to Heather to say a few words about the revisions that were made by the task force, and otherwise probably look to table the discussion until a future date in the next week or two when we can reconvene, if that is rational thinking at 12:33 in the morning.
Yeah, that's fine. I would just like to have, I would like to have a meeting to vote on the approval of these surveys before the end of the school year. Like soon.
When were you intending for the survey to go out? This year or next year?
Well, it would be this year. This year is practically next year.
Right.
But the idea is that, so the charge of the task force is to conduct, the very first step is to conduct an assessment of our strengths and weaknesses. And that's what we're trying to do with this survey. We want to just figure out what are we doing that we're doing really well, and what are we doing that we have some improvements that we could make. And it would be entirely possible that we would send out the survey and everybody would say, I'm so happy, I feel so respected and so supported, my family feels supported. And then we would all, pat ourselves on the back and say, fantastic. But we have heard from members of the community, from students, current and former students, that there are some things that we could have done better. So in order to make recommendations, which is the other charge of the task force, to make recommendations for going forward, we have to have a way of collecting data from people, from students, from families, from staff. And so I can, as Chris suggested, I can talk a little bit about the changes that were made. And then, everybody can have a chance to read them. These changes were in response to board member comments that came in last week, which is why, there was no intention of trying to ram this through or rush anything, but these were comments that came in, and then also had to go back to the task force because they had already approved these, the use of these surveys. So the changes, right? Okay. So these are just an overview. We removed the definitions of diversity, equity, and inclusion on all 4 of the surveys. We shifted the order of the sections to improve the overall flow. We moved up extracurricular activities, and we combined the gender and sexual orientation questions into one section for parents who wanted to maybe skip those questions but answer the rest of them. There was some discussion about the idea that something would make you uncomfortable, embarrassed, or humiliated, that those are actually 3 different things. So we broke those out. There's more neutral. We reworded questions to be more neutral, broadened the scope of the questions at the end of the survey to focus on inclusivity, deleted the demographics of the question, who I can turn to for help. If the trusted adult in the building shares your race or ethnicity, deleted the "are you treated differently" question, and rephrased the question about sharing views in class. I know, Chris Hawker, that was one that you brought up, that that it had said before here. So let's see, where do I go? I don't know how to use this and it's late. Okay, so here, this is the new introduction that doesn't have the definitions. This is the title change to be more neutral language. This is how it used to read. It would say unsafe or uncomfortable places, which obviously implies that we expect students to be unsafe and uncomfortable, which we did not want to make that assumption. So now it says how comfortable or safe do you feel in these places? I always feel comfortable and safe. And then going down 5-point scale of agreement. We moved the assumption of DEI topics being discussed in class. It used to read, there are opportunities to talk about, in my classes about race, and it used to read, when we talk about race, it is done in a way that makes me feel comfortable. Now they say if to, you know, in some classes, they probably wouldn't be talking about that much. I don't know how much you talk about that in, I don't know, math class. We changed, I feel unable to share my views in class to indicate the ability you can comfortably share your views based on this criteria: your race, your gender, your sexual orientation, your political perspective, your learning difficulty, your religion or perceived religion, your disability or perceived disability, your native language or status as an English language learner. So the idea was that unable was a little bit not really the right word. This is where we distinguish between uncomfortable, embarrassed, and humiliated. It's its own question. We removed these questions. I've been treated differently. And regarding those who I can turn to for help, at least one of these adults and I share a common, check all that apply. That's deleted. We added a question to address inclusivity of resources. Are you able to access school resources regardless of neurodiversity, physical disability, or native language? And then we also, as of today's discussion, added a section, a question on specifically for this year to capture if the students were learning at home or in school or both. Those are the questions. They were all in response to comments from the community. And, you know, to be clear, these have been revised 4 or 5 times now, and each time with comments from the public, each time with comments from board members, people who were there, people who have, you know, from students who are in the schools telling us like, hey, you got to add this also because this is a huge problem, or yeah, those are the changes.
Thank you, Heather. I think for most people, it's a lot to process at 12:40.
Yeah, this is being recorded so you can go back and watch it in slow motion.
But I do think it is valuable to understand that the task force did receive a lot of comment from board members last week and was diligent in trying to be responsive to those to the best of their ability, and that came out in the conversation earlier today also.
Yeah, and I want to thank everybody
yesterday
who provided feedback on that.
Mike?
So just a couple questions just to help us move forward. So I'm curious as to what the recommendation from administration would be regarding the timing for offering staff, students, and families the opportunity to participate in the survey. And I think that helps establish a timeline so that we can kind of work backwards and figure out when everything is going to needs to be done. And then I would also suggest that maybe we come up with a way without holding a public meeting online, but it would be nice if we, even though I love spending time with all you guys for hours and hours, it would be nice if the survey questions didn't take us, you know, into midnight the following night because of the number of questions. So if we could do something to maybe streamline the process and submit comments or suggestions individually without a group reply all kind of aspect of that.
I mean, my view on that, frankly, is that the committee did the work, and the committee solicited the work and feedback and questions of board members at great length. And what you're suggesting sounds like relitigating the entire survey through a comment and question process that I'm not sure is super productive, but maybe I'm misunderstanding your request.
It sounds to me like you're asking what we asked last week.
No. Here's the thing. I'm perfectly, I'm comfortable voting on it in its present state. I just don't want to come back to the next meeting and go through what we just did with the statement again with every single question. And so I'm suggesting that we either agree that we're not going to do that, or we figure out a way to streamline the process to make it more efficient. That's all I'm saying. I'm not suggesting we rewrite every question. That was not my.
Let me take the spirit of your comment and ask Dr. Harrison for his view with respect to what the sort of last date upon which the boards could send a survey forward and still have it reasonably administered within the current academic year.
So I'm just kind of talking off the top of my head, and I'm happy to have Dr. Pearson, you go weigh in on this as well. You know, my thought would be that if we want families to be able to view the survey, to give them no less than 4 or 5 days to review the survey to determine whether or not they would want to take it. Part of the benefit of doing it in this current school year obviously gives us timely data in thinking about planning for the future. But I think to some of the concerns that people had about the age of students, we are now surveying our 6th graders, for instance, at the oldest age that they would be, right? Rather than doing it at the beginning of the school year. So I think there's a benefit to that. So if you think 5 days, you know, we would obviously want to steer clear of the final week of school. Yeah, it's a tight timeline. So we would be looking at sometime early next week, I think.
So as a practical matter, we have the Reading board is scheduled to meet on June 1st. We could convert that into a trilateral conversation for the purpose of resolving this and perhaps other issues. I don't want to spend time at 12:45 doing quorum checks and things like that, but that's a helpful sense of urgency as between the next 6 days, basically, to see if we can bottom out on this. Jenny?
Just honestly, mostly in reaction to comments from the public about, you know, sort of the timing and concern that things were put out on the day of. And I just wanted to reiterate what some other folks said about the reason that it happened that way is because the committee worked so hard to incorporate feedback. And I have to just admit that, you know, in large part, it was a lot of comments that I made kind of joining the committee late because another member of the Easton board was not going to be on the committee anymore. I replaced her, so as, you know, kind of coming late to the process. And they have just, you know, absolutely turned themselves into pretzels over the last, you know, 3, 4, 5 days, putting in huge numbers of hours to try to incorporate all of the feedback and comments, you know, and really, I think, made some significant and meaningful changes to try to help move it forward. My only concern over the next few weeks is the pressure that we're putting on ourselves and our administrators and just kind of the whole system in terms of trying to get this done. You know, we have Easton Reading meeting, everybody has regular meetings scheduled. We have meetings and focus groups and a lot of hours committed to selection of the new HKMS principal. So I'm just as a practical matter, is it even possible to squeeze that in? And just thinking about,
yeah, I would, you know, share that.
The calendar overall.
Yeah, I'm just going to throw that in as well. I agree with Jenny, because we also have a search going on right now, right? When we need to interview candidates just like they do at HKMS. So what's the reason for trying to get it out the door in 3 weeks? I mean, it's a deadline we're putting on ourselves. Can we not do the survey at the beginning of next year and use the data and do this properly without jamming us into lots of meetings over the next 3 weeks?
I see Devin and Chris and Cheryl.
Yeah, some of the impetus was we would have, if we have the data before the end of the school year or right at the end of the school year, then the administration team, central office team has the summer to take that data, the climate survey data and other data, to just create the theory of action and get that moving so that that summer time becomes a time when that data is integrated into all the other data components to begin the planning for next year.
Devin, we haven't come to any decision as to who is going to be the engine that's going to do the evaluation. What's the flavor of the, or how does the board feel about that?
So my understanding was that it would be the same team within the schools who do the climate survey data review, because it is part of that kind of overall climate kind of safety data points. But I could be misspeaking. I don't want to put words in anybody's mouths, but that was my understanding.
Chris, and then Cheryl, and then John.
I just wanted to say that while I think that we're putting a lot of pressure on ourselves, that the alternative is worse, because you don't want, or I wouldn't want, a sixth grader who's only been there for a month being asked to complete the survey.
No.
So that pushes it back even further, and I think unacceptably back.
Yep.
So, I don't think either solution is great, but I think our chances, for a lot of reasons, of anything you would define as success is if we, jumped on it, converted our meeting, Chris, to a tri-board, that sort of thing, because the alternative is worse.
Cheryl, and then John.
I'm sorry, Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, I wasn't going to comment
Cheryl,
on
then.
Chris. I agree with what Chris said. The alternative is worse, and particularly I think, and also with what Devin said. One of the things, there are three overarching criteria that the task force, with the guidance of administration, said, right, we develop identify a mission statement, action plan. I forgot about the 3 steps, but there are 3 steps essentially, which part of it is data gathering. And, the task force did contemplate, focus groups or smaller community groups or whatever you want to call it. And none of us in terms of volunteer task force felt equipped. We're not educators, we're not diversity consultants. And so we thought that this was the best way to gather data so that it can inform the administration in all of the schools to determine whether or not there could be any tweaks in the curriculum, just clarifications in the guide. And there is concurrent work that's being done, but we thought that this was kind of perhaps didn't think that through, an innocuous way to gather information without having emotional discussions that at best are anecdotal. So I think it's very important to get some kind of collective feedback to guide what would be appropriate for our districts from a curriculum standpoint, in addition to the things we're already doing, right? The professional development, et cetera. So I think it would be bad timing in terms of just not responding to essentially an issue that was identified over a year ago. And so I think we should give it our best efforts to try to focus on this before the school year ends.
John, then Heather.
Yeah, I want to echo what both Cheryl and Chris Hocker said, and also just interject that we're going to lose the current 12th grade cohort, who's had obviously 12 years of living through our schools, by having a delay. And as I see what we're really moving towards adjournment here, I feel like we've done somewhat of a disservice to the dozens of people who spoke tonight, the dozens and dozens of people who emailed us over the last couple of weeks, that we didn't come to a vote on this this morning, however you want to dictate it. I mean, I'm as tired as the rest of us, but I feel like we really should be soldiering on here.
If it's the mood of the boards to keep going, we can keep going. I was trying to be mindful of the hour. So
I'll make that motion.
What's your motion?
I mean, I'm in support of continuing on.
Mm-hmm. Heather?
I kind of forgot what I was going to say. I think that one other thing that would be really helpful to get this before next year is that one of the things we're hoping to find out is that, like, for example, if the survey concludes that for some reason kids of a certain group are not being included at social events or have like a strong friend group at John Reed, but those same kids at Helen Keller do have that, that they feel welcome at all their social events, and they have a, you know, a strong supportive group of friends, then our schools can learn from each other. And that can happen before a whole nother class of kids gets into the school and has a year that they're not, that isn't as great as it could be.
Jeff?
The climate culture and climate committees in each building are going to have the survey results from the culture and climate information that was sent out in April. Now they're going to get more of this from the survey that we're about to send out. I'd like to know more about who this committee is and how they intend to operate, because it's a ton of work. It's going to need a serious evaluation, and I want to make sure that we've got the right number of people assigned to the task.
Jenny?
I can't even put my brain, like put the question in the comment. One is a question, and that is, how does this fit into hiring and bringing in a consultant? Because I think one of the things that's concerning me a little bit in the discussion is that I'm hearing that the results of this survey are going to inform curriculum changes. And I think lightning rods, that is some of the fear coming through from the community, is that, you know, this is going to potentially result in changes or, you know, substantive differences in how my child experiences school that don't necessarily align with me or my family or my, you know, viewpoints. So I want to be careful that we don't just equate the results of the survey with necessarily with curriculum changes. Like that to me is kind of, you know, some steps down the road. And I'm just curious how the consultant fits in with analyzing the results of the survey. And then the only other thing I was going to say is, you know, we started out with 200 people. I hear you. Where did you go on my screen, John? I hear you about soldiering on, but I also know that, you know, Dr. Harrison and Dr. Pearson-Uval and many of us have responsibilities tomorrow that require that we are well rested, not only to our families, but, you know, to other things as well. And we've gone from about 200 people to 63, and sort of in meeting the public's need to participate and just sort of see all of this occurring. I know they can watch a video of it later on, but I know that Heather and Devin have you guys have a presentation that includes, you know, the purpose of the survey, the anonymity, like some of those really critical pieces that I think parents need to hear about 1,000 times, you know, between now and when it actually goes out, to, you know, to subdue some of the uncertainty and the fears and the concerns before these surveys go out. So if another meeting accomplishes that and just lets us, you know, really kind of take the stage and lay it out for folks again, I would be in support of cutting it off for the night so that we have that chance later.
Mike and then Devin.
Okay, I guess I can talk without lowering my hand. Yeah, thanks. So my understanding was, and again, I've attended some of the DEI task force meetings, but unfortunately I have other meetings that sometimes get in the way of them, so I can't get to all of them. But it was my understanding that Dr. Harrison and Dr. Pearson-Ugal were going to be the main drivers of the data dissemination and designating the staff as to how to, again, disseminate that in a way that holds confidentiality and that allows them to, you know, maintain the essential integrity of the data. So that was my understanding, and if I'm wrong, then, you know, but I don't know who will be assigned to do some of the other tasks, but my understanding was that our two top administrators would be the ones who would be directing those efforts, number one. Number two, John, I'm going to defend you on this one. I'm willing to forge on, and I am certainly respectful and cognizant of those who have to get up early. But I kid you not, I'll be up at 5:15, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed and out the door. So 5:15. So, but I'm willing to go on to get this done because I think we are backlogged with meetings. I think it is going to be challenging to try and get this all in. So the only hurdle that I see is that I think there's some objection to the fact that there were changes made tonight prior to this meeting that some may not have seen. And I'm certainly respectful of people's, concerns relating to that. But then I keep circling back to what Mr. Parkin said, which is if we're not going to rewrite the questions or rewordsmith them, then does that really have a big effect on whether or not we vote on it tonight? But so I'll stop talking because I'm ready to go until 3 o'clock. But I think we should try and get this done this year.
Thank you, Mike. Devin?
She's not a co-host, so she can't unmute.
Let's try again.
Thank you. Sorry, my computer died. So normally I would be like, let's stay up all night and do this. I have two concerns. I mean, honestly, I don't need the sleep, so it's not that. But one is I am very concerned that I don't want there to be a perception that people did not get to review changes in the public and that we push this through in the middle of the night, because there's already a perception that things have not been as transparent as they should have been. So I don't think making changes or approvals at 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. is going to help our perception concern. So with the public, in terms of folks who have left, and I just don't think that's the greatest optics personally. And number two, I don't think we do our best work at 3 a.m. unless, I just don't. So I'm not sure that the conversation we're going to have is as productive as if we want to go into a lot of depth. And just judging by the conversation about the E&I statement that took almost 2 hours, we have 4 surveys to get through. I mean, that could take us till 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. So
motion to adjourn.
This sort of strikes me as either something that we're going to vote up and down in the next 15 minutes or that we're going to have to put off. And I don't see how we get to a consensus in the next 15 minutes.
Right. Yep. So can we do a quorum check for Tuesday?
If we want to put people on the spot, I mean,
yes.
It's reserved for Tuesday. Is there a quorum of the Easton board available on Tuesday? There's already an Easton Reading curriculum meeting scheduled for 6:30. This would follow at 7:30 unless we made further adjustments to the calendar.
Yeah, it's fine for me. So I can.
Randy, Jenny, Jeff.
Forum.
Yep.
Yeah, Randy, good. Jenny, Tuesday.
Does anybody off the cuff know if there are any other meetings scheduled next week?
Board meetings, I can tell you next week are Tuesday is currently Reading, but we would contemplate converting it, and Thursday is the Barlow Awards ceremony. That's the 3rd. Otherwise, there are no evening meetings for any of the boards currently scheduled next week. Obviously, Monday's the holiday.
Can the curriculum meeting be adjusted and possibly move this early so that we get an earlier start?
I think we can talk about moving this to a 6:30 start if that works for everybody, or something to that effect.
Yep.
Because we would be calling it specially anyway.
Okay.
Easton has a Board of Finance meeting on Tuesday, but that shouldn't get in the way.
Okay. So it sounds like Easton is available for a 6:30 or a 7:30 on Tuesday. Are there any issues in Reading? That's our regular meeting night, so I assume that's an okay night. Region 9, Todd, did you guys have a prospective quorum for the first?
I don't know. I will check here with everybody that's still on, because we were going to have to do interviews next week. So, and we lose Thursday night. So I think we can do Tuesday, we'll sort out our interviews. 'Cause
Just
we'll
for
lose Thursday with the
clarification,
award
Chris, are
ceremony.
we talking about addressing this in the beginning of the meeting as a tri-board, and then you're going to continue on with a joint meeting of Reading and Easton, or how were you planning?
Are we doing the other contracts, other stuff?
It's the Reading regular night. It's not the Easton Reading joint night.
You used to do that.
So we can be, we have the Easton Reading joint night the following, the calendar's a mess once you get into June with the number of meetings that are on the agenda. That's as polite as I can be about it at the moment. But yeah, we'll work it out with respect to the business that Reading has to take care of. And if we keep our regular on to handle business after, we'll take care of that. But.
Okay. Are we adding contracts or anything else? Because we started way back 6 hours ago, I think, when we said we had some other things we had to do, another special meeting of the joint boards. Before the interview.
That's the negotiation committee. Is that on for tomorrow, John?
No.
It is not on for tomorrow?
No, we couldn't go what we needed for tomorrow. So I'm looking to see if we can do something Thursday.
I think that Tuesday meeting on the 1st will be a continuation of this item and possibly also the contracts, because we're going to have that meeting also in the month of June.
Are we also doing the, there's one other item on the agenda, right, that we had on here tonight that we haven't gotten to? Cybersecurity.
Well, from what I understand from Mr. Zachary, that's a 5-minute conversation. We can either table it to Monday or we can do it in 5 minutes right now.
I can do it in less than 5 minutes, but you can table it, whatever you all want to do.
Yeah. We can take your 3 minutes.
Need to go to executive session though for it, right?
Not if we don't go into details.
Well, let's go sort of first things first. It sounds like we're revolving around a Tuesday meeting to, at the very least, re-pick up item 14 on this agenda. It might also have other business that needs to come before the tri-boards in the month of June, depending on the work of other committees. The Reading Easton curriculum committees and the Reading board will adjust their schedules to accommodate. I'll ask Todd and John, and I'll circulate also to my board availability for a 6:30 start to try to get a jump start on this to move it ahead a little bit faster. And if that is the case and there is no further any objection to laying item 14 upon the table, we'll do that across all 3 boards at this time. Heather.
Yeah, I just wanted that's fine. I agree. I don't want to make seem like we're doing something in the middle of the night when people aren't watching. But I do want people, as you're looking through these surveys, I want to make very clear that the reason each of these identities is listed in the surveys is because we have those students in our schools. So particularly with the questions of gender identity and sexual orientation, we have non-binary kids in the elementary schools and their families that are in our community worried about their kids. And there was a survey done by the Trevor Project that said that more than half of all transgender youth tried to kill themselves last year. Okay, so this is not a matter of politics. When you're looking through this, I've read through the emails also. We can't ask kids about these things. They're too young. First of all, people can opt out of these surveys, but I just want to be really clear that when you're looking through this, there's no sort of political agenda in putting those things on the survey. That's because those kids are here. Whether or not they're on the survey, those kids are still going to be here. It's just going to mean that we didn't want them on the survey. That's all. So I have more on that, which I guess I'll present next time, but I didn't want anybody looking through those surveys and not knowing that background.
Thank you, Heather. Cheryl?
Just want to say, if I could request, I'm glad we're trying to schedule this for next week. If I could request that this be the first agenda item on the survey, and while I greatly appreciate the public comment, perhaps, and I'm not sure what we can or can't do, perhaps considering the time during which at least we can have a dialogue before, and perhaps we want to adopt what we did with the task force, in that if we want people to be able to opine prior to us making decisions, then maybe let's start the discussion where we can lay the facts in terms of the timeline of what occurred, so we can ground everyone in the facts, and then maybe break to have a public comment, and then we can make a decision. But I think it's very important for us as three boards to be able to make sure we're all grounded in the same basic information. And, which again, is just, if you read them, I know no one has the time to read the minutes. I get it. That's why the task force put together a deck summarizing the outline. So if I could encourage everyone to take a look at that. If you can't find it, email any of us in the task force. We know where it is. And so please read the facts before, and to the extent that there are mailers that are inaccurate, if they're inaccurate versus what you've been hearing from the task force, please reach out, and we're glad to clarify that for you.
Thank you, Cheryl. Devin, and then Chris, and then Jenny.
Sorry, I know it's late. So I also want to clarify for the gender identity question that I know has caused a lot of, lots of back and forth and questions. We have a gender identity question on our current middle school climate survey that has the word like male, female, trans, and non-binary in it. So some of those terms are already in a climate survey and they've never caused any angst. So I just want to make sure that we recognize that we did add a couple terms because we were asked to add those by community members who identify in those ways. But it isn't abnormal in our community to have a gender identity question.
Thank you, Chris, then Jenny.
Okay, just for the benefit of anybody really, I found it extremely helpful to go back and read the minutes from the DEI task force starting, I guess, at the beginning of this calendar year. Heather, for some reason, not only chaired the task force, but she also wrote very, very detailed minutes that answered a lot of my questions just by reading them, because they've already been brought up and answered, both in terms of process and intent and where does this come from and all this kind of thing. They really deserve to be read if you haven't read them. They're very, very good.
Thank you, Chris. Jenny?
I just want to say, I'm going to cry. Thank you.
That's because it's late. I'm going to cry and it has nothing to do with it.
Jenny?
Is it me? Am I up? Yeah. Sorry. Cheryl mentioned public comment. The only thing, with the task force meeting tonight, we put the public comment at the end. And I just think that since we heard, in excess of 2 hours of public comment tonight, which was essentially focused on the surveys, that, I would definitely feel comfortable getting right into the meat of the meeting and putting public comment towards the end.
Jenny, any other, Mike D'Agostino?
Yeah, so I understand everyone's concerns regarding the public comment, and I do agree that another hour-long public comment is probably not warranted. But I wonder if there's a way, again, based on the fact that, so I'm going to assume we're going to modify the survey questions and then redistribute the surveys in its updated form version so that people can see it and board members see it and everything. Is that what we're planning to do?
You already have them. You got them today, the updated versions.
Even though you did
be able to find them.
It includes all the corrections that Heather just stated.
Yep, those were all the corrections. Yeah.
The only
Except for
difference
that
would be
last
the question that's
yeah.
added, right?
Yeah, we can add that one question.
About the in-person learning versus learning at home, that was the only difference. But I can recirculate all of that. I can recirculate it all without the equity and inclusion statement.
Yeah, that's perfect. And again, not so much for me, but just so that people see it and everyone see it in the final version so that there's no confusion when we come to vote. And then I guess what I'm wondering is whether we can allow a limited public comment just focusing on I don't know, marginal changes or objections. In other words, we can't I don't think it's productive to have you know, the fors and the against just keep coming up, you know, in favor. But if someone has a relevant question pertaining to something that's occurred, I would not object to allowing such questions if there's a way that we can do that, again, without, I don't think it's productive to have an hour-long session. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I mean,
Any other comments or objection to all three boards tabling this issue at this point? Seeing no other comments or any objection, we'll table the item and move on to item 15, which is the aforementioned public comment. And if you go for 2 hours in public comment now, you'll get to Mr. D'Agostino's 3 a.m. time. And again, just like at the beginning, raise your hand in the participants window or with the reaction button, and please try to keep your comments concise in light of the hour. Julianne.
Hi. Oh, for some reason it's not letting me start my video, so I'm just going to speak. Thank you so much, everyone, for bearing with this process. You're all exemplary people for staying up this late. I appreciate it. I just want to make a basic comment, just asking you to consider the demographics of this board. This board has 2 members of color who are able to speak, and one of them is Dr. Harrison. And they told you that it is important to include that word systemic. And the reason that we are doing this work is because marginalized people in our community have told us that they don't feel included and that they're not getting the experience that they deserve. And we've agreed that they deserve that experience. So my question is, why aren't we listening to them when they come with us with this really comprehensive, great statement? And nothing's perfect. Of course, you can critique things, but when the only 2 members of color who are allowed to speak say, hey, it's really important to us to include this word, and then we all say, oh, it's a compromise, we're not going to include it, what does that say about us? And again, I really appreciate the work. I appreciate what we're doing, but I think we need a little reflection. And I'd love if we could reflect on this for the next week or so before we move forward with this survey. Because if we're talking about that one word in this one paragraph statement, this conversation is going to go on for days next week. So I think we need to decide whether we want to trust in, include, and listen to the diverse populations that we want in our community and that we've said we wanted, and that we said we want to include and uplift, and move forward with that assumption and decision. And I'm sorry if that sounds very direct, but it's 1:14, so thank you.
Julianne, what is your address? Oh, maybe she can't unmute.
It's 18 Wells Hill Road in Easton. Thanks.
Agnes?
Hi, Agnes Bebon, Blackrock Turnpike, Easton. I echo Julianne's points. I'm disappointed to see that the words equity and systemic did not make it into the final draft of the equity inclusion statement. Equity is literally in the title. I'm disheartened that so many board members are more worried about how they will be viewed and the discussions that may arrive from the statement rather than the lives and identities of the students that they are trying to protect. I'm disheartened to see board members sleeping during an important discussion. And I encourage the board and all watching to consider how 3 boards composed of mostly white people decided to take out language advocated for by the few people of color may look to the students the statement is designed to protect. Pushing the survey release date would be hurtful and disrespectful to the students who need this support. The identity terms used are necessary for students to feel seen and validated. It saves lives. Acknowledging people's lives and experiences is not political. I urge the boards to vote yes on the surveys as written on Tuesday, and I look forward to that discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Agnes. Jeannie?
Sorry, the only thing I wanted to say was thank you for trying to have an extremely respectful, thorough, and considerate conversation in public in these troubling times. Thank you for doing as much as you could in addressing the situation. Good night.
Thank you. Thank you, Jeannie. Can you give us your street and town for the minutes, please?
Deer Spring Road in Reading.
Thank you. Dana?
I'll be very brief. Thank you very much for all the work you did tonight. Just remarkable how hard you work. I just want to make one clarification. Someone made a statement that there are people opposing parts of the surveys who don't have children in the schools. And I want to make something very, very, very clear. The group that I'm co-chairman with of Save Our Town, Save Our Schools. Anyways, Dana Benson, 34 Pond Road. Sorry, Dana Benson, 34 Pond Road, 34 Pond Road. Our group is, we've got a lot of people in that group who are afraid to speak up, who are parents who do have children in the schools. So I just want to clarify that we don't just stand for ourselves. We're a large group, not Dana Benson, and we stand for parents who are afraid to speak up. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much for your long, hard work.
Thank you. Jack?
Yeah, hi. Blackrock Turnpike, Easton. I just wanted to reiterate the points made by Agnes and Julianne tonight about the words that were chosen for the statement were chosen for a reason, and we need to be uplifting the communities that are marginalized that we want to help. And by acting like we want to help them and by not actually listening to the words that they feel need to be included, and by coming from this point of a mostly homogeneous board and not listening to the other minority groups in the board, it is a disservice to them and to other people that they are trying to speak up for. And I just wanted to speak to that point. And I urge the board to vote yes, because tabling this issue would just be a disservice to the kids currently in the school system, because this is something that needs to be talked about and needs to be talked about now because it will save lives. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Allison is next.
Yes, hi, good evening or good morning. Just a few notes real quick. I think that there's a few questions in there, like with extracurricular activities, if they're still in there. I mean, who's going to answer that this year? I don't know any student that would. There's also follow through. I think that we had this big, long meeting tonight, many other hours. And I'll give an example, like the NWEA scores that we spent thousands on. We had a little review, and then, you know, it drops off the face of the earth. I think that the public and those that are going to complete this survey need to know exactly what the follow through is going to be and a time that they can expect these results. And if they have further questions, who do they reach out to? It's very hard to get answers. It's a very long wait time to get answers. The other thing is maybe you have some kind of letter that goes out or a cheat sheet that talks about maybe some of the hot items or questions that people have. Is it anonymous if you want it to be? Will somebody return your comment or give you a phone call if you put your name on there and you really want to speak to somebody? Again, when will the results be available? If they don't want to do the survey, is there somebody else they can reach out to, etc.? These are the things that I think some parents and public have questions on. If you want to cut down on public comment, maybe you have some of those answers ready. If they're out there, let me know. I can't find anything on the website. And if anybody here wants to reach out to me, please do. I have been on tons of board meetings. I am very vocal. I have concerns. I have specific examples that I've emailed some of you on, particularly in central office, and it does take a long time to get replies. And thank you again.
Thank you. Beatrix.
I'm sorry, Allison's street.
She spoke at the first half too, Colleen. You'll have it in the notes.
Okay. I might not have gotten it then either.
Beatrix?
Oh, okay. Thanks. Thank you, everyone. I can't believe I'm still up. One of the questions that's come up, and perhaps this will be addressed on Tuesday, is once we have this data and the survey has fielded, what then? You know, this has been such a contentious issue, a contentious process. And the good thing about that is it it just means that there are that many more stakeholders in this process. So what happens with the results? Will this be released to the public to be able to get a sense of it? Because obviously people are now interested, whether they're for it or against it. After this has all been done, and perhaps this will be addressed on Tuesday, what then to the towns and the communities? I hope that the findings will be released to the public in their fullest form. And the reason for that is this: for those who are opposed, they'll be to the study, to the survey, they'll be able to see how people from marginalized communities have answered. One way or the other, it will have the answers to all of the things that are going on right now, to all of the questions that people have. So I do hope that there will be full transparency and that the full results will be released so that we will then be able to understand what the next steps that the board puts forth are all about. That was it.
Thank you, Beatrix. David Antonis?
David Antonis, Judd Road, Easton. Yeah, I just wanted to thank everybody. And again, I want to commend you. My earlier comment, I was against the statement that was proposed, and I want to commend the board for reaching a consensus statement that I think for me personally is much more acceptable and something I can get behind. So you accomplished that for me individually in this meeting. But I do also believe that I'd like to not just know what is going to come out of this effort, but what I heard.
You're on mute. Sorry.
Sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I was saying during the meeting, I heard a lot of comments about all types of different bullying experiences that are going on in the schools. And so regardless of, in addition to what you're doing with the DEI, what are we going to do about the bullying? And what is the process for handling bullying now? Because it seems like this initiative is very tightly tied to bullying. And how are we going to, address those issues? And because I've heard issues from people saying, this has been going on and nothing's been done about it. So what are we going to do, and what are the policies regarding bullying? Because it seems like those need to be revisited as well, because that shouldn't be occurring in the schools, no matter who's being bullied and why. Just as an aside, so going to a different topic, during the budget portion of the meeting, I heard that the generator equipments in the kitchen are not hooked up to, the generators are not hooked up to the equipment in the kitchen, and therefore we lose food every time the power goes out. I don't know what the cost analysis has been on that, but what's the cost to hook up the generators to the equipment in the kitchen so that we have a one-time expenditure and not a repeat expenditure? Surely that, if we're throwing out food every time the power goes out in town, we're losing a lot of money. So I would ask that the board, and everybody look at that from a financial equation. What's the cost to do a one-time hookup?
Thank you, David.
Thank you.
KLT.
Kathy Thompson, Mile Common in Easton. As the public comment may not be at the beginning of the meeting on Tuesday, I would like to suggest that should the survey be approved, that it become an opt-in instead of an opt-out for families. I think that would give families more control and comfort as to what their families and children are being asked to answer. So I would hope that the board would consider that the survey become opt-in for every family that might receive it instead of an opt-out. Thank you.
Thank you. Morna?
Thanks. I
I actually wanted to say a couple of things
Morna,
about
you need to give us your street and town, please.
Oh, sorry. Morna Kreismore, Gallows Hill Road, Reading.
Thank you.
And thanks. I wanted to make a couple of comments about your statement, and I'm not clear on whether or not that's still being heard. You know, the missions, or North Star, or whatever you call it. Is that okay to still talk about?
Yeah, you can. Yes.
Okay. So someone had mentioned that neuroatypical was on something that they had seen, and I think that's something that does need to be added. That covers, you know, kids with epilepsy or that the disorder where they shout out inappropriate words. The name of it escapes me right at the moment. And I'm not sure if it covers things like Asperger's, but anyway, I think it's something that's important, a group that's important. Secondly, the whole thing about mental health and functionality and all, it seems to me that you just need to say mental health. Like you said, physical ability. You didn't say physical ability challenges or whatever. I just think mental health is the proper way to say it. Otherwise, you're kind of just, you're giving sort of agreeing with the notion that there's something a little extra creepy about mental health issues, because all of this stuff about how are we going to phrase it. It's mental health, that's all. There were a couple of other things. There are a couple of very like nitpicky, you might think, grammatical things. One is at the end of your long list of things, it ends with and whatever the last one is, and religion, I think. And it seems to me that really should be or on that long list, not and. It should be or religion or whatever your last item is. And the other one was also grammatical, but now I forget what it was. So I'm done.
All right. Thank you, Morna. Last call for public comment. Seeing none, we will move on to item 16, board member comment. Starting in Easton.
Any comment from Easton members? Jenny?
Yeah, I'm just going to repeat part of my comment from before. What I ask of the public is to give the boards the space and grace to work the problem, for you not to equate thinking of the bigger picture with a lack of understanding or good intention. Engaging in these discussions is what will ensure the long-term success of our goals. It's easy to stand outside a complicated situation and judge the people involved. These are complicated issues that deserve thoughtful, objective, thorough consideration.
Thank you. Devin?
I just want to make one quick comment that the surveys are opt-in. So I think there was a public commenter who requested that request granted, but it was already granted. So they are opt-in.
Jeff or Randy? No? I just want to take an opportunity to say thank you to Chris Parkin. Wow. In putting together, preparing for this meeting, making sure that we could get through a very difficult set and highly charged set of topics in the best possible way that was constructive and did the right thing for our communities. I'm just blown away. And thank you to all the participants of all the thoughtful comments from the communities and our board members. Thanks to the very hard work of the DEI task force and all the work that's been done today. And thanks to our administrators who are here with us at 1:30 a.m. and are going to get up tomorrow morning and do the best things for our students. So I really blown away by the amazing talent and dedication here.
Thank you. John, moving on to Reading, board member comment.
I'll say something. I echo a lot of what John just said as well. I'm also the chair of the communications committee for our board. And, when I hear that people aren't aware of major initiatives that are going on, even though we have Facebook and we have our meetings and we have minutes and things like that, I think it is a valuable perspective to repeat that a mailer, I know we've been reluctant to pay for something like that before, but clearly a mailer gets people's attention, and it certainly gets people's attention who aren't on Facebook. And I think there's been people who are less on Facebook nowadays because of, everything that's transpired. So I just want to say again how valuable, even though there's a cost to it, how valuable a mailer could be with factual based information about what we're doing at the schools. To the DEI task force, this is me personally talking to you as a mom. There's a lot of work to do. There's a lot of work ahead. The conversation tonight just shows me again, there's a lot of work that needs to be done. And I wanted to say one other thing, but my brain is dead. This communication, thinking. I'm going to end there because I can't remember what else I was going to say. I'll tell you next on Tuesday.
Any other comment from Reading? Heather.
I just want to say that the removal of the word systemic from that statement does not negate the facts that there is systemic bias in our schools and systemic barriers to equity. But I think that in a democratic process, oftentimes we reach an imperfect result because the alternative is no result at all. And it's evolving. Just as people are evolving, this can evolve also. I did hear tonight from board members talking about the word equity, and it was mentioned that there is a definition of the word equity that people are hearing on television and what they watch on television at night. And I gotta say, you guys gotta watch something different. There's so much better stuff to watch at night than stuff about the word equity. I could give you a long list of recommendations. Start with Dairy Girls on Netflix. And when you finish that, you're gonna want more Dairy Girls. And the Dairy Girls went on Great British Bake Off. And then maybe you're not gonna be so hamstrung on the equity as a dirty word.
I'm sorry, I just remembered the last thing, and I would be remiss to not mention this in case they're listening. We have a wonderful school climate team that analyzes that data and sets about making lasting changes and improvements in our schools. And maybe we're not communicating it enough, but that was the impetus to get restorative practices. Like, we trained our staff and we have a whole new way of dealing with upsets in school, all because of that school climate team. And so I think they kind of got a bad rap tonight, and no one was willing to take the time to speak up for them. So I'm just going to give them a shout out that they actually do a lot of work. And if you're not familiar with the work that they do, we should feature that at a board meeting so that we can communicate more about what that school climate team does. That's what I wanted to say.
Any other comment in Reading?
Yeah, Chris, I'd just like to again thank the DEI Task Force Committee, and in particular Heather, Cheryl, Beatrix, and Devin for all their work in the survey, the presentation that was put together, and it's obviously the equity statement as well too. Thanks everyone.
Yeah. I just look forward to seeing Dairy Girls in the minutes of this meeting. If there's no other comments in Reading Region 9.
Anyone in Region 9 have comments? I'll go around. Cheryl, go ahead.
First, I want to thank everybody for hanging in there. I think this is a very respectful dialogue, and I do appreciate everyone and the public commenters as well. Mike and John, I would have hung in there with you, but I don't think we would have had anybody else. But for the record, I want to get that out there.
Me too. I would have hung in there.
Oh, thanks, Maureen. But I didn't want to make you both feel excluded. I wanted to make you feel included. So I'm saying it for the public record.
If you're making a motion to take it off the table, let's go.
And then I do want to put a plug out to everybody. www.er9.org. Go to Boards of Education. There are minutes toolkits, recordings. There's a deck that we put up on the website. We're going to try to make it more accessible to folks, but if you don't know and want facts, reach out to us.
All right, thank you. Anyone else for Region 9?
Looks like Mary Lee.
Mary Lee?
Yeah, just a quick one. I just wanted to, again, thank the task force, but just remind everybody who forgets that sometimes students have difficulty learning because of obstacles that are in their way. We haven't lost sight of the job of schools is to help students learn. And if by making their environment safe, comfortable, inclusive, diverse, and equitable, then that's what we're going to do to help them learn better.
Mike?
Yeah, I just want to echo thanks to the group for thoughtful discussions tonight, and to the administration for their hanging in there with us. But I also just wanted to say that for the members of the public, as we discuss whether or not there will be an extensive public comment session at the next meeting, I don't ever want to be perceived as deterring input or receiving feedback from my constituents. So please feel free. I mean, my phone's starting to cool down now. It's not really fired up with all those emails coming in, but I actually do love hearing from all of my constituents, and I'm happy. I try to respond when I can, but please know that your suggestions and your input is always considered and is highly valued. So thank you for that.
I'd just like to say thank you to everybody. I know it's been a tough couple of days. A lot of, our public discussion tonight, I think, was very respectful and very informative. But I know that a lot of the emails that we've all received were less than kind, and and it was tough. It was hard reading all that and responding to it, and I think that sometimes members of the public forget that we are all volunteers, and here we are at 1:39 in the morning, and that at no point do any of us ever have anything but the best intentions for these children. And I can't remember what else I was going to say right now, but thank you, everybody.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else, Regina? All right, we're good.
All right. That concludes item 16 on the agenda, which brings us to item 17, which is cybersecurity infrastructure. A proposed executive session that Clarence has promised me is 90 seconds to 120 seconds if we want to take it real quick and get it over with. If we're already here at 1:40 in the morning, why not go for 1:45?
Let's go.
So I would look for Easton for a motion to recess into executive session to discuss cybersecurity infrastructure and invite the superintendent and director of finance and operations to attend.
So called.
Thank you, Devin.
Devin, is there a second in Easton?
Randy.
Looking for the same motion in Reading.
So moved.
Mike, is there a second in
I'll
Reading?
second.
John, looking to Region 9.
So moved.
All right.
Second.
Second, Karen.
All right. Very quickly calling the roll in Easton, please.
Devin?
I'm
yes,
here. Yeah.
She's nodding. Yes. Jenny? Yes. Randy?
Yep.
And Jeff? You can nod. Yes. Okay. And I vote yes. 5-0.
Thank you. In Reading, Heather?
Yes.
Colleen?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Steph?
Yes.
Chris Hawker?
Can't wait. Yes.
I vote yes, motion carries 7-0 in Reading, Region 9.
All right, Region 9. Cheryl,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Juliet will skip unless she came back. All right, Gwen,
Yes.
Karen,
Yes.
Mary Lee,
Yes.
Maureen,
Yes.
and Todd, yes. Carry 7-0.
Right, so the boards will recess into executive session at 1:42 a.m.